live stream. So, okay, we're live.
Okay, great. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the 12-hour stream hosted by Democracy North Carolina and our several partner organizations throughout the state. My name is Demonte Alford. I am a regional managing organizer from the southeastern part of the state. I hail from Scotland County, North Carolina, and Laurinburg to be exact. And I bring you greetings today. To start us off with this stream, with just telling us a little bit about why this stream came about, the background for it, and why it's important that we're going to do and be talking about the stuff that we're going to be talking about today. So April 4th, 1967, Dr. King gives a speech at the Riverside Church at Harlem, New York. The speech was the time to break silence from Vietnam, where Dr. King lays out what he considers the three evils of society: militarism, materialism, and racism in this country. Dr. King lays out the purpose and the reason for why the war in Vietnam was counter to his strategies and his belief and his convictions as a faith leader. Publicly, he had to denounce the war because of its broader connection to the issues in America, such as racism and poverty. The speech marked a significant expansion of Dr. King's civil rights advocacy into like broader issues of global peace, economic justice, which alienated himself from a lot of his allies, a lot of the folks that were doing work with him, and he became, very committed to the idea of a threat or an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So why did King have to speak out? Well, because of his moral obligation as a pastor. Despite the criticism, his obligation as a Christian leader was what he believed pushed and furthered his commitment to justice. He cites that his leadership and responsibility, and most of all, his religious conviction, was the most compelling thing beyond the calling of race or a nation or creed in this vocation of sonship and brotherhood. And because I believe that the Father is deeply concerned, especially for his suffering and the hopeless and the outcast children, I come tonight to speak to them. I am convinced that if we are to get on the right side of the world revolution, we as a nation must undergo a radical revolution of values. Well, uh, there was a connection between what was going on in Vietnam and home. King directly linked the military spending that was happening as an abandonment of anti-poverty initiatives, revealing how the war really diverted the resources that America would spend on its poor and disproportionately sent that to fight folks abroad. King said, I quote, "A few years ago, there was a shining moment. It seemed as if there was a real promise of hope for the poor, both black and white, through the poverty program. Then came the buildup in Vietnam, and I watched this program broken and eviscerated as if it was an ideal or idle political plaything of a society gone mad on war. Obviously, the impact of Vietnam Vietnam had a major impact on more than just the soldiers going there, but it was also the American civilians that was happening with the vivid detail that King described during when he was talking about the destruction inflicted on Vietnam and its people, as well as the moral injury that we do as Americans fighting this unjust war. King really laid it out simply. He said, we have destroyed their two most cherished institutions, the family and the village. We have destroyed their land. We have destroyed their crops. We have corrupted their women and children and killed their men. What liberation? We are adding cynicism to the process of death for our soldiers. Uh, they must know that after a short period there, that none of the things we claim to be fighting for are really involved. So King became to talk about the idea of folks, even America, supporting corrupt regimes. This was one of the things that Dr. King came about to lead to the idea of the three evils of racism, militarism, and extreme materialism. He argues that the destructive forces are inseparable and they must be confronted together. When machines and computers, profit motives, and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. So, with that being said, I'm going to play in its entirety the Dr. King A Time to Break Silence speech that was given from the pulpit of the Riverside Church in 1967.
Monte. On my end, the sound isn't coming through. I'm not sure. We have one attendee as well that I'm going to put in the chat to see if they can hear.
Time of war, nor does the human spirit move without great difficulty against all the apathy of conformist thought within one's own bosom and in the surrounding world. Moreover, when the issues at hand seem as perplexing as they often do, in the case of this dreadful conflict, we are always on the verge of being mesmerized by uncertainty. But we must move on. And some of us who have already begun to break the silence of the night have found that the calling to speak is often a vocation of agony. But we must speak. We must speak with all the humility that is appropriate to our limited vision, but we must speak. And we must rejoice as well, for surely this is the first time in our nation's history that a significant number of its religious leaders have chosen to move beyond the prophesying of smooth patriotism to the high grounds of a firm dissent based upon the mandates of conscience and the reading of history. Perhaps a new spirit is rising among us. If it is, let us trace its movements and pray that our own inner being may be sensitive to its guidance, for we are deeply in need of a new way beyond the darkness that seems so close around us. Over the past 2 years, as I have moved to break the betrayal of my own silences and to speak from the burnings of my own heart, as I have called for radical departures from the destruction of Vietnam, many persons have questioned me about the wisdom of my path. At the heart of their concerns, this query has often loomed large and loud. Why are you speaking about the war, Dr. King? Why are you joining the voices of dissent? Peace and civil rights don't mix, they say. Aren't you hurting the cause of your people, they ask. And when I hear them, though I often understand the source of their concern, I'm nevertheless greatly saddened, for such questions mean that the inquirers have not really known me, my commitment, or my calling. Indeed, their questions suggest that they do not know the world in which they live. In the light of such tragic misunderstanding, I deem it of signal importance to try to state clearly, and I trust concisely, why I believe that the path from Dexter Avenue Baptist Church, a church in Montgomery, Alabama, where I began my pastorate, leads clearly to this sanctuary tonight. I come to this platform tonight to make a passionate plea to my beloved nation. This speech is not addressed to Hanoi or to the National Liberation Front. It is not addressed to China or to Russia. Nor is it an attempt to overlook the ambiguity of the total situation and the need for a collective solution to the tragedy of Vietnam. Neither is it an attempt to make North Vietnam or the National Liberation Front paragons of virtue, nor to overlook the role they must play in the successful resolution of the problem. While they both may have justifiable reasons to be suspicious of the good faith of the United States, life and history give eloquent testimony to the fact that conflicts are never resolved without trustful give and take on both sides. Tonight, however, I wish not to speak with Hanoi and the National Liberation Front, but rather to my fellow Americans. That is, at the outset, a very obvious and almost facile connection between the war in Vietnam and the struggle I and others have been waging in America. A few years ago, there was a shining moment in that struggle. It seemed as if there was a real promise of hope for the poor, both black and white, through the poverty program. There were experiments, hopes, new beginnings. Then came the build-up in Vietnam, and I watched this program broken and eviscerated as if it was some idle political plaything of a society gone mad on war. And I knew that America would never invest the necessary funds or energies in rehabilitation of its poor so long as adventures like Vietnam continued to draw men and skills and money like some demonic destructive suction tube. So I was increasingly compelled to see the war as an enemy of the poor and to attack it as such. Perhaps a more tragic recognition of reality took place when it became clear to me that the war was doing far more than devastating the hopes of the poor at home. It was sending their sons and their brothers and their husbands to fight and to die in extraordinarily high proportions relative to the rest of the population. We were taking the black young men who had been crippled by our society and sending them 8,000 miles away to guarantee liberties in Southeast Asia, which they had not found in Southwest Georgia and East Holland. And so we have been repeatedly faced with the cruel irony of watching Negro and white boys on TV screens as they kill and die together for a nation that has been unable to seat them together in the same schools. And so we watch them in brutal solidarity, burning the huts of a poor village, but we realize that they would hardly live on the same block in Chicago. I could not be silent in the face of such cruel manipulation of the poor. My third reason moves to an even deeper level of awareness, for it grows out of my experience in the ghettos of the North over the last 3 years, especially the last 3 summers. As I have walked among the desperate, rejected, and angry young men, I have told them that Molotov cocktails and rifles would not solve their problems. I have tried to offer them my deepest compassion while maintaining my conviction that social change comes most meaningfully through nonviolent action. But they ask, and rightly so, what about Vietnam? They ask if our own nation wasn't using massive doses of violence to solve its problems, to bring about the changes it wanted. Their questions hit home, and I knew that I could never again raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without having first spoken clearly to the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, my own government. For the sake of those boys, for the sake of this government, for the sake of the hundreds of thousands trembling under our violence, I cannot be silent. For those who ask the question, aren't you a civil rights leader? And thereby mean to exclude me from the movement for peace, I have this further answer. In 1957, when a group of us formed the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, we chose as our motto to save the soul of America. We were convinced that we could not limit our vision to certain rights for black people, but instead affirmed the conviction that America would never be free or saved from itself until the descendants of its slaves were loosed completely from the shackles they still wear. In a way, we were agreeing with Langston Hughes, that black Bart of Harlem, who had written earlier, "Oh yes, I say it plain, America never was America to me, and yet I swear this oath, America will be." Now it should be incandescently clear that no one who has any concern for the integrity and life of America today can ignore the present war. If America's soul becomes totally poisoned, part of the autopsy must read Vietnam. It can never be saved so long as it destroys the deepest hopes of men the world over. So it is that those of us who are yet determined that America will be are led down the path of protest and dissent, working for the health of our land. As if the weight of such a commitment to the life and health of America were not enough, another burden of responsibility was placed upon me in 1954. And I cannot forget that the Nobel Peace Prize was also a commission to work harder than I had ever worked before for the brotherhood of man. This is a calling that takes me beyond national allegiances. But even if it were not present, I would yet have to live with the meaning of my commitment to the ministry of Jesus Christ. To me, the relationship of this ministry to the making of peace is so obvious that I sometimes marvel at those who ask me why I am speaking against the war. Could it be that they do not know that the good news was meant for all men, for communists and capitalists, for their children and ours, for black and for white, for revolutionary and conservative? Have they forgotten that my ministry is in obedience to the one who loved his enemies so fully that he died for them? What then can I say to the Viet Cong, or to Castro, or to Mao as a faithful minister of this one? Can I threaten them with death, or must I not share with them my life? And finally, as I tried to explain for you and for myself the road that leads from Montgomery to this place, I would have offered all that was most valid if I simply said that I must be true to my conviction that I share with all men the calling to be a son of the living God. Beyond the calling of race, a nation, a creed, is this vocation of sonship and brotherhood, because I believe that the Father is deeply concerned, helpless, and outcast children. I come tonight to speak for them. This I believe to be the privilege and the burden of all of us who deem ourselves bound by allegiances and loyalties which are broader and deeper than nationalism, and which go beyond our nation's self-defined goals and positions. We are called to speak for the weak, for the voiceless, for the victims of our nation, and for those it calls enemy. For no document from human hands can make these humans any less our brothers. And as I ponder the madness of Vietnam, and search within myself for ways to understand and respond in compassion, my mind goes constantly to the people of that peninsula. I speak now not of the soldiers of each side, not of the ideologies of the Liberation Front, not of the hunter in Saigon, but simply of the people who have been living under the curse of war for almost 3 continuous decades now. I think of them too, because it is clear to me that there will be no meaningful solution there until some attempt is made to know them and hear their broken cries. They must see Americans as strange liberators. The Vietnamese people proclaimed their own independence in 1945 after a combined French and Japanese occupation and before the Communist Revolution in China. They were led by Ho Chi Minh. Even though they quoted the American Declaration of Independence in their own document of freedom, we refused to recognize them. Instead, we decided to support France in its reconquest of a former colony. Our government felt then that the Vietnamese people were not ready for independence, and we again fell victim to the deadly Western arrogance that has poisoned the international atmosphere for so long. With that tragic decision, we rejected a revolutionary government seeking self-determination, and a government that had been established not by China, for whom the Vietnamese have no great love, but by clearly indigenous forces that included some communists. For the peasants, this new government meant real land reform, one of the most important needs in their lives. For 9 years following 1945, we denied the people of Vietnam the right of independence. For 9 years, we vigorously supported the French in their abortive effort to recolonize Vietnam. Before the end of the war, we were meeting 80% of the French war cost. Even before the French were defeated at Dien Bien Phu, they began to despair of their reckless action, but we did not. We encouraged them with our huge financial and military supplies to continue the war even after they had lost the will. Soon we would be paying almost the full cost of this tragic attempt at recolonization. After the French were defeated, it looked as if independence and land reform would come again through the Geneva Agreement. But instead there came the United States, determined that whole should not unify the temporarily divided nation, and the peasants watched again as we supported one of the most vicious modern dictators, our chosen man, Premier Diem. The peasants watched and cringed as Diem ruthlessly rooted out all opposition, supported bad extortionist landlords, and refused even to discuss reunification with the North. The peasants watched as all this was presided over by United States influence, and then by increasing numbers of United States troops who came to help quell the insurgency that Diem's methods had aroused. When Diem was overthrown, they may have been happy, but the long line of military dictators seemed to offer no real change, especially in terms of their need for land and peace. The only change came from America, as we increased our troop commitments in support of governments which were singularly corrupt, inept, and without popular support. All the while the people read our leaflets and received irregular promises of peace and democracy and land reform. Now they languish under our bombs and consider us not their fellow Vietnamese, the real enemy. They move sadly and apathetically as we herd them off the land of their fathers into concentration camps where minimal social needs are rarely met. They know they must move on or be destroyed by our bombs. So they go, primarily women and children and the aged. They watch as we poison their water, as we kill 1 million acres of their crops. They must weep as the bulldozers roar through their areas preparing to destroy the precious trees. They wandered into the hospitals with at least 20 casualties from American firepower for one Viet Cong inflicted injury. So far we may have killed 1 million of them, mostly children. They wander into the towns and see thousands of the children, homeless, without clothes, running in packs on the streets like animals. They see the children degraded by our soldiers as they beg for food. They see the children selling their sisters to our soldiers, soliciting for their mothers. What do the peasants think as we ally ourselves with the landlords, and as we refuse to put any action into our many words concerning land reform? What do they think as we test out our latest weapons on them, just as the Germans tested out new medicine and new tortures in the concentration camps of Europe? Where are the roots of the independent Vietnam we claim to be building? Is it among these voiceless ones? We have destroyed their two most cherished institutions, the family and the village. We have destroyed their land and their crops. We have cooperated in the crushing of the nation's only non-communist revolutionary political force, the Unified Buddhist Church. We have supported the enemies of the peasants of Saigon. We have corrupted their women and children and killed their men. Now that is little left to build on save bitterness. What of the National Liberation Front? That strangely anonymous group we call VC or communists. What must they think of the United States of America when they realize that we permitted the repression and cruelty of Diem, which helped to bring them into being as a resistance group in the South? What do they think of our condoning the violence which led to their own taking up of arms? How can they believe in our integrity when now we speak of aggression from the North as if there were nothing more essential to the war? How can they trust us when now we charge them with violence after the murderous reign of Diem, and charge them with violence while we pour every new weapon of death into their land? Surely we must understand their feelings, even if we do not condone their actions. Surely we must see that the men we supported pressed them to their violence. Surely we must see that our own computerized plans of destruction simply dwarf their greatest acts. How do they judge us when our officials know that their membership is less than 25% communist and yet insist on giving them the blanket name? What must they be thinking when they know that we are aware of their control of major sections of Vietnam, and yet we appear ready to allow national elections in which this highly organized political parallel government will not have a part? They ask how we can speak of free elections when the Saigon press is censored and controlled by the military junta. And they're surely right to wonder what kind of new government we plan to help form without them, the only party in real touch with the peasants. They question our political goals, and they deny the reality of a peace settlement from which they will be excluded. Their questions are frighteningly relevant. Is our nation planning to build on political myth again and then show it up upon the power of new violence? Here is the true meaning and value of compassion and nonviolence when it helps us to see the enemy's point of view, to hear his questions, to know his assessment of ourselves. For from his view, we may indeed see the basic weaknesses of our own condition, and if we are mature, we may learn and grow and profit from the wisdom of the brothers who are called the opposition. Here is the true meaning and value of compassion and nonviolence when it helps us to see the enemy's point of view, to hear his questions, to know his assessment of ourselves. For from his view, we may indeed see the basic weaknesses of our own condition, and if we are mature, we may learn and grow and profit from the wisdom of the brothers who are called the opposition. So too with Hanoi, in the north, where our bombs now pummel the land, and our mines endanger the waterways, we are met by deep but understandable mistrust. To speak for them is to explain this lack of confidence in Western words, and especially their distrust of American intentions now. In Hanoi are the men who led the nation to independence against the Japanese and the French, the men who sought membership in the French Commonwealth and were betrayed by the weakness of Paris and the willfulness of the colonial armies. It was they who led a second struggle against French domination at tremendous cost, and then were persuaded to give up the land they controlled between the 13th and 17th parallel as a temporary measure at Geneva.
You're listening to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on Beyond Vietnam. This is Alternative Radio. You can order copies of this program by calling the following toll-free number, 1-800-444-1977. Again, that.
When we ask why they do not leap to negotiate, these things must be remembered. Also, it must be clear that the leaders of Hanoi considered the presence of American troops in support of the Diem regime to have been the initial military breach of the Geneva Agreements concerning foreign troops. And they remind us that they did not begin to send troops in large numbers and even supplies into the South until American forces had moved into the tens of thousands. And Hanoi remembers how our leaders refused to tell us the truth about the earlier North Vietnamese overtures for peace, how the President claimed that none existed when they had clearly been made. Ho Chi Minh has watched as America has spoken of peace and built up its forces, and now he has surely heard the increasing international rumors of American plans for an invasion of the North. He knows the bombing and shelling and mining we are doing a part of traditional pre-invasion strategy. Perhaps only his sense of humor and of irony can save him when he hears the most powerful nation of the world speaking of aggression as it drops thousands of bombs on a poor, weak nation more than 8,000 miles away from its shores. At this point, I should make it clear that while I have tried in these last few minutes to give a voice to the voiceless in Vietnam, and to understand the arguments of those who are called enemy, I am as deeply concerned about our own troops there as anything else. For it occurs to me that what we are submitting them to in Vietnam is not simply the brutalizing process that goes on in any war where armies face each other and seek to destroy. We are adding cynicism to the process of death, for they must know after the short period there that none of the things we claim to be fighting for are really involved. Before long, they must know that their government has sent them into a struggle among Vietnamese. And the more sophisticated surely realize that we are on the side of the wealthy and the secure while we create a hell for the poor. Somehow this madness must cease. We must stop now. I speak as a child of God and brother to the suffering poor of Vietnam. I speak for those whose land is being laid waste, whose homes are being destroyed, whose culture is being subverted. I speak for the poor of America, who are paying the double price of smashed hopes at home and death and corruption in Vietnam. I speak as a citizen of the world, for the world as it stands aghast at the path we have taken. I speak as one who loves America, to the leaders of our own nation. The great initiative in this war is ours. The initiative to stop it must be ours. This is the message of the great Buddhist leaders of Vietnam. Recently, one of them wrote these words, and I quote, "Each day the war goes on, the hatred increases in the heart of the Vietnamese and in the hearts of those of humanitarian instinct. The Americans are forcing even their friends into becoming their enemies. It is curious that the Americans, who calculate so carefully on the possibilities of military victory, do not realize that in the process they are incurring deep psychological and political defeat. The image of America will never again be the image of revolution, freedom, and democracy, but the image of violence and militarism," unquote. If we continue, there will be no doubt in my mind and in the mind of the world that we have no honorable intentions in Vietnam. If we do not stop our war against the people of Vietnam immediately, the world will be left with no other alternative than to see this as some horrible, clumsy, and deadly game we have decided to play. The world now demands a maturity of America that we may not be able to achieve. It demands that we admit that we have been wrong from the beginning of our adventure in Vietnam, that we have been detrimental to the life of the Vietnamese people. The situation is one in which we must be ready to turn sharply from our present ways in order to atone for our sins and errors in Vietnam. We should take the initiative in bringing a halt to this tragic war and set a date that we will remove all foreign troops from Vietnam in accordance with the 1954 Geneva Agreement. Part of our ongoing commitment might well express itself in an offer to grant asylum to any Vietnamese who fears for his life under the new regime, which included the Liberation Front. Then we must make what reparations we can for the damage we have done. We must provide the medical aid that is badly needed, making it available in this country if necessary. Meanwhile, we in the churches and synagogues have a continuing task while we urge our government to disengage itself from a disgraceful commitment. We must continue to raise our voices and our lives if our nation persists in its perverse ways in Vietnam. We must be prepared to match actions with words by seeking out every creative method of protest possible. These are the times for real choices and not false ones. We are at the moment when our lives must be placed on the line if our nation is to survive its own folly. Every man of humane convictions must decide on the protest that best suits his convictions, but we must all protest. Now, that is something seductively tempting about stopping there and sending us all off on what in some circles has become a popular crusade against the war in Vietnam. I say we must enter that struggle, but I wish to go on now to say something even more disturbing. The war in Vietnam is but a symptom of a far deeper malady within the American spirit. And if we ignore this sobering reality, we will find ourselves organizing clergy and layman concerned committees for the next generation. They will be concerned about Guatemala and Peru. They will be concerned about Thailand and Cambodia. They will be concerned about Mozambique and South Africa. We will be marching for these and a dozen other names and attending rallies without end unless there is a significant and profound change in American life and policy. So such thoughts take us beyond Vietnam, but not beyond our calling as sons of the living God. In 1957, a sensitive American official overseas said that it seemed to him that our nation was on the wrong side of a world revolution. During the past 10 years, we have seen emerge a pattern of suppression which has now justified the presence of U.S. military advisors in Venezuela. This need to maintain social stability for our investments accounts for the counter-revolutionary action of American forces in Guatemala. It tells why American helicopters are being used against guerrillas in Cambodia, and why American napalm and Green Beret forces have already been active against rebels in Peru. It is with such activity in mind that the words of the late John F. Kennedy come back to haunt us. 5 years ago, he said, "Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable." Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments. I am convinced that if we are to get on the right side of the world revolution, we as a nation must undergo a radical revolution of values. We must rapidly begin the shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society, when machines and computers, profit motives and property rights are considered more important than people. The giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. A true revolution of values will soon cause us to question the fairness and justice of many of our past and present policies. On the one hand, we are called to play the Good Samaritan on life's roadside, but that will be only an initial act. One day we must come to see that the whole Jericho road must be transformed, so that men and women will not be constantly beaten and robbed as they make their journey on life's highway. True compassion is more than flinging a coin to a beggar. It comes to see that an edifice which produces beggars needs restructuring. A true revolution of values will soon look uneasily on the glaring contrast of poverty and wealth. With righteous indignation, it will look across the seas and see individual capitalists of the West investing huge sums of money in Asia, Africa, and South America, only to take the profits out with no concern for the social betterment of the countries and say, "This is not just." It will look at our alliance with the landed gentry of South America and say, "This is not just." The Western arrogance of feeling that it has everything to teach others and nothing to learn from them is not just. A true revolution of values will lay hand on the world order and say of war, "This way of settling differences is not just." This business of burning human beings with napalm, of filling our nation's homes with orphans and widows, of injecting poisonous drugs of hate into the veins of peoples normally humane, of sending men home from dark and bloody battlefields physically handicapped and psychologically deranged, cannot be reconciled with wisdom, justice, and love. A nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. America, the richest and most powerful nation in the world, can well lead the way in this revolution of values. That is nothing except a tragic death wish to prevent us from reordering our priorities so that the pursuit of peace will take precedence over the pursuit of war. There's nothing to keep us from molding a recalcitrant status quo with bruised hands until we have fashioned it into a brotherhood. These are days which demand wise restraint and calm reasonableness. These are revolutionary times. All over the globe, men are revolting against old systems of exploitation and oppression. And out of the wounds of a frail world, new systems of justice and equality are being born. The shirtless and barefoot people of the land are rising up as never before. The people who sat in darkness have seen a great light. We in the West must support these revolutions. It is a sad fact that because of comfort, complacency, a morbid fear of communism, and our proneness to adjust to injustice, the Western nations that initiated so much of the revolutionary spirit of the modern world have now become the arch anti-revolutionaries. This has driven many to feel that only Marxism has a revolutionary spirit. Therefore, communism is a judgment against our failure to make democracy real and follow through on the revolutions that we initiated. Our only hope today lies in our ability to recapture the revolutionary spirit and go out into a sometimes hostile world, declaring eternal hostility to poverty, racism, and militarism. With this powerful commitment, we shall boldly challenge the status quo and unjust mores, and thereby speed the day when every valley shall be exalted and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight and the rough places plain. A genuine revolution of values means, in the final analysis, that our loyalties must become ecumenical rather than sectional. Every nation must now develop an overriding loyalty to mankind as a whole in order to preserve the best in their individual societies. This call for worldwide fellowship that lifts neighborly concern beyond one's tribe, race, class, and nation is in reality a call for an all-embracing and unconditional love for all mankind. This oft misunderstood.
I'm thirsty.
Also?
Yeah, give me
Yeah,
some water.
nah.
Bro, give me some water.
Fine. Damn.
I have to finish this paper. I'm swamped. No one told me college would be so...
This oft misinterpreted concept, so readily dismissed by the Nietzsches of the world as a weak and cowardly force, has now become an absolute necessity for the survival of man. When I speak of love, I'm not speaking of some sentimental and weak response. I'm not speaking of that force which is just emotional bosh. I'm speaking of that force which all of the great religions have seen as the supreme unifying principle of life. Love is somehow the key that unlocks the door which leads to ultimate reality. This Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Buddhist belief about ultimate reality is beautifully summed up in the first epistle of St. John. Let us love one another, for love is God, and every one that loveth is born of God and knoweth God. He that loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love. If we love one another, God dwelleth in us, and His love is perfected in us. Let us hope that this spirit will become the order of the day. We can no longer afford to worship the God of hate, or bow before the altar of retaliation. The oceans of history are made turbulent by the ever-rising tides of hate. History is cluttered with the records of nations and individuals that pursued this self-defeating path of hate. As Arnold Toynbee says, love is the ultimate force that makes for the saving choice of life and good against the damning choice of death and evil. Therefore, the first hope in our inventory must be the hope that love is going to have the last word, unquote. We are now faced with the fact, my friends, that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, that is such a thing as being too late. Procrastination is still the thief of time. Life often leaves us standing bare, naked, and dejected with a lost opportunity. The tide in the affairs of men does not remain at flood, it ebbs. We may cry out desperately for time to pause in her passage, but time is adamant to every plea and rushes on. Over the bleached bones and jumbled residues of numerous civilizations are written the pathetic words, too late. That is an invisible book of life that faithfully records our vigilance or our neglect. Omar Khayyam is right, the moving finger writes, and having writ moves on. We still have a choice today, nonviolent coexistence, a violent co-annihilation. We must move past indecision to action. We must find new ways to speak for peace in Vietnam and justice throughout the developing world, a world that borders on our doors. If we do not act, we shall surely be dragged down the long, dark, and shameful corridors of time, reserved for those who possess power without compassion, might without morality, and strength without sight. Now let us begin. Now let us rededicate ourselves to the long and bitter but beautiful struggle for a new world. This is the calling of the sons of God, and our brothers wait eagerly for our response. Shall we say the odds are too great? Shall we tell them the struggle is too hard? Will our message be that the forces of American life militate against their rival as full men, and we send our deepest regrets? Or will there be another message of longing, of hope, of solidarity with their yearnings, of commitment to their cause, whatever the cost? The choice is ours, and though we might prefer it otherwise, we must choose in this crucial moment of human history. As that noble bard of yesterday, James Russell Lowell, eloquently stated, once to every man and nation comes a moment to decide in the strife of truth and falsehood for the good or evil side. Some great cause, God's new Messiah, often eats the gloom of blight, and the choice goes by forever twixt that darkness and that light. Though the cause of evil prosper, yet 'tis truth alone is strong. Though her portion be the scaffold, and upon the throne be wrong, yet that scaffold sways the future, and behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadow, keeping watch above His own. And if we will only make the right choice, we will be able to transform this pending cosmic elegy into a creative psalm of peace. If we will make the right choice, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our world into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. If we will but make the right choice, we will be able to speed up the day all over America and all over the world, when justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream.
That was Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, 1967, over at Riverside Church. Let me get my microphone in check. Are we good? Okay. So that was the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King uh, about evils that he identified in society, whether it be in the uh, three evils of militarism, materialism, um, materialism, and racism. Dr. King was very committed, regardless to the backlash that he faced in that time, to making sure that these particular ideals were being held through and taken care of. Um, yeah. So here at Democracy North Carolina, we do a lot of programs to focus and work and address all of these particular issues, whether it be poverty, whether it be hopelessness in your community, access to vote. We are a host site for nonprofit voters. NPVE, which is a program that is a national ran program. I'm going to play some clips and actually, kick it over to Desmer Gatewood, who's the head of our program here in Democracy North Carolina, who's doing really good work with NPVE. They were around for part one last night. If you have not seen part one, definitely make sure that you go and check out part one from last night. Here is Desmer Gatewood.
Hey friends, and welcome back to another episode of Built by Us, a video series made of, by, and for the people. If you've heard of Built by Us before, that's because this is spawned from our incredible podcast, Built by Us, so be sure to check out our previous episodes anywhere you listen to your podcasts on Spotify or Apple or wherever. I'm your host, Joselle Torres, and today we're going to be talking about liberatory organizing. We have an incredible guest, Desmer Gatewood, with us here today, who is our program manager for nonprofit and direct service engagement. Desmer is a Durham native and graduated from North Carolina Central, go Eagles, and has a Master of Science in Organization Development from American University. Des has spent a majority of her adult life organizing and advocating for equitable policies and practices, and seeks to use her expertise as a policy organizer and expert of change theory to achieve meaningful pro-democracy policies. Hey, Des.
Hello, Joselle.
How are you doing today?
I'm better now.
Aww. That's great. I'm better too. I'm so happy you're here today.
I know, likewise. This is great.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about what community-led organizing or organizing for liberation means.
Wow. So community-led organizing, I think, is pretty simple in concept, but it's not something that, unfortunately, it's not something that you observe a lot of, especially in places where you see more grass tops organizing, kind of overshadowing the community-led organizing. So when we think about community-led organizing, we're thinking about people who are impacted by particular policies or practices that are disproportionately targeting people of a certain region or a certain identity or a certain class, and we defer to those people to have the expertise and the tactics and the skills necessary to confront those issues.
Yeah. I mean, you make a good point about those people being from the communities.
Mm-hmm.
That is what matters.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you have, especially we're in the middle of a presidential election cycle,
Mm-hmm.
there's a ton of groups doing great work, including national groups,
Right.
but they might not know exactly what's going to matter to somebody in Fayetteville specifically, or to
Absolutely.
somebody in Watauga County, or somebody in Elizabeth City, and knows the history and background of, social unrest or racial violence that
having technical difficulties.
Yeah. And the other advantage there, it's not just about how much knowledge someone has to the issue or how much proximity someone has, because one could become educated on these matters, but there's also a different level of investment that comes when this issue literally impacts you, because you could have some sort of knowledge about it, even institutional knowledge about it, but if you're still in the circumstance, then you're going to be more likely to continue that connection to the issue and to the organizing itself. In terms of what this looks like when we start talking about, I'm sorry, remind me of your question.
No,
exactly.
some of the mechanisms are used to help enrich community-led organizing.
Yeah. So one principle that we see observed in, for example, like Ella Baker's theories of community-led organizing, and she was someone who was essential to the foundation of how the civil rights movement evolved, and how the Black Power movement even came to be. One thing that she was very keen on was participatory democracy. And so this really challenged some of the practices that we saw in the earlier iterations of the civil rights movement, where people were taking their direction, their beliefs, the way that they operated from usually a central leader or a central body of people that were kind of telling them what to do. Usually those people were cishet men, and they had roles in clergy. They may have even had a little bit more education than some of the people that they were leading, and those people were heavily deferred to when they were talking about strategies and how they were going to approach certain issues, and even deciding who would be the spokesperson, deciding what the duration of a campaign would be. And so
basically holding power,
quite simply. And so what we came to observe with participatory democracy, especially when we're talking about like later on with groups like SNCC, we saw that.
And what does SNCC stand for?
Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. You started to see that people had a different level of even excitement in their approach to the movement. There was more of an engagement in how much people were even participating at meetings, how often people were speaking, how included their ideas were in the final product. And all of that made for a movement where people felt more drawn to the cause and the purpose, whereas you had Ella Baker, who broke off from different places like the NAACP and the SCLC, because as brilliant as we came to learn that she was, her voice was not involved in those conversations in many ways, or if she would say something, it would be kind of dismissed. And we can surmise that it's because she was a woman, for example, a Black woman who came from a working class family in the South. And so when we don't have it as a principle to lead even within communities in a participatory framework, we risk alienating people like an Ella Baker, who can come in and be an entire catalyst to how we think about our approach to liberation. But you risk that when you bring in biases, cultural biases, biases in terms of how people think, in terms of their orientation, in terms of their class. And so those types of biases, even within community-led organizing, can really stifle how effective movements are, because they create unresolved conflict. They start to eliminate voices and ideas that could be essential to resolving and strategizing. And they can cause a lot of wounds also that can create more harm than if we even touched organizing at all around some of these issues. So I've come to find that participatory democracy is a way that community-led spaces can be the most effective.
That's really helpful. And I mean, you make some great points of biases and how that shows up, structurally or in a place of power. And what about like decision-making structures? Is participatory democracy a decision-making structure, or do you feel like there's other ways that folks can make those decisions and not necessarily isolate, like you said, an Ella Baker? Like, how does that show up in 2024?
Mm-hmm. So I prefer facilitation as opposed to kind of directing what is going to happen. Facilitation could be considered that in a way, but facilitation to me implies that you are gathering what people think, you are inviting, you're creating a safe space. And I think facilitation is necessary for those decision-making structures like participatory democracy, because one could say, well, what if we just walk into a group and everybody just starts talking at the same time, and you don't have any time limits on who can speak, you're not keeping track of who already said something, you don't have time where you say, like, okay, we've gotten to this and now we're going to take a vote. So the facilitation aspect is important. And I think having a trusted person who understands how human beings work, doesn't have to be someone with any particular degree, but it could even be an elder. It could just be someone who people believe have an ear for different ways to engage people. So I think having a facilitator for participatory democracy is an effective way to create products that people can be proud of, and plans that people are more willing to follow. And when you have situations, and this is even talked about in organization development, this is talked about in business management, when you have situations where you're prescribing for people what to do with their problem, when you're coming to them and asking for more buy-in than input, and you've already decided this is what we're going to do, people are going to be less likely to come forward with the same amount of enthusiasm and investment. And we even see that happening on a societal level, when you have someone coming out and saying, all right, we've come out with this legislation, we haven't listened to what people said, we don't really care what you've said.
We did it behind closed doors.
Absolutely, absolutely. At the 11th hour, we rushed something through.
Over 400 page state budget.
Exactly.
Every branch of government was done in one night behind closed doors.
Exactly. And we expect you all to just accept it and be fine with it. So whether that's happening at in a household, whether that's happening in a business, whether it's happening in community organizing, it's always a better practice to invite as many voices as you can where it's feasible, and as many opportunities as you can where it's feasible. And you're doing it because you realize, not just out of principle, but it's more practical that way. I want to create a product where, and I'm trying not to say product as in like,
an outcome.
Right. I want to create an outcome and a plan where you feel committed to it because you help to do it. Like if you're a parent and you think about, like, if your kiddo contributed to setting the table or like adding an ingredient to some food, they're so much more happy to partake in that meal than if you were just like, here you go.
If they season their broccoli, they might eat the broccoli.
Exactly. If they got to go to the grocery store with you and choose what they're going to eat. So we see these concepts as early as childhood. And so who are we to abandon that later on, unless it's pride, patriarchy, classism, some of these other biases that start getting in the way, where people preference their own models of decision making than even having people be committed to the cause.
How would somebody, if they were in a community organizing situation, how would they be able to kind of break some of that down if they're showing up? And I think you do a great job of modeling that for our organization as a Black woman. How do you ensure your voice is heard when you're entering a space that has named itself as a community organizing led space?
I think building relationships is always going to be important. Because I think people do want to believe that whoever it is speaking out in their best interest and is acting in their best interest. And one of the ways to do that is to build trust. And building trust can take time. It can take a mutual exchange of information and giving people space. It can, people want to see acts of love. So you may not just be entitled. You may not just be entitled to people's belief that your voice should be heard just because you're there.
Yeah.
I mean, they might hear you, but that doesn't mean they trust you. And when I say trust, I'm not necessarily talking about that you've demonstrated that you've got some sort of extensive knowledge in this field that you're an expert in. Sometimes that doesn't actually establish as much trust as just someone genuinely seeming invested in you as a person and invested in the group as a people. And that can look as simple as you following up on how someone's child is doing. Are you bringing food to someone? Are you giving someone a hug? Or you giving someone space if they are saying, I don't want to talk to you right now, and trusting that, you know, this is not something personal. So those interactions, that those building blocks, you being emotionally intelligent, or you being accommodating to someone who might have different ability barriers, those things help to create space for you to have a voice. It's not always going to just be part of that. There will be some times where you have to just insert your voice because racism, misogynoir, homophobia, queerphobia, those things are just going to be there. So that's why it has to become a principle. Bold action has to be a principle. And also being kind to people when you can, and being collaborative when you can. And that's how you can learn to strike that balance between being someone who's competent and asserting themselves, and also not doing harm to people. And I think when people observe that, at least, for me, they have been more receptive to hearing what I have to say. Because at that point, it seems like, well, you're saying what you're saying because you actually think it's going to be helpful to the group. Not you're just saying it because you think it's going to be just helpful to you.
And people have a better understanding of where you're coming from.
Right.
And you touched on this just now, intersectionality. Like, how does being queer or trans or Black or Latin, like, how does intersectionality enrich community organizing?
And for me, it used to be depressing anytime I realized I was identified with another group of people who were marginalized and oppressed, because it didn't actually occur to me that that was the case until I experienced a microaggression or some sort of barrier or some sort of exclusion because of that identity. It did not occur to me the weight that would come with being Black or being queer or being working class until I was in spaces where I may have been the only person who was that, or where I observed people who were that did not have as much power. And so, but then it's almost like it became a superpower in the sense that when I'm in movement spaces and I hear someone have a certain plight, I can say, I can identify with that actually. And that informs how I may enter another space where there may not be as much of a representation of people who do identify that way. And it allows for me to be empathetic and sympathetic and passionate in a way that I don't know that I would be if I were not identifying with multiple layers of oppressed people. Because everybody has intersectionality. I mean, no matter what it is. But what do those intersections imply as it relates to your experience in society? And so I think for me, of course, practically on a day-to-day, it does get difficult in navigating and having to think about, like, is this person not listening to me because I'm this and this, or am I eliminated from this opportunity because of this, or I know it was because I am this and not that. What also it comes with is now I see that if all of these barriers are not addressed, then I'm not any better off. So it gives a sort of commitment to the movement that I think is very special.
And it kind of circles back to that trust piece too, of like you building trust for yourself in that moment. And like you said, finding somebody who looks like you, or you can understand why they're either positioned that way or saying something because you've experienced that same.
Absolutely. Even at Democracy North Carolina, there was a time where since I'd worked there, where I was the only person who I think identified as Black, queer, and neurodivergent openly.
Yeah.
And now I see a few other people
Yeah.
on staff
That's
who
powerful.
identify as Black, queer, and neurodivergent openly.
Yeah.
And so when I can hear and observe certain things that may be happening to them uniquely, it gives me like a certain level of like heightened sensitivity,
Yeah.
but also awareness and
Yeah.
wanting to advocate to make sure
Yes.
that while there has been progress made so that there are people who are in this space, if those people do not feel totally comfortable and do not feel totally loved, then that is an entry point for me to assert that activism and all the things that you talked about before that I do. But what does it mean to have all of these different experiences and understandings if I can't apply that when I see people who have my exact identities
Yeah.
struggling with some of the same struggles that I struggle with?
Yeah.
So I think that's another advantage of being in these intersectional movements and spaces.
What would you say to Des right now that's scrolling by and stopping at our video, that's Black and queer and neurodivergent? What would you tell somebody who might identify with that today?
The funny thing is, so I wrote a story for The Indie where I created an incubator for young queer voices in the Triangle to talk about what it's like to be a young queer person. So I'm actually going to quote one of them. He's 15 years old. His name is Taj Scott. And I asked him a similar question. And his response was, find your people. And it might be more difficult to do that because there are a lot of people who may not openly identify like you. So if you can be the person who can be that person who pushes themselves a little bit more, and maybe to one other person or two other people or a room of people, start to lean into your identities, you will find that you will invite more people who will do the same. And it is necessary that you do that because if we're talking about community-led organizing, we have to know where our communities even are. So I would say that it's kind of a chicken and the egg thing. Do you have confidence before you find your community, or do you have your community before you find that confidence? But I would say if you do not believe that you are in a space right now where you have that sort of love and support, fortunately, because of the nature of social media, even though there are some drawbacks and a lot of forums, there are more places where you can access people who may share your experience and your identity than when I was a kid, and the beginnings of that were like MySpace, and I don't think we even knew what we were doing.
We did not. We were the test.
We didn't know what we were doing. We're
Yes.
just like, I can put up a song and, you know,
Yes.
a background, and we
Yes.
didn't realize we were coding back then.
Right? I could change the font.
Right.
Yes.
But I would say now, look for places where you can have that community, because we do need each other and we keep us safe. So that's what I would say.
Absolutely. And you keep us safe. Thank you so much for that, Des. And any
Yeah.
other folks or people that come to mind that embody those same values?
Yeah. So definitely, as I mentioned, Ella Baker was fantastic. I also want to give a huge shout out to Fred Hampton, who had this idea of working class vanguard-led leadership models. And I also really loved his approach where I'm not going to say he was colorblind, because that's outrageous to think that anybody ever could be. But what he saw was that, especially from the class lens,
Yes.
there were so many ways that we had experienced the same oppression across identities.
Sure.
And it was important for us to recognize those identities,
Sure.
but also recognize that there were certain bodies of people who were oppressing us regardless of our identity.
Yes,
So
that's
we
right.
could, regardless of our identity, also organize together and
Yes.
mobilize together and fight back
Yes.
against
that-
capitalist
yeah.
structures.
And then
yeah.
and in that time frame, you know, Black and Puerto Rican folks,
Yes.
you know,
Yes,
came
the
together.
Chicano movement
Yes.
was huge. You had even Black Power, Yellow Peril, I think I'm naming it
Yes,
correctly.
yes. Yeah, with everything that happened with Asian and
I
Pacific
know that I
Islander
misnamed that.
communities.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yes.
absolutely. So you would see that, and even white working class
Yeah.
people.
Rural Appalachia.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. So it was a beautiful idea to think of this young Black person who unfortunately was, of course, assassinated by the state in the most savage and brutal way that one could be. And one has to wonder, wow, like he had to really have been this much of a threat that they would
Yeah.
do this to
Yeah.
this type of person.
A
But it
threat
was
to
so
the
threatening.
classes and imperialist
Yes.
structure that has navigated the way white men in power
Yes.
have held that power and retained that power for centuries.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it was so threatening because he was challenging the way that we thought of each other as human beings, and what it even meant to be in community.
Yeah.
And so I think about that a lot when I'm thinking about what are we fighting against,
Yeah.
and what are we fighting for,
Absolutely.
and how it is great to recognize our identities and still make sure that we can love and respect those identities, accommodate those identities, but not let those identities be the reasons that we keep ourselves apart in organizing
Yeah.
against common threats.
Yeah, and I think that's showing up today in 2024 when we
Yeah.
look at the way that bad people are using race and using white supremacy to divide and distract people
Yes.
from real issues like
Absolutely.
having a house or an incredibly skyrocketing rent or economic devastation as in the form of not supporting people, working class people, mothers, parents, childcare. There's a childcare crisis that's happening across
Absolutely.
North Carolina and the United States. Like there are these frameworks and system. Public education,
Yes.
North Carolina ranks the lowest
Yes.
in public education out of a lot of states. Yeah. And so like when we think about that, like I'd love to hear more about how particularly the program that you do, so
Yeah.
nonprofit voter engagement program and other direct service organizations are filling that gap.
Yeah. And I also want to say the most effective movements I've seen on a large scale have been intersectional movements. And I'm not talking about an individual with intersections. I'm saying where across identities, people have been dedicated, even if it is about the oppression of a specific identity. And one of the places, and I am going to pivot into NPVE.
Oh, you're good.
But I know we've watched this very heartwarming uprising for Palestine.
Yes.
Against Israel and the genocide that is happening.
Yes.
And it has been so beautiful
Yeah.
to see these, I'm calling them babies, these babies on these college campuses
Yes.
across identities.
Yeah, it's a
Black
powerful
kids,
student
white
movement.
kids. Yeah, I mean, just like, we don't care. We are going to throw down until
Yes.
this stops.
Yes.
And I think that is required to, I mean, and to also still let those movements be led by the people who are most impacted,
Yes,
going back to the
100%.
very beginning. And so it's been very inspiring to see Palestinian and Lebanese people lead these movements, and people trust them
Yeah.
and get behind them and stand alongside them in a way that might be one of the most powerful movements I've seen in my lifetime.
I would agree with that. And
Yeah.
and you can see the top power structures shaking in their boots and sending mass SWAT teams to Columbia University,
I know.
amongst other things, right? Or Chief Justice Roberts writing in his majority opinion when houselessness became
Yeah.
a crime,
Yeah.
that also includes students who have vacated their dorms and pitched a tent in the middle of campus.
The mask.
The mass bans that we're
exactly.
seeing,
Exactly.
across. So, in North Carolina, there has been a mask ban
Mhm.
enacted in the General Assembly. So our state leaders are more worried about people wearing masks
Yeah.
versus publicly funding our education systems.
Yeah. And a lot of that is because
They
people.
could pass that bill in 1 week, which they passed that bill in 1
Absolutely.
week. But Leandro's literally been around and still contested and still in the court for over 3 decades.
Yeah. And the mask ban was just so crazy because on top of it being an attack and passive aggressive swipe at people who were protecting themselves against COVID, it was also an attack at people who were covering their faces during protests because they did not want to be harassed and identified by the state if there was some sort of recognition of who they were.
And the rise in political violence amongst vigilante groups.
Yeah.
Like that, there is a real threat out there, and being able to keep yourself safe no matter what position you take and in movements you're a part of is a critical part of our community-led organizing and just to society as a whole.
And just democracy.
Yeah, just democracy, like legit democracy.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, they are finding multiple ways to just chip away at the First Amendment. Speech, petition, religion, assembly, press, it's all been attacked almost in one movement. And it's fascinating to watch, but I love how so many organizing principles have come together to continue that movement.
Yes.
And whether or not one wants to gauge by whatever metric is it successful, has it been a failure, it's still going.
Yeah.
That's its own celebration that people have not been discouraged into stopping. Also talking about people who are still going, the nonprofit voter education has been, or nonprofit voter engagement has been an absolute joy to be part of. And what we do is we give many grants to organizations. So Democracy North Carolina is one of many anchor sites across the country that gets larger grants from NPV, nonprofit votes, to then re-grant to smaller nonprofits, service nonprofits for the most part, to run voter engagement programs using their organizations as an incubator.
Yeah.
So this can look like voter education, this can look like voter registration, this can look like people signing pledge cards to make sure that people have rides to the polls, that people know where their polling locations are. But what is really cool about this concept is the humility in recognizing that we are not just going to hire a team of people on election year to do that, to go out and just educate voters and register them and pass out literature, that it's going to require community-led organizing to make that possible, even for something as specific as voter turnout and mobilization and education. And so what's been absolutely thrilling is to work with people who have been doing this since before I was born. And I am lucky enough for them to even entertain the fact that I can give them a tool to help them do what they've already been doing.
That's beautiful.
And they tell me so many stories about what they're doing, about the high schools that they've been going to, registering people to vote, about how their church has been doing XYZ initiative that's been similar to this for however many or so years, been telling me how they used to work with Bob Hall back during these times, how they've worked with other people on our staff over the years, how their organization has been dedicated to voting rights. So it's been like I have been adopted into these communities of people ranging from HBCU Mr. and Miss, that's like that's one of the organizations where of course they're very young, all the way up to people in NCNW who might be elders, to people who are in sororities and people who are in churches and soup kitchens. And so you get this awesome like sampler platter of North Carolina organizing, and we're giving them money to do things that are going to amplify and that's investing in grassroots work that's really inspiring for us to just watch. And I enjoy just having a front row seat and being able to watch all the amazing ways and creative ways that they do this. I mean, people are like, oh, okay, well, we included this pledge card in as parents were getting their kids out of the after school program and signing their kids out, we're like, hey, sign this pledge card while you're right here.
Yes.
Or we included it in the literature they needed to register for this, or we had our QR code on the table as people were coming to get their breakfast so they could scan it. Shout out to our comms department for creating these QR codes and these link trees for these digital pledge cards. I love it. I love it. It's such a great network that we even have within our organization to make things like this possible. But you really start to see how innovative they are in doing this, and it lets you know they have been doing this for a long time. They have been finding ways to reach people, and I am happily just a tool in their tool belt.
Amongst many tools. And it kind of circles back around to what we talked about at the top of this conversation of how people not just flying in or you hiring a bunch of people to do this work, or to the point of Ella Baker just taking direction or taking these demands, actually asking the people that is being impacted by these policies or being impacted to not do the work, but say, hey, what do you need to support your work?
Absolutely. If you're in a place that's being gerrymandered, or a place where, they might be moving your precinct tomorrow, or the Board of Elections is doing something ridiculous, or, not the Board of Elections, but
the General Assembly.
The General Assembly is doing something to attack the Board of Elections, right? Then, it's going to be essential that you motivate those people and educate those people to go vote. And then you have changing requirements for people with felonies, for whether or not you need an ID.
Super
Exactly. And these rules and changing and shifting policies can create mental barriers for people wanting to go vote. So
you're like, I did it this way once, and then now I'm caught up in this policy or gerrymandering. North Carolina's no stranger to that, or things change all the time, so that can be frustrating.
And then you have to backpack all the way to who are the people who literally know the people. If I, as Desmara, just come out to one of these football games that they're posted up at, they may or may not walk by and say hello, but if they see, Deaconess Jones out there, and she snags them by their hand and says, I need you to fill out this pledge card, that's a little bit different. That's again, like how we were talking about, how do you get people to listen to you? Building that relationship. They've already done that. So why would we want to come back in and be so arrogant that we think it's better for us to be the mouthpiece than to leverage and help to cement a relationship that already exists? And that's why I really adore this program.
That's amazing.
And it was, I don't think it was realized. I'm going to guess that nonprofit votes didn't even realize how essential this model was until the pandemic.
Sure.
When we literally were not going out there.
No.
We are not about to knock on anybody's door and do, but so it required that we had people who already knew these people and could send those digital links and could post things on their Facebooks and could know where safe social distancing was happening, that could package things and mail them out. So it was like, wow, this is just proving that we have to have community-based leadership, because we never know when we're literally going to be in a crisis, or like you have what's going on in Asheville. We don't know how to navigate that. We have to rely on people who are there.
Absolutely. Those mutual aid hubs and the solidarity, the folks that are living their values through solidarity.
Absolutely.
And mutual aid out west. Well, any other tidbits of information you'd love to let our viewers know today?
I will say that I have a 12-year-old who is probably the person where I'm trying to figure out how to do all of these things, how to get them to listen to me, how to mobilize them, how to get them interested in what I'm talking about, how to get them to let me talk.
Parenting is a testing ground for community-led organizing.
And it will just make you have to challenge every single thing you thought you knew about how human relations should go. So that is my that's my new project for the next however many years, trying to figure out how to translate organizing principles to I will say I have learned that there has to be a certain level of participatory democracy with my child in particular, or nothing will get
Especially
done.
entering those teen years. Those
Yes.
teen years are right around the corner.
Yes, or nothing will get done.
Yeah.
Some kids in some households, they might be able to survive with other styles of parenting, but with my daughter,
Yes.
no. We have to come to an agreement, or
Yes.
there will not be anything that happens at all.
I'm gonna have to take notes from you as a new mom myself. I have a few years before that happens, but I will definitely be taking notes. And I hope all of you are out there today. Thank you so much, Des, for joining us as we talked about community-led organizing here in North Carolina. Be sure to check our page out for all of our previous episodes about voting here in North Carolina and what it means to be part of our liberatory movement. My name is Joselle Torres. Thank you for joining, and we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Hey everybody, hey everybody. So cool. That was Desmond Gatewood, one of our great staff people here at Democracy North Carolina. A real joy to know. Yeah, Des is one of those folks that is constantly doing work in the community. She was born into the work, born into the movement, and is a person I consider a close friend and comrade in this work. The next person that we're going to play is our policy director, Caitlin Kaiser, and she's going to talk a little bit about some of the work that our policy team is doing here at Democracy North Carolina. So yeah.
Hey friends, and welcome back to another episode of Built by Us, a video series built of, by, and for the people. If you've heard of Built by Us before, that's because this spawned from our amazing podcast. So be sure to tune into past episodes anywhere that you listen to podcasts, on Apple or Spotify or wherever. Today, we're talking about voting after disaster. In North Carolina, about a week and a half ago, Hurricane Helene devastated Western North Carolina, wiping out complete towns, ruining homes and families and communities that have been established for decades and generations. And a lot of counties and places are currently left without water, electricity, infrastructure in general, and a lot of community and mutual aid programs are coming in to help and support, including our friends at Beloved Asheville, the Pansy Collective, the Blue Ridge Public Radio. There are a lot of great organizations doing work out there. One of the things that we're doing here at Democracy NC is making sure that if and when you have a moment to say, how the hell am I going to vote in this election, that we've got those answers for you. We're here and ready to make sure you can access the ballot. So I've got an incredible guest today, Caitlin Kaiser, who's our policy director, has extensive voting rights litigation experience challenging discriminatory voter ID laws in North Carolina to fighting for fair maps in Florida and Texas. She graduated with honors from law school from North Carolina Central University, go Eagles, and is dedicated to fighting for accountable, transparent, and a participatory multiracial democracy. Hey, Caitlin.
Hi, Joselle.
Thanks so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, so today we're going to talk about voting after disaster. And we would love to be able to tell our viewers today, what are we doing to support voters that have been affected by the hurricane?
Yeah, so right now a lot is actually happening. So immediately after Hurricane Helene came through Western North Carolina, our State Board of Elections immediately started to hold emergency meetings to start thinking about what needs to be done now. And so one of the things at the offset was knowing that many of these counties in Western North Carolina did not have internet, cell service, power. And so our State Board of Elections met in an emergency meeting and discussed this in public so that anyone who wanted to learn more or provide folks in the West with information could do so. And so the State Board of Elections first met to discuss how to provide counties with flexibility on voting by mail meetings. And so on October 1st, by law, all counties in North Carolina are required to start to review and process mail-in ballots that are received at the County Board of Elections.
Yeah.
And so we knew that those counties that were impacted were already receiving mail-in ballots. And so the first thing that our State Board of Elections did was give flexibility to those counties to delay that process and to allow them to restart when it was going to be best for them, as we know that they needed to have, that many staff were also impacted in dealing with personal issues from the hurricane, whether it was housing, their families being displaced, or needing to leave the state to find more secure shelter. And so that was one of the first things that our State Board of Elections did. Another step that our State Board of Elections took was meeting this Monday, and
this past Monday was October 7th.
Thank you. This Monday, October 7th, and met and used its emergency powers to implement various flexibilities to allow the county boards of elections to serve voters where they are at right now.
That's great.
One of the main things that the county board of elections did was provide flexibility for how voters can request a mail-in ballot.
Okay.
And so voters can have up till November 4th to actually go to the County Board of Elections office and make that request for a mail-in ballot. And importantly, in North Carolina, if a voter cannot make the request themselves because maybe they don't have transportation to leave their home, a near relative can make that request on their behalf. And so that
or they're stranded.
Yeah.
And they're waiting for arborists to cut down the many trees that are in front of their road.
Yeah, we know. I know. I saw pictures of roads just being destroyed, main highways, and so we know that movement and being able to move safely is a real problem, and it's going to continue to be impacting voters. As we enter into early voting starting on October 17th, and so. Voters can ask a loved one to be able to request that ballot, or if a voter is disabled, they can ask any person of their choice. And so it's a more expansive option for a person who is disabled.
Yeah,
so
we saw a lot of care facilities get impacted by the hurricane. Like I think I saw mutual aid groups going out helping seniors flush their toilets because they literally couldn't flush their toilet or have water to do that. So that, it's amazing that they can have a person help them get their mail ballot if they're not able to leave their care facility or home.
Yes, and that is something where we are seeing this impact of our systems. So whether it's water waste management, coming into contact with voting. And so we know right now that, as you said earlier, people right now are thinking about their basic needs. How can I have my basic needs satisfied? And then we know that once people feel in a more comfortable place, that voting will start to come to that top of the mind. And I think that's also really important right now. And when we're thinking about the response to Hurricane Helene, is many of our legislators will be on the ballot. And thinking about what we could have done differently is going to, maybe people might have feelings about that. That we should have, North Carolina as a state should have been in a better place to have a more robust response for people, especially in Western North Carolina. And so that is something where people might be voting for this exact issue, climate crisis, and how North Carolina can have a more inclusive response to disaster relief or disaster.
You make really great points. Voting might not be at the top of the mind. And because the election is so important this year, not just at the top of the ticket, not just the presidential, going all the way down the ballot and checking your school board, your council people, your representatives for waste management, or your the North Carolina State Supreme Court. There's a position that's going to be on the ballot for that. So all of those matter and impact the way disaster relief is enacted in your county or what's passed at this General Assembly. I think the North Carolina General Assembly met as well and passed a disaster relief package. Can you tell us a little bit more about, like, you kind of touched on some things, but like maybe 3 highlights of that policy and what that looks like for an everyday person?
Yeah. So the first major thing that the North Carolina General Assembly did is they appropriated, so gave funds to our State Board of Elections of $5 million.
Okay.
And that is amazing because our State Board of Elections had requested those funds to be able to provide the impacted county boards of elections with emergency response kits, whether or not the ability to hire temporary staff to come in and support, as well as to be able to set up temporary voting sites. So having the equipment and technology to be able to do that, as well as that money can go into, whether it's rental equipment or other sorts of needs that to ensure that the quality of voting and the security of voting continues on, regardless if it's at a temporary site or not. And so that was the first major thing that the General Assembly did in passing House Bill 149.
Yeah, I know things get dramatically more expensive when disaster hits.
Yes, it does. And our General Assembly has a $1 billion surplus of funds. And so let's use it. Now is the time to be using this money. And so it was really great to, it was encouraging, I should say, for them to be able to give those funds to the state board like that. Another thing that the General Assembly did in this bill was expand the relief to 25 counties. Okay. And so when the State Board of Elections met on October 7th, on that Monday.
Yes, what are days right
all
now?
The days are, all the days are together. When the State Board of Elections met, they made the emergency powers to only 13 counties.
Okay.
And so what the General Assembly did is they expanded that to 25 counties in the Western North Carolina. And so by expanding those powers, now those voters have access to more accessible voting by mail options. They now have an option to get a MAT team, which stands for a multi-partisan team, to come to them. So in a situation where a voter cannot leave their house, a MAT member and MAT team can come to that person's house and help them vote and take their ballot back to the county boards of elections office.
That's really
so that is, that is an essential service, especially for people who are stuck or who feel concerned about driving or leaving their homes. Another top policy that the General Assembly modified was allowing folks to be able to serve from other counties as poll workers or election officials.
That's awesome.
And so, like me and you, if in all the spare time that we have, can or other people who feel like they have an urge to go to the West. We know we've heard some organizations who are out there supporting voters say just wait until we figure out the landscape of this. But for elections, we know again that the people who are running our elections are people from our communities.
Yes.
But we also know that those people are also impacted. And County Board of Elections, may need extra help to be able to off-shift the people who are typically in those roles. And so if you are registered in Wake County or Orange County, you can volunteer to be an election official in those 25 impacted counties. And to be able to find that out, you can go to the State Board of Elections website, and they will be able to provide you with those lists of 25 counties that are in that region.
That's amazing. All right, take a moment. Make sure you go to the State Board of Elections website and check out where you can be a poll worker in any county that's been affected by Hurricane Helene. It's a really great way to get involved. I know a lot of folks are supporting mutual aid efforts across Western North Carolina, and that's super important. So you have extra time, especially during the early voting period or on Election Day. Being a poll worker in one of these counties is a great way to get involved. So what if, you talk about different county, right? I'm in
Yes, that was Joselle and Caitlin. So our final like video that we're going to play from the work that we're doing in Democracy, North Carolina, and some of our closest friends here is a short video, or is actually a video about the work happening over at Working Films. Some of our friends at Working Films. So see if I can get to it, y'all. Oh, the video's not playing. Well, having technical difficulties. I'm going to transition on to the next thing. I'm going to move on over to the next part of our program this morning and talk about some of the work that's, where is it coming up now?
Their home
And-
got wiped away. Like
Yeah.
literally, this is a reality for folks.
Truly. And they're just in a position right now where I don't know if I'll be able to go back in 6 months. I don't know if I'll be able to go back in a year. And so if you're in a place where you don't know where your residence will be and you're not intending to return home, then you have the option to do same day registration. And what that will allow you to do is you can, between the period of October 17th and November 2nd,
Um, see if I can get it to play now. There we go.
This is a Valentine's Day card from you. Very cute. You always gave me Valentine's Day cards. Your presence in my life makes me a better, more whole person. That's right, you see? We can't always control the circumstances that the universe places us in or the times and spaces where we find love. That's so beautiful. Why don't you write me no more, huh? No, I got your little text messages.
That's crazy. I have all these letters like right here. I haven't gone through any of them since I've been home.
I used to go through them more.
Yeah.
And I used to like hide different ones where you were really nice to me and really sweet. And I would put them in different sections of the house and I would stumble upon it and I would read it. I keep telling myself that when things are uncomfortable, that's when growth happens. And I'm trying to learn from all of this, but I can't help feeling like I made a mistake leaving the last place. This is when you first came to San Quentin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The first Christmas after San Quentin. Because you came in October, right?
Mm-hmm.
It really does remind me of like how much you influenced like my political upbringing and stuff, and just like writing letters back and forth to you and talking to you about stuff. And it wasn't just like prison stuff. It was like a lot of things. Such a beautiful picture. When we were pretending to be sleeping because we were running out of ideas of poses.
No, that's a good idea. We're talking about.
It was a good idea.
To me, in my mind, like the way I thought about it is like I wanted to imagine us just sleeping through like all of this shit that was happening.
I love that.
February 2020. Dear Issa, I hope you're well today and finding ease wherever you are. I know your birthday is coming up and I'm excited for you, even though I won't be there in person. February is a special month because it's the month that we both came into this world in our purest form of the divine, before the distortions of the world became imprinted on us. I miss you so much today. But to be honest, I can't count the days that I've had this feeling. It's part of the experience of this place. Not only the architecture designed to separate us physically from each other with cold concrete and steel, but also the psychological and emotional distance that cuts through the core of what feels like one of our most human needs, to be deeply connected to others, and ultimately in that, connected to a purpose. We're all inside of this place trying to find our way out of here, but also trying to find a way to be together in spite of the separations that are inherent in the prison structure. What's helped me stay connected is my work here inside of the Media Center with the First Watch team, creating videos about the lives and perspectives of incarcerated people. It feels like some of the most important work that I've ever been a part of, and alongside some of the most talented people that I've ever been around.
Welcome to the First Watch Creative Space. It's an election year, and we thought that we would get some of the voices of the people that reside here at San Quentin.
We have a voice, and one way our voice is heard is by doing this type of work.
Apart from my crew, Edmund, Ton, Reese, and Jesse, Rasan, who is the host of Ear Hustle, is someone I love collaborating with.
And I have a question for the billionaire Democratic hopefuls. Why are you guys spending $500 million on commercials
He's a visionary thinker and sees the bigger picture of our work here in ways that feel very aligned with my own values.
Because no matter what, my voice remains free, and I'm going to keep screaming about better solutions that don't involve violence or incarceration until all our problems are solved and our streets are safer.
My name is Lonnie Morris, and safety is to me.
Lonnie, who has been here at San Quentin for over 40 years and has been doing media work for much of that time, is a mentor for all of us and someone who I respect greatly for his wisdom. Wisdom gained through lived experience, not through theory or formal education.
You know, and we talk on the phone and all that. One of the things that really is difficult for me and my family is they really believe, you know, I'm getting out of prison. It's going to be real difficult for me to get out of prison. So I'm stuck in this kind of no man land of trying to be honest and truthful with them, but not create any illusions.
More than anything else, what feels important is how we are building community, creating shared values and meaning through this work, and living out our commitments to our greater community of incarcerated people all across the state. By using the power of telling our stories to change the system that incarcerated us.
These prison walls.
I remember for so many years in this prison feeling like a ship lost at sea, alone and far away from community and the healing power of connectedness. And finally, I found through filmmaking a way to access the thing that I needed most to heal the parts of myself that felt broken. For the first time in almost 12 years in prison, I feel connected to a purpose, Issa.
But first, watch them.
March 17th, 2020. Dear Issa, what is going on in the world? Out in the world, you all have been given a shelter-in-place order. Last night, about 100 of us were moved to the dorms and the institution was put on full lockdown. I wonder how you're doing and if you're safe, if my mom is safe, and whether or not by the time you get this letter, this will all be over.
California is now under a statewide stay-at-home order.
The decision comes as California plans for a worst-case scenario.
Alabama and Missouri just joined 40 other states that are urging people to stay home.
America is now preparing for the pandemic.
We were really scared because we knew that it was inevitable. I think we all kind of had talked about how if COVID-19 gets to San Quentin, it's going to be a huge outbreak.
Outside, non-incarcerated populations started going into like the beginnings of a shelter in place. That same week, the prison system went on modified program. Even though there hadn't been any confirmed cases within the prison, yet in anticipation, the prison went on lockdown. And people went from having full access to everything the prison offered every day to nothing.
COVID-19 is rapidly spreading through the state's overcrowded prisons. Conditions make it nearly impossible to stop the virus once it enters a prison.
Hey, Adamu, we're so glad that you can join us.
What's up, everybody?
You've got like 12 of us listening to you. What's going on in there?
It's kind of like a chaotic situation. Last Monday, this is what we heard. There were some incarcerated people that were brought up from Chino where they had a COVID-19 outbreak. Now, all of a sudden, like we have an outbreak here. The last word that we got was there were 20 cases.
Keep bringing us the information of what you want us to be demanding on y'all's behalf. We don't want to be making up demands for you. We want to hear what you need and support you and know that we're thinking and we're trying to get organized.
We were getting real-time information because of relationships that were pre-existing. And anytime we could connect people to people inside so that people were able to speak for themselves.
On the line with me, I have a friend of mine, Adamu, who's currently living in San Quentin. He wanted to share some things about the conditions inside and his concerns about the way the epidemic is being handled at San Quentin.
Okay. I think everybody has a very high level of anxiety right now. I would just say, please speak up and speak out about what's going on. They're packed like cage animals. I'm not sure about the status of a person that's sleeping, feet away from me.
So many people in San Quentin are dying because we can't physically
distance ourselves from each other. It's so dark. It's so dank. There was no electricity.
The number of inmates at San Quentin who are now positive for COVID-19 exploded over the weekend.
1,011 inmates tested positive at San Quentin State Prison.
2,200 prisoners have been infected with the virus. 25 have died.
San Quentin has now become the largest coronavirus outbreak in California.
Peace, Sue. I used to love watching dominoes fall. As they hit the next in the line and the next in the line, they created a sense of excitement and wonder as I eyed how far they would go. Now, however, I'm seeing COVID-19 knock all of us down in the line, just like dominoes, so they don't seem so cool anymore. It's Independence Day, and another black man has died in prison. He made the third at San Quentin on death row to die from COVID-19. I have a headache and a sneeze, been sick for 5 days straight. Feels like something's trying to push my right eye out of its socket. Things are crazy here, but don't you be crying. I will survive. Salute, keep on fighting as I will. One love, Rasan.
Hey, Jen. I just thought I'd take a moment to write you a few words. Just tell you what's going on with me. I didn't think I'd ever be faced with a situation where my life was on the line and I hadn't even did nothing to get my life in jeopardy. In my life, I've done a lot of things that cause people to want to hurt me. But here I am sitting in prison, haven't done anything to anybody, and this disease wants to hurt me. It's strange. And I'm sitting there just waiting for them to call the second tier for showers and phone calls so I can get on the phone and hear your voice. Brighten my day. Take care. God bless. I love you.
I was so excited to receive your letter today. As the envelope came through the bars of my cell and hit the floor, I felt my heart race, anticipating where your words would take me, hoping to meet you in that place above these walls, beyond the mountains, where the ocean begins. It made me reflect on the supremacy of love, and that is the only form of supremacy that we will tolerate. It seems at times that words are all we have, as the world has so cruelly separated us in so many ways, and in the absence of fingertips, glances, and hugs. And so, as you say, we reach across the boundaries of time, space, and ideology to touch, if only just for a moment. Your words are a meditation, and as I sit here reading them again, I feel a bit less scattered.
Let's turn to James King from the Ella Baker Center.
Thanks to the chair and members of the committee for allowing me to speak with you today. My name is James King. I was released from San Quentin 6 months ago after living there for 6.5 years. The only safe, responsible solution is large-scale releases. But in spite of reports to the contrary, releases have actually slowed down.
What we need right now and what we need always is mass releases. No more excuses, no more transfers that kill more people, no more people getting sick on our watch.
Free my baby, bring him home. I can take care of him. I can take care of him. I birthed him. God blessed me with him. He blessed me with him.
Dear Adamu, what's given me comfort lately is knowing that so many people inside and outside have been organizing and coming together to care for each other in this moment. I just want you to know how grateful I am for you. I know how much you're putting at risk to speak out right now. I'm learning so much from you, Big Head. Each time you tell us what's happening inside and what new demands you've gathered from your community. Organizing like this makes me feel so close to you, almost like you're here, even though we haven't seen each other in months. Every morning, me and your mom look at the COVID tracker and see the cases skyrocketing at San Quentin and all over. We're so anxious all the time, wondering if the next email we get will tell us there are now cases in your housing unit. I just hope all we're doing can somehow bring you and everyone home soon. There's so many people out here fighting with y'all. I love you, Big Head. Please do everything you can to be safe. Issa.
I never believed in God my whole life, but around the end of the summer of 2020, I started feeling something, a movement, an energy that was pushing me towards freedom. And suddenly, like divine intervention, I was set free.
But it appears to me that he has enough credit time served for me.
Yes, he has been verified by the Department of Corrections.
Dear Issa, how can I explain the complexity of that moment? The pure joy of getting your life back, immediately followed by an overwhelming sadness and anxiety of leaving all of your best friends in a community that supported you through the winter of your life. I can't help but think of Rasan, Edmund, Lonnie, and so many more who were so much a part of my freedom journey, but won't be there with me at the end, and who continue to walk their own path.
Oh my God. I love y'all so much. I remember I was just being there and I just like, I can't believe that you're home. I can't believe that this is forever, you know? And that it doesn't end. Like, we don't have to have somebody saying like, oh, the visit's over. It's time to go home now. It's time to leave him now, you know? We went to the ocean that day, and I remember that's something that we had talked about for like such a long time. We went to like your favorite beach, and Ocean Beach, and it was just like a moment I feel like I had dreamed of since I was like a little kid or in that courtroom, like, you know, and thinking that it would happen and feeling like it would never happen, and then it happened.
I've always had a strong connection to the ocean. For as long as I can remember, it was a place that I went to calm myself and cleanse my energy. Years ago, when I was moved to San Quentin, the water, which was so close I could smell it, and at times see it through barbed wire or bars, represented my proximity to freedom and peace. I remember the day that I got out and standing on that beach next to the prison. Here I was on some of the most beautiful and expensive land in the world, on a beach where people in this neighborhood come to play with their children and dogs in the shadow of this terrible place. And how just an hour before I and the people inside had no concept of this beach and what was happening here. There's like this joke inside of San Quentin about Marin specifically, and about how dogs in Marin have more rights than incarcerated people. It's a joke, but it's also, there's a lot of it that rings true.
One year ago, CDCR moved 121 incarcerated people here to San Quentin. So today, 1 year later, we've returned to pray for those who have died.
If you would like to step forward and share a story that we could collectively hold with you.
Hi everyone, my partner is currently right here behind us. His name is Ton Tran, and this is my daughter. Okay. Ton, if you see this, we love you, and you are not forgotten. Want to say anything to Uniform?
We miss you a lot.
Thank you.
You know, as a formerly incarcerated inmate, you know, just seeing the families, friends, and supporters out here, man, it's a blessing. Thank you for standing in solidarity, and we thank you for everybody coming here today.
We do this chant, this prayer, and we offer it up, you know, for comfort, for our brother's comfort, you know. Oh, my love,
Dear Rasan, I was struck today by the thought that just like it's impossible to isolate a virus behind walls, you can't fully separate people from the communities that they belong to. I can't help but think of you and all of my dear loved ones that I want to be free and out of harm's way. I think about all that our community has lost through this time and over all these years living in the belly of this beast, and remain in hope that what we seek can be regained and made anew through struggle and community. It's what guides me towards staying connected and in this fight. Through all of the organizing meetings and direct action,
like the hyphen that bridges all that is human and heaven self.
all the fighting for folks to be released, all of the difficult complexities of showing up for a community. Drivers of this virus have been social inequality, right? What I witnessed was that the vast overcrowding in San Quentin and at all the prisons. As much as I would like to leave this place and this history behind me, I cannot deny it as part of myself. And I will continue to use the tools that I have at my disposal, my voice, my camera, and my newfound privilege as a free person, to make sure that all that has been is undone, and that we find the way back home together.
What up, though?
What's going on, bruh? How you doing?
I'm doing fair for square, man.
Yeah? How's your spirit?
Oh, man. It's up and it's down.
Yeah.
It's up and it's down. I just always remind myself that, you know, everything happens in its own time.
Right.
I don't want to be here, but God had a purpose for me. So let me look for that purpose and not complain.
Yeah.
People go home, right? Everybody that went home, it didn't forget me. It reconnected me to people that I wouldn't have access to if it wasn't for them. And everybody out there that got it before me is trying to get somebody else out. And so I feel like that's my job. It's my job to go out and advocate to get them out too. So it's like each one of us that got out needs somebody else to get out. And so it's kind of a beautiful thing.
Sometimes I feel like I'm unplugged and settled in the matrix, watch a lack of understanding create fear and develop hatred. We all at different stages, different mental spaces. One thing that make us the same is we all human, embrace it. I was laced up by some sages. One told me the goal is to lead this world the way we came in and be just like a baby. Cause all the baby know is love until it's taught to hate. And it don't matter about your class, your gender, or your race. The energy you emanate could be the difference between you getting lemons or lemonade. Either way, when you get a taste of the ways of the universe, mistakes get brought to light to rectify and recognize all the ways that you can learn. Sometimes the process hurts, but we gotta process pain. Cause hurt people, time to grow from change. We need to heal from trauma, we need really problems. All our problems, but fulfill them restorations. If we ain't on different pages, that'll be like a breath of fresh air, like respiration. No lie, yeah. Please fill me up, cause I just wanna change the world forever. No lie, I wanna bring the world together.
People have a lot of opinions about policing, and our ideas about policing are shaped by our race, our genders, our class, and our parents. For example, most white people have very little interaction with police. In a recent study, 77% of white people had no contact with police in the previous year. Of those who did, at least half were traffic stops, and in many cases, white people initiated contact by calling the police. Since they have little unwanted contact, many white people's opinions about policing are not based on personal experience. Dominant culture, especially mass media, sells us the image of officer-friendly, but whose experience is that actually based on? The same study found that Black people experience excessive force at the hands of police at more than twice the rate of white people. Did we have a just and equitable police force and something went wrong? No. Policing in the South emerged from the slave patrols in the 17 and 1800s that caught and returned runaway enslaved people. In the West, police departments were formed to keep Native people out of cities built by white settlers. And in the North, the first municipal police departments in the mid-1800s helped quash labor strikes and riots against the rich, and policed public spaces to conform to middle-class white morality around gender and sexuality and exclude poor, unhoused, or disabled people. Policing in the U.S. began as a system of economic, social, racial, patriarchal, and ableist control. And that is what it still is today. The truth is police don't do what most people think they do. Police spend more than half of their time responding to non-criminal calls and traffic issues, and only 1 to 3% of their time responding to violent crime calls. Police don't stop violence. They respond to violence that has already occurred, and they respond with their own threat of violence, and that response is not equitable. When people of color are involved, police often engage violently. Yet we spend an astronomical amount of money on the police, over $100 billion a year. Let that sink in. The demand to defund the police is about minimizing the role and power of police in our society. It's about demanding that the government stop writing blank checks for racist control, containment, and punishment. Defunding the police is also about recognizing that police do not solve or address any social issues. They do not prevent harm. What if we took that $100 billion and invested it in our community? What if we had housing, access to healthy food and clean water, health care, healing, cooperative businesses, education, child care, parks, art, and community services? If you already have those things, great. But that's not the reality everywhere. Ask yourself, if we have the resources, why doesn't everyone have this?
What's happening, bro? You ever heard of the MOVE organization? The MOVE organization? My family used to live here. You remember Rizzo? And the attack on MOVE in 1978? So this is where the house was. This is where all the police were. They were around, they were everywhere. And they was on top of that building there, and they were in the grass over here. And this is where the side windows to the house were, and they were shooting and aiming inside of the house with the bullets. Yeah, 12 adults and a bunch of kids were inside the house. My mom was pregnant with me, she was inside the house too. So, my dad was in there too, but when the whole thing went down and all of the shooting, a cop got killed. And of course, they blamed it on us. So 9 people went to prison, 9 members, MOVE members, and they spent at least 40 years each in prison. They just started getting out last year. Yeah, so my mom and my dad, they both did 40 years in prison. My mom just got out last June. My dad just got out last October.
I was born in a jail cell. My mom couldn't take me home. I had to bring her home.
When Mom first came home, her and I used to talk for hours, every day. One time, she was in her room, and I knocked on her door, and she said, "Come in," and I went in, and I looked down on the floor. She was barefoot, right, and I saw her feet, and I realized that's the first time I ever saw her feet before. When I was looking at her feet, it was kind of like the first time I remember seeing her. It was like it matched. It matched with the image that if I had one, that would have been. I talked to my friend Bobby, and he said, "Wow, you're learning at 40 years old what babies learn about their mothers."
Oh my God, he was so cute. He was a really golden olive brown skin-like color. He had lots of hair. It was like slick on his head. Just once I wiped him off, his hair would curl up a little bit. I just wanted to keep holding him I wanted to keep him. You know, I didn't want to keep him. And then I had worries about, who's going to feed him and, all that stuff. Then this stuff started going more through my head after I had him. Like, are they going to care for him like I would? And, even though I know I had to give him to my mother, I think tears was just streaming down my face. And I just, almost, at that point, but I had to hold myself together. I said, he's going to be all right. He's going to be all right. He's going to be all right. Yeah. I physically, very, very begrudgingly gave him to her. And just saying that, gave him to her. It's just so hard, like those words. And every time I relive this, I just go through the same thing. It never settles with me. It never feels like I'm going to get over this. We weren't free to go and come as we wanted to. This was an ongoing harassment by the city of Philadelphia's police. This was like a continuation of being stopped by cops on the street and taken into back alleys, beating people. Women suffered, miscarriages at the hands of cops. Babies being dangled by the legs over a banister post because they wanted to evict somebody. I thought it was necessary. I thought it was necessary to fight for my home, to fight for my freedom, actually. I didn't think that they was going to attack the house the way they did. That guilt is still there because I'm supposed to be their protector. I'm supposed to be their mother. I wasn't there when they were hurt. I wasn't there, when they needed me.
Dad, let me get Nappy first.
Can you do me a favor, Lemur? Yeah.
can you run down upstairs and get my flashlight? Upstairs. It's on my night table. Maybe in my backpack. Real quick. What are you doing, cat? Have a guess. Aaliyah! Yeah? Today. What? Today. Did you find it? Did you really not? You didn't find it? Hello? You all tangled up. Wait. Can I see these? Here. I'll tell you when I felt angry. I felt angry when she tried to tell me something that I didn't need her to tell me. This is how you do this, Michael. I don't want you to do it like this. You know, those days are gone, long gone. I'm good, because you haven't been here to teach me anything about this. So now that I figured it out on my own, I don't need you to try to change what I'm doing, because it works for me. I did this on my own. I used to call myself the back burner kid. Everything else was always more priority. Everything else.
You know, I never, ever wanted that for you or, you know, your sister. But the reality is, you know, it was there. But, you know, and I'm sorry for, you know, any grief or pain or whatever misery you had to go through behind me not being there.
No, I wasn't on Alex' team. I wasn't on Alex's team. They did win. He said, oh, Grandma was a goalie. Hey, Grandma was a good goalie. How come you got rid of her? Remember that? No, you wasn't there. You wasn't there.
No, I don't want to.
Kick it to me. No. Kick it to me.
No.
I think the one thing I had to learn, I didn't learn until I was a parent myself. I thought that because you're my parents, that meant that you're incapable almost of making mistakes that would cause me pain.
Yeah.
Learning that that is not true took a long time.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1. All right, do it with me. Come on. Oh. Okay, what's another thing? Oh, see? You always do it real fast.
Today, Aaliyah. Today. Today.
All right, what we gonna serve first? Let me see. No, she gonna show off. What?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Okay,
You can
show off. Okay. See? I think she's gonna show off on me. Keep showing up. Keep going. Yeah. I need to do it earlier. And don't expect me to do that.
Wait, stay still. Stay still. Where are you? I can't see what's going on. Stay still, will you?
No.
You're gonna fall.
Oh, he's too heavy.
All right, Leader. Ready to go up?
You told me this thing when you got out, the day that we picked you up. and you said, you're free now. And I want you to do everything you want to do. You don't have to hold yourself back. You said, I want you to fly, baby. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that I took from that, you just got out of prison. You didn't say, I'm free now, I can do whatever I want. You said, I'm free now, you are free.
Hey, how you doing? Good, how you feel?
Pretty good. Waiting for you to perform today.
Oh, really? That's pressure. Hey, how you doing?
I am blessed in spite of any mess, and so will you, but we got to bring this mess to the system, right?
No doubt. We on the move. All right, and go to that white one. Just tap it. No?
We are in a political moment where we have brought several of our lockdown revolutionaries home, and we are going to fight until we bring Mumia home too. In the words of Mumia Abu Jamal, every single incarcerated person is a political prisoner.
Free Mumia Abu Jamal, free all political prisoners, bring them all home.
That was Lorraine's house, Miss Lorraine. That's Angie's house. Oh, that's the Campbell's house. Wow. That was Eugene and Angie and them. Wow.
All right, I'm going to read off here the names of the fallen warriors. George Jackson, Geronimo Pratt, Afeni Shakur, Tom Manning, John Africa, Raymond Africa, Frank Africa, Rhonda Africa, Teresa Africa, Comrade Africa, Delisha Africa, Netta Africa, Katrisa Africa, Tommaso Africa, Little Phil Africa, Merle Africa, Phil Africa, Lynn Stewart, Herman Wallace, Yogi Pinell, Safia Bukhari, Kwesi Balagoon, Mondo Wilanga, Malcolm X, Yuri Kochiyama, Grace Lee, Troy Davis, Leslie Feinberg, Bobby Sands, Marilyn Buck, Albert Noah Washington, Dr. Alan Berkman, John Cheney, Lolita McGee.
There's a lot of talk about putting more cops in the neighborhoods hardest hit by gun violence. We've been doing this for decades. Think about it for a second. Over the past 40 years, we've increased police budgets across the country by over $70 billion. And we haven't put a dent in street violence in major cities around the country. One problem with that equation in the first place is that cops are around to react to situations and deal with the aftermath, not to prevent them in the first place. Imagine if instead of sending more police into an area, we mobilized resources to the zip codes hardest hit by gun violence. The problems our communities face with gun violence are a result of race and class-based structural inequalities, not moral failing. A lot of gun violence springs from people in poverty filtering into the drug economy in pursuit of a middle-class standard of living. By diverting money from the police to the community, we could create guaranteed livable wage job programs, fixing up and beautifying the neighborhoods hardest hit by gun violence. Imagine if kids being tempted to work on the corner had the option to work a good-paying job fixing up their neighborhoods. They could clean up litter and illegal dumping, help with minor home repair for the elderly, and help beautify the public spaces in our neighborhoods. As part of this emergency mobilization of resources to the zip codes hardest hit by gun violence, we could also extend rec center and library hours in those neighborhoods, so young people have positive places to go. We could also hire trauma counselors to help people heal and to help us break free from cycles of violence. We could treat gun violence like the public health problem that it is. Instead of investing in policing our people, let's invest in helping them.
Hey, this message is for Jermaine. This is his big sister, Nellie, calling from Washington, D.C. Just want to tell you that I love you, sweetie. I miss you. And there's not a day that goes by that I do not think about you and pray for you.
This is Adia, and this is Sunny, and we want to tell our daddy CB that we miss him and we love him.
This is Malia Stinson going out to my dad, Scotty. Mama is going to let me keep the puppy. It's dark gray with black spots. It's really fat, and I named her Maggie.
Danny, this is Grandma. I just wanted to tell you that I love you and miss you. I hope everything's going okay for you. I hear y'all been on a lockdown.
William, say your ABC. Paul, A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Hey, Devon. This is your grandma from down in Roanoke. I just want you to know that you are loved. You are worthy of being loved, and you are my heart. I got you in my prayer, and I can feel your prayers working on me. That's why I'm still here, able to fight for peace and justice and equality. And I want to send a shout out
to all of you guys at Red Onions and Rollins Ridge, and tell your family to don't forget about the Ride Share program, because that way all of you can stay connected. God loves you, and we do too. Y'all have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
It is Monday night. That means it must be hip hop from the hilltop at WMMT Hot 88.7. Low on your dial, but high in your hearts. This is our call-in show that we offer every Monday night, running almost 20 years for folks who are incarcerated in our listening area. We already have some shout outs that have come in by the mail. So we're going to kick off this next set with Mary J. Blige doing 25-8. Going out to Malik at Wallins Ridge. Y'all stay tuned. This is DJ Aunt Bernice.
this is the WMMT Calls from Home shout-out line. Would you like to leave a shout-out? Okay, great. Begin your shout-out whenever you're ready.
Hi, this shout-out is for C-Walk. Hi, baby. This is Michelle. I just wanted to call and say hello and let you know that I love you, and I'm thinking about you, and I am here with you 100%, and I'm going to support you no matter what. Babe, this is Michelle. Where are you? How come you haven't called me? I'm just hoping and praying that everything's going well. C-Walk, my love. It was really hard to update you with the lockdown last week, and I was needing you really, really bad. Listen, out here, I'm living my life for us and the plans that we have, and I'm doing the best I can in this chaotic world we live in. But you're forever on my mind and my heart. I love you, okay? So I want to end with this. I just want you to close your eyes and listen. Something is going to change. It may be rough and it may be tedious, but there's something down inside that says to you, this is not the end of your life. This is not how things are going to end. You will not be in this place. I love you so very much. This is your Queen Michelle signing off. Good night.
Well, my name is William Griffin. I'm 48 years old, and I'm at Wallace Ridge State Prison. I've been incarcerated for 27 years and 5 months now. For real, to be honest with you, when I first came out here, I was such in a shock being so far away from home, from society. You know, felt like I was kind of like on another planet, for real. It was the world away from home. The institution might be on lockdown, and we might be on lockdown for 2 weeks. I may want to pick up the phone and call her, but I can't. But 2 times out of those 2 weeks, I'll get to hear her voice on Monday night. When the show comes on, I'll put my headphones on, and it's like I'm not even here. Like I feel like I'm soaring, like my mind and my soul, my heart, it descends like beyond this place, you know, and it's kind of like I'm with her. You know, I used to always say all the time, you know, meet me under the moon, meaning think of me, you know, let's meet at that place where both of our minds sort of meet each other and love on each other. And that's how I feel when I hear her on the radio. I feel like I'm meeting her in some sort of space and time, you know, one of our own. I'm so above all of this, you know. Yeah.
This is your grandma from down in Roanoke. Devon, you know I love you. It has to be great to turn 29 and we still here. I want you to know when I look up into the mountains, I think of all the grace and the mercy that you have brought to us just being you.
29 years ago, 24 hours of labor pain makes me think of nothing but the most beautiful little boy I ever saw, Devon Jarrell Hall. And I would not have traded 1 minute of those 24 hours that I spent pushing and sweating and crying. Baby, with all that being said, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Devon, I love you so much. You call me as soon as you can get a chance. I can't wait to talk to you. Wish I could have talked to you today.
Much love to you, and God bless you and keep you forever and ever. Love you.
It's time for me to sing my song. I want to sing my song, and it won't take long. We got to hurry up and get old Devon home. Yay! Okay. I sing a song to him every day. Looking at Devon, knowing he's innocent. We've written letters to presidents, to congressmen, to ACLU. We keep writing letters to them, but apparently none of these groups have enough money to afford us attorneys. But the battle continues. So since I couldn't find a lawyer, what I did was I wrote to the governor directly myself. My oldest grandson has been in Virginia prison for 13 years. Imagine this is your child. Better yet, imagine it were you. For carjacking and robbery, you were given a life sentence at the age of 19 with no chance of parole. Freedom is not free where justice appears to be available only to a select few of the people. Heavenly Father, we want Devon to know how much we love him and we pray for him every day. We're asking that you build our hearts with strength of knowing that all things are possible and we will have him home. Amen.
Amen.
I was 21 years old when I got the Red Onion. I remember the drive. We were in the van for probably like 8 hours. All we could feel is the twists and the turns. You seen ice glaciers laying off the rock. It was cold, it was January. When we get there, the police, they out there, they got on SWAT gear, riot gear. We call it the Ninja Turtle suits. So then they strip search you and make you squat and cough, get naked and all that. Then you locked in your cell. I was in my cell for 24 hours a day. Just from people that had been there for a while, they had listened to the show. We all was already anticipating the show, like, this is what we gonna be glued into. This is us. I always heard y'all say, write the show and give an address. Because I remember I requested, it was Lil Boosie and Project Pat, and everybody in there was like, when the songs was finished, they was like, bro, they played your song, they shouted you out on there.
This is one you wrote from, I guess this was 7 years ago when you were at Red Onion.
It just look old. Dear Hot 88.7's Hip Hop from the Hilltop. What's going on, my favorite DJs? Y'all make my week every week. Other than my Washington Redskins, I look forward to nothing else but y'all. Y'all wouldn't believe how loved y'all by not only me, but the whole Red Onion. Mondays at 7 p.m., y'all shut down everything. Ain't nothing but love and respect from me. Y'all be easy. Deuce.
These are the most recent. These two have requests kind of down at the bottom.
Okay.
Peek at these if you have time and double check, and you could play some of those too.
Good Monday evening, everybody. You are listening to Hot 88.7 Hip Hop from the Hilltop. We're glad to be with you all tonight. We've got some requests. We got quite a bit of requests, actually. We always welcome you sending us your letters, your artwork, your song requests. I just wanted to give a shout out to Pit Panther at Red Onion State Prison. He sent us some beautiful artwork and drawings. They were incredible.
When people get incarcerated, we try to find different ways to express our experiences. And I think art is one of the main ways people can show what they go through inside these places and our struggles. This is a self-portrait which depicts me in my cell listening to the show. I had my books, my hygiene on the shelf. You see my clothes hanging on my clothing line, my stack of legal paperwork. This is my reality. I was in solitary for 8 years straight. I was put in the cell with literally nothing but a pair of boxes on. No sheets, no blankets. I had no pen, no paper. Was just completely unable to express myself. I think that drives people to insanity. That is the key ingredient that drives people to commit suicide. Is when they have absolutely nothing to do, absolutely nothing but their thoughts. So yeah, the Calls from Home show, it really kind of was a lifeline. There are 4 cells connected on each vent, top tier cells and bottom tier cells. So anybody within those cells, they can communicate to each other through those vents. For example, right now I'm currently housed in cell 20. The guy beside me in cell 19, I can talk to him on the vent, and the guys that are on the bottom tier cells, cell 9 and 10, I can also talk to them on my vent. So if the guy beside me doesn't have a radio and he want to listen to the program, I'll climb up on that sink and stick a spork into the vent and hang the headphones from the spork, and that way he can hear it and I can also hear it. The Calls from Home show is a pretty popular show. I listen to it even when I know I'm not gonna get a message because somebody's grandma might be calling and she would remind me or my grandma or somebody's mom might call and man, she sounded just like my mom. For a second, I thought it was my mom. And then, after the show was over, we would talk about, oh man, that little kid reminded me of my little brother. We can kind of bond from that.
This is from Quincy at Wallens Ridge State Prison, and the song that he requested is The Rain by Jill Scott. That's going out to Quincy at Wallens Ridge State Prison. Quincy, thanks for writing us this week. You are listening to Hot 88.7. We're going to switch over to playing your calls.
I want to give a shout out to my husband and my best friend, J-Dog. I love you so much, baby. I miss you. I can't wait till you come home and put your sweet, sexy arms around me and caress me with your kisses. Mwah.
Hi, Daddy. I was just eating jalapeno peppers, and I remember that one time when I dared you to eat like the entire jar. I just thought about that, and that made me want to call.
To all incarcerated people, we love you. Keep your fight alive, keep your struggle alive, and you keep yourself alive. We're going to put our heads together within this movement to make things happen for y'all.
This is G-Ma. I just want you guys to know that every day you are in my prayers. Don't let nobody take away your joy. And holler out to your family, reminding them that there's a trip coming to Wallens Ridge this weekend, and we can make it better when we learn to work together.
Well, ladies, if you all need to stop, just holler. I typically stop at least 3 times going.
When I'm driving to go see William, I'm thinking about how the visit may go. What's he doing? Is he getting ready? How does he feel? But you don't know what you're going to face, whether it's going to be enjoyable or if something devastating is going to happen.
They don't tell you ahead of time.
Yeah, they don't tell you.
You find out after you're there.
Yeah,
they could at least tell
If it wasn't for this man, I would never see him. Now, me neither. I'm the guy who told you about this man, too. I was so happy. I miss my baby. Yeah. And they try to make it difficult for you. Oh, you can't wear that. You can't wear those earrings. If I have little hoops on, what's gonna happen? I can't touch them nowhere. What, they gonna snatch it out me? So I tell my husband, I said, be honest, y'all locked up, but when we come here, we locked up with y'all. That's right. Because we can't do nothing either. My baby's 75 when he come out.
Okay, I will. I
He was
still, I don't
17.
even think of the time. It's too depressing.
He was 17 when he went in.
I don't
He's
even
30
know the
now.
time. It's like a part of you is dying.
A part of me died.
Yes, every daily.
You don't know what to do with yourself. Sometimes I feel like an elephant standing on my chest.
Yeah. You just can't think about it.
It's hard. When you ain't got money for a lawyer and that system get them, that's it. That's it.
When my son got in trouble, our whole family came together and we got him a lawyer. Mm-hmm. We all wiped out our savings. He still got a lot of time.
What's that again?
He got 30 years.
So you got 30. They gave my baby mandatory 58 years. That means he has to do that straight 58.
Did they kill someone?
They did a home invasion. Home invasion.
Home invasion?
Oh my goodness. Yep, gave my baby all that time. No. What kind of plea is that? For a minor.
And you know, I hear that the jury, they think that that's going to be cut in half or something. Not so. They got to
They
do
gave him mandatory.
80% of that time. There is no parole in the state of Virginia.
That's totally messed up.
That's ridiculous.
A lot of people just gave up. I know I did. Almost.
That was an excerpt or a group of films, a collection of films from our partners over at Working Films. They do good work in the community, highlighting some of the work that's happening around the state, also around the country. Our good friends over at Working Films helping us do some work with some screenings and stuff that are coming in the future. Yeah, with that being said, it is my honor to introduce a person that is a member here of Democracy North Carolina, or a staff person here at Democracy North Carolina. This person I learned how to organize with, I believe the year was 2012 or 13. We came through as interns or for interns here in Democracy North Carolina with the summer internship program, Democracy Summer. And we've been organizing and working in the communities ever since. He hails from the great state of MEC, Charlotte, North Carolina, for folks that aren't aware. One time for the Reverend Stefan Withers, the Reverend Dr. Stefan Withers. I need a soundboard.
Right. We need all the little sounds and stuff like that. But yeah, appreciate you, DeMonte. Thank you for your leadership on this stream that is lifting up the most, what I think is one of, is not my necessarily favorite, but is definitely the speech that I think is the most important, speech or sermon that I think is the most important of Dr. King's life, which is A Time to Break Silence, which he delivered in New York City, on the Vietnam War. So yeah, I appreciate your leadership on this, and I'm looking forward to continuing, this throughout the day.
Yeah, thank you for joining me. This is a first, here at DMSC. We're going to try some kind of format like this, where we're live streaming for hours, but we're going to rock out through it. We played some of our organization videos like MPPE with Des. We played Caitlin, our policy director, and then we went into some of the abolition movies that our partners over at Working Films put together that they wanted to highlight. But now, we're going to transition over to this live portion. And I'm glad we get to sit down and kick it, because we go way back. And I think that we both look at politics and organizing and history in the same way, that they're all three combined, that you can't look at one without looking at the other, right? Like all three happens at the same time, and they're all equally important, right, in this triangle. So this conversation, just to start off with, can you tell us about what do you think some of the major similarities from 1967 to 2025? What do you see that are still so poignant in this speech from Dr. King?
Yeah, man, that's a great question. For me, I think the thing that is the thing that has been, I don't think it's ceased from being a theme since that speech, but definitely in the times that we're in now, particularly with our government's financial support. It goes beyond that, but our government's financial support of Israel's bombing of the Gaza Strip, if you will, and carrying out the military campaign there. But like I said, so what I'm saying is, I think the militarism is the legacy that still lives today and has the most similarity between then and now. People were, and quote, I'm putting quotes around cool. People were cool with, because of course, this man's home was bombed, and he was under constant surveillance by the FBI. Death threats on a regular basis. So I'm saying cool in quotes, but people were cool with the Dr. King that was talking about, civil rights. So it was talking about integrating lunch counters. It was talking about integrating schools and buses, et cetera, et cetera. That was an okay King. But when King started talking about, Reverend Dr. King started talking about poverty and eradicating the poverty and the reasons that poverty exists, and the fact that, I believe it's actually Coretta Scott King that is quoted as saying this, but poverty is violence. And so we are committing violence on a daily basis by the fact that we seem to be okay with people being in poverty, in the ways that they are. And so it wasn't until he started talking about poverty explicitly and also, militarism, particularly America's imperialism around the globe, then it was hold on a second. And so it was already happening, but this sermon, this speech was really the thing that I think directly led to his assassination in one way or the other. And it also led to, of course, by the time he was assassinated in 1968, almost a year to the date that he gave this speech, he was one of the most unpopular public figures in the country, which is ironic to say, because I would probably venture to say he was even less popular than Lyndon Baines Johnson, who students across the country and people in general across the country were literally protesting for him continuing and being so adamant about the war being carried out in Vietnam in the late 60s. And so to answer your question, I think that is all of those things are kind of like the legacy that we're still living with now, in terms of if you speak up against the US's imperialism, which is not only seen, but is seen in one of the ways in our continued, and I say our because it's our taxpayer money going towards this, but our continued funding of a genocide of a people in terms of the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip. So I think that the inability for people to be able to talk about that without being, labeled anti-Semitic, to not be able to talk about that without being ostracized in one way, without, particularly with this current federal administration or regime, without the ability to, not be under threat for speaking up for people who, in a lot of ways, are more than caught between a rock and a hard place. Like, their lives are completely destroyed and shattered. I don't think people fully recognize and realize the depths to the devastation that is occurring there. And again, it mirrors, like you said, what was happening in Vietnam, and why eventually the sentiment and the tide turned in terms of that war being probably America's most unpopular war. I think even more so than like Afghanistan and Iraq in our current times. Like, that was America's most unpopular war.
Yeah, I mean, I always think about Carl Wendell Hines' poem where he says, "Now that he is safely dead, let us praise him, build monuments to his glory, sing hosannas to his name. Dead men make convenient heroes. They cannot rise to challenge the images that we put or fashion from their lives. And besides, it is easier to build monuments than it is to make a better world." All right. And that poem, is always one of the things that like sticks out to me. I think Carl wrote this soon after Malcolm X's assassination, but it still applies here, to Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, that it's easier to praise the person that was having this message about caring for the least of these, right? Which is, if you want to get to the biblical aspect, right? Like the Bible will say, like, what more do I require of you than to, do justice, love mercy, and to walk humbly before your God, right? This is an appropriate lead up to the next session, but I wonder for a nation that is struggling with the ever rising threat of Christo nationalist, rule. Like, how is the core identity or the core message, being ignored in these churches. Like, so as a pastor, what role does the church have in dealing with poverty, dealing with the sick, dealing with those that can't afford the medication? Like, what role does the church have? Is it one that is, a hands-off observer, and we deal with the the priestly functions, or is it one of those where you see the church having to be more of the prophetic side?
Yeah, I would actually. So I'm glad you asked that, because that's the perfect. I was thinking about so many things when you were asking that, but so I'm glad you mentioned the priestly at the end, because I think that even in what you're saying in terms of like the dichotomy or the choice between the two, so to speak, even if you're doing the priestly the way it's supposed to be done, there is no possible way that you could then not do the prophetic. And I say that because the people in, if you're a pastor, the people in your congregation are being affected, let's just say, by the policies being implemented right now, or executive orders being signed and written up right now. These people are really affected by that. People are affected by cuts to Medicaid. People are affected with cuts to the federal workforce. People are affected by the attempt to strip, so to speak, quote unquote, DEI from everything, which we know is really code for we don't want these Black people to have anything, or to be able to function and thrive. We know that for a fact. We know that these attempts against DEI, which they can't even define, and I think we need to always, when we're talking about, we need to actually say the words, not just use the acronym. So diversity, equity, inclusion, their attempt to get rid of diversity, equity, inclusion. I think when you say it enough, it makes it sound even more outrageous. Their attempts to get rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion are only attempts to literally, like they've been doing, like in this regime's first administration, they tried it with critical race theory. That was a big thing. And of course, there are whole arguments about whether that was actually being taught in schools and all that type of stuff. But that was a big thing. That was the wedge issue. Then it was woke. And then, of course, before that, decades before that, it was an attack against affirmative action. And so at every step of the way, these things that become wedge issues, that become either you're a good American if you support this. If you don't support this, and you're a bad American if you do support this. All of these attempts, all of these things are to really, literally, reverse the gains of the civil rights movement. That these people like to say, hey, lift up King as a hero, like you said, like to build monuments for someone like Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. While simultaneously seeking to dismantle the work that he literally did. And so these things are only an attempt to do that. So again, going back to the original question, if you're doing the priestly right, there is no possible way that the prophetic doesn't enter into that equation as well, because the people that are part of your congregations that are paying tithes, that are giving offerings, in order to not only make sure that a building is maintained, to pay staff, to pay the pastor, to make sure that things are taken care of in the community. Those people are affected by these things actually happening. And so there is no escape that you have for it. There is no ignoring that you can do. And I say this particularly, depending on the makeup of these congregations as well. So we know in the Black church, that's never been escapable for us. The Black church was literally founded. A lot of us have gotten further and further away from the founding of our churches as time has gone on. But the founding of the Black church was literally in resistance to white supremacist violence. whether it was in the North or in the South. In the South, it was, going down to the hush harbors, away from, the plantations, away from the eyes of the slaveholders and the overseers, and away from the services that, they had pre-made for enslaved people, to say that, slavery is endorsed by God and you are meant to be a slave. This is your lot in life. That, they went to the hush harbors and had their own services where they affirmed their identity, affirmed their humanity. And in the North, literally, the first Black denomination that was founded, the AME Church, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, was literally founded because they were snatched up from the altar of the Methodist Church in Philadelphia. I believe it was St. George's Methodist Church. They were snatched up from the altar and told that they had to be in the balcony. And when they wanted to still be at the altar, they were violently removed once again. And so from there, they formed the African Methodist Episcopal Church. And so again, whether it was in the North, the quote unquote free North, or whether it was in the South, literally the Black church was founded resisting white supremacist violence. And so as that heritage, like I said, some of us have gotten further away from it. But again, like that's an example of how that was inescapable for them. So like there was no separation of your faith and what's actually happening in real time in the real world, through whether it was through government or whether it was through extra governmental affairs that were happening. You cannot escape it. And so I think that there is no escape for that. And in these times in particular, if churches do not engage in the public square, so to speak, in public discourse, affirming the humanity of people, affirming the dignity of all human beings and our creation, for that matter, all of the world that exists, of nature and everything. If churches are not speaking out, affirming that, then honestly, they're dead. And there's no other way around it. There's no other way to put it. Like those are dead institutions that will not survive.
I mean, like you said, those would be dead institutions that will survive. Like they're essentially signing their death note, right? The second that they are enabled to, step to or rise to the challenge of the day. I think a lot of folks, look at the utility of religion as a way to kind of quell or squash, the work and the caring for your brothers and your neighbors, which is a complete, turnaround from, what we know as being the purpose of, this particular gospel, right? So I guess my question would be is for those folks that are, in these pulpits, these temples, these churches, these mosques, that are experiencing a conviction, right, with the world that they see happening around them. What is the best first step for them to take to advocate for folks outside of the church, right? To advocate for others. What is the best first step for them to take?
Yeah, that's a great question. I want to add to the last question, and which is a segue into answering this. But also, I think that pastors and churches in general, particularly Christian churches. So I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about other houses of faith specifically, even though, of course, they have a role as well. So, like you said, synagogues, mosques, other forms, other major faiths and practices as well, have their role to speak out as well. But particularly with Christian churches, because of, like what you mentioned, Christian nationalism, white I like to say white Christian nationalism, because that's what it is. It is ultimately in the service of whiteness, and not in the service of faith that helps to liberate all. And so I believe their role is to oppose that, because that is so to use the term heretical, or it's an abomination. It is a perversion of what your faith is. And so you should be offended by that and not be silent about it. And so to answer your question, or the question that you just asked, I believe the first step for a lot of folks is to self-examine. And that may sound like a cheesy or pseudo-psychological thing to say, but it is true. You must self-examine and self-reflect, because you cannot be changed if you are not changed. If you are the same, there will be no change. There will be no certainly nothing of lasting significance anyway. And so you have to be changed first internally in order to, and nobody's perfect, or no entity is perfect, but in order to be a change outside of yourself or the particular community that you are in. So one of the ways to do that is to, one, decolonize your thinking and your language. I heard people asking, what do you mean by that? So in order to decolonize your thinking, and directly in relation to your language, you have to think about you have to think about language, so to speak, because words mean things. Words matter and words mean things. So like, why is this particular word being used? Why are these particular words being used? Why is this phrase a popular phrase? Why is this, why does this have the significance that it does? So for instance, I'll give an example that is something that is, I'll give two examples. So if you're preaching and you use the term crazy, you have to be mindful that there are people that may hear that who have been called crazy, who are struggling with mental health issues, who are struggling in different ways, and may have been called crazy. So you have just re-traumatized someone. You have just, and again, it's not just an offense, but you have re-traumatized them because they may be experiencing something mental health wise, and people may have maligned them, may have called them crazy and used terms like that. And so that cannot be a term that you use just, brazenly or just, uncritically. You have to be mindful of your language. So that would be one example in terms of decolonizing language. Also, when people refer to folks as prostitutes, for example, instead of calling them sex workers. So in one instance, a prostitute is associated, or that term is directly associated with the criminal justice system. That is directly associated with punishment. So prostitution being listed as something that is a punishable crime. And so and thinking about it that way, using the term sex worker also acknowledges that some people, especially, it's funny because that comes up in, if somebody is reading the Bible as well. And so the irony is, the irony with that is that some people, some women in society, in terms of what's the biblical times of society, literally would not have had a choice. They would have literally died if they were not, doing sex work, which was able to help provide them food and shelter and et cetera, et cetera. And so again, decolonizing language in that way to, again, not to, again, label people or to criminalize people, but to humanize, or to humanize folks and to still allow people their dignity. One more example I'll give. I was only going to do those two, but one more example I'll give. People still refer to people, black men specifically, as thugs. Like, that is crazy to me in 2025. But the reality is that comes from a certain place. And so if you're using the term thug to describe a black person, you are ascribing criminality, once again, to them. This person may not be committing crimes. They may have committed a crime or whatever the case may be, but they probably haven't done something, but because you have this image and are using this language that only, again, leads to their criminality, you have to be mindful of that and to avoid that. So again, all of that I just mentioned, like that is a way to kind of like decolonize your thinking and decolonize and subsequently decolonize your language, because you're thinking about what are the things that are harmful to people, what are the things that criminalize people, what are the things that otherize people. And so maybe I should not use that language that harms, that criminalizes, that otherizes people. Maybe I should use language that actually dignifies people's humanity, regardless of what the situation is, regardless of what they're doing, but using language that dignifies, that brings dignity to them and humanizes them and does not dehumanize them. So again, that is to answer your question, that is a great first step that a lot of people must take. And then specifically for pastors and your preaching, incorporating that type of stuff in your preaching, not just in terms of like one-on-one conversations or whatever the case may be, but congregations literally need to hear that, because ultimately pastors shape culture and oftentimes what people think. And so you can be a pastor that doesn't say anything, or that does say the harmful things and the criminalizing things and the dehumanizing things. But either way, if you don't say anything or you are saying those things, either way, it still leads to the same thing. It's kind of like what we talk about in terms of silence is complicity. So if you're silent, that's basically doing the same thing as if you were actually saying it. So we need people actually speaking up and using different language, using affirming language and affirming people's humanity.
So I've always wondered and always been, I've been thinking about this, how money in politics often, changes the way how folks look at the greater good, changes how people behave and perform. What role do you think money in church has to play with the rising Christo nationalism in this country?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I will say that for me, because I'm kind of like a behind the curtain, so to speak, person. I'm not an outsider, so to speak. I'm not someone external to the interworkings of a church, particularly, even as it relates to finances and stuff like that. So those are things that I understand. I do think that the more it's a delicate balance. So there are a lot of pastors who, whether it's a reality or not, because sometimes I think it's more of a fear and a perception than it is a reality. But a lot of pastors are concerned about money, the money of the church, especially in the era that we are in of church life in the United States. So we know that people in general, the attendance of, people attending church or being a part of churches has been on a steady decline. Maybe not like 30% less people attend, not necessarily like that, but of course it's been on a steady decline. 1 or 2%, 3 or 4, 5%. Like it's been on a steady decline over the past few decades. So pastors are very much concerned about money, because ultimately money does what? Like I said, money pays the pastor, money pays the staff, money pays for the upkeep of the building, the upkeep of the property. It pays for things like if people come and they do have a need. So, hey, I'm 3 months behind on my rent. They're about to evict me. I need some help. A lot of churches have money specifically designed to help people in situations like that. Or a lot of churches, churches I've been a part of do this thing that's called, we're a tithing church. So, just like how people are asked to give 10%, like individual people who are part of the church I ask to give 10% of, you know, whatever they make, like, to the church. The church then ties 10% into the community. So that may be in different organizations. So sort of like what we do with MNC and with regranting, like, you know, to, you know, different organizations that do work, like, so not the church itself doing the work, because they may not have the capacity to do it, but has the money to give to different organizations or to give to individuals to carry out particular missions and work that benefit people in the community, that benefit, you know, women who have been victims of domestic violence, survivors of domestic violence, I should say. Once again, decolonize your language. A survivor of domestic violence, those who have, you know, may be in homeless, may be in an unhoused situation. Those who, you know, of course, may, you know, struggle with mental illness, and so given to, you know, different organizations that directly work with people, you know, to get them reacclimated to society in different ways, who, you know, have been incarcerated. So all of these things, like I said, a lot of churches do that. So pastors are constantly or continuously concerned with money, and for good reason. However, I think that some folks, it pigeonholes some people, because they think that, oh, if I say this, then people aren't going to give. If I say this, then people are going to leave. And so those are streams of revenue that we don't have anymore coming into the church. And so that's going to, we may have to think about laying off staff. And Miss Susie has been, you know, working here 30 years. She's been, you know, the church secretary for 35 years. And so we, you know, I don't want to have to lay Miss Susie off. You know, all of those types of things play a role in why a lot of churches are money conscious or thinking about it in that way. So yeah, it's hard. I will say that I think that that's my answer to the question, but I also think there are some other things that go into that, but that's primarily my answer to the question. And so people are kind of, pastors in a lot of sense, either render themselves or even some congregations, depending on, you know, who's a part of the congregation, depending on who's on the deacon board, the trustees, under threat of their job security, are rendered impotent. So either they do it themselves or under threat of, you know, their job security, they're rendered impotent. And so, yeah. So the money kind of plays a role.
Yeah. Okay. So if you were to identify 3 steps that local people can take to combat, you know, the 3 evils, right? The militarism, the materialism, and the racism. What 3 steps would you suggest that folks listening to this take if they've never been organized? Starting with 0, they've never been an organizer. Say they're just now activated to politics because, you know, maybe they were a federal worker that didn't really get into it, and now they lost the job. Like, yeah. What 3 fundamental steps should they take?
Yeah. So this is a more complicated answer than 3 steps, but here's my best crack at it. Being quite honest, here's my best crack at it. Number 1, make sure that you are registered to vote and that everyone around you is registered to vote. And I mean, that may be your spouse, you know, if you have children that are of age, you know, mother, father, sister, brother, cousins, anybody that you interact with on a regular basis who you have a close relationship with, you need to make sure that they are registered to vote, as well as, in addition to yourself, being registered to vote. So that's number 1. And of course, some people are like, of course I'm registered to vote, blah, blah. But that's number 1. Number 2 is making sure, I need people to hear me when I say this, making sure that you are voting in every election. Now, some people hear that, DeMonte, and they hear, yeah, I vote for president every 4 years, or they may even vote in the midterms and for the president. So the next midterms is in 2026. The next general election for president and other, all other, positions that will be open at the time is 2028. So somebody could be like, yeah, of course I'm going to vote for that. Yes, but that's not what I mean. Vote for in every single election that you can. So what I mean by that is more than just the midterms and general, and even more than, well, let me back up. More than the general election, more than the midterms, and you need to be voting in your local elections. You need to be voting for the people who are closest to you. These people that win these school board races are the reason that folks can come up with bans on books in public school classrooms. So you need to be voting for your school board, your county commissioners, your mayor, your city council or town council, your mayors, your city council or town council. You need to be voting for every single election that is possible. Every position that is elected, every public office that is elected, you need to be voting for. You need to be voting for these judges. You need to vote. To me, there is no, I hate the term off year. There is no off year for elections. Elections are always happening. Elections are happening every year. And so you need to be informed and voting. So I don't want you to just vote. That's also the other thing. So this is still a part of number 2. I don't want you to just vote. I want you to vote informed. That's one of the things when I came to this organization, of course, like you mentioned at the beginning, we were both interns in 2012. But when I came back to this organization as an employee, that was one of the things that I emphasized is like, no. I don't want you to just vote. Forget that. I want you to vote in an informed way. So you need to know what these people stand for. You need to know what they're about. You need to know what this ballot measure is about, what it means, even if the language is kind of construed in such a way to where it's like, oh yeah, I support that. But really it's something on the flip side of that. So again, be an informed voter in that sense. So number one, you need to be registered to vote. Make sure everyone around you, everyone you're in relationship with is voting. Number 2, you need to vote in every election. And so let me add as well, the primaries. Oftentimes, people are dissatisfied with the choices come the elections in November, I've always early voted, so I've never actually voted on election day, but I've always early voted. So October or in November, you dissatisfied with the choices in October and November when you go to vote because you didn't participate in the primary that took place. And where someone could have actually been elected that you actually wanted. So I have lived both here in North Carolina, of course, and I have lived in the state of New York. And so one of the things that, while New York is considered very progressive, New York's election system is not progressive. And so New York has closed primaries, which I did not know about until I moved there. And then I wasn't able to vote in a primary. Why wasn't I able to vote? We're like, what are you talking about? Why weren't you able to vote in a primary? So in North Carolina, when I first became registered at 18 years old, I registered unaffiliated because I do not associate myself with either of these parties. Of course, I work for a nonpartisan organization now, but I do not associate with either major political party, Democrat or Republican. I don't associate with either party, so I register unaffiliated. And so I vote based on who I believe are the best candidates. And of course, in North Carolina, you're given the choice as an unaffiliated voter when the primary season is going on, whether you want to vote in the Democratic primary or whether you want to vote in the Republican primary. When I got to New York, my voice was silenced in that process because they had closed primaries. And of course, I registered in New York as an unaffiliated, the same way I did in North Carolina. So again, I do want to highlight that one of the things that we need, excuse me, I want to highlight in saying this is a quick plug within the answer that I'm giving, is that in North Carolina, we have great we have a great elections process from the perspective of the amount of early voting days that we have, the Sunday voting that we have, the fact that we have open primary system, et cetera, et cetera. Like, we have a lot of things in North Carolina that other states do not have. And so we need to be fighting to preserve that stuff and advance it even further. Not just resting on our laurels, but also advancing it even further. So again, voting your primaries as well. Primaries, local elections, midterms, general elections, all of it you need to be voting on. And then the third thing I think that folks can do is volunteer. Whether that is volunteering with an organization like ours, volunteer and give support. So whether that is volunteering with an organization like ours, or giving financial support to an organization like ours, or one of the partners that we work with, or just another organization that you might have more familiarity with, volunteer with those organizations that are doing this work to help us build a multiracial democracy here in North Carolina, a true multiracial democracy here in North Carolina. Work with those organizations to do that. Volunteer your time, like I said, give resources. And also, if you're even, I would say even participate or be a volunteer or sign up to be actually participating in the actual or with the actual elections personnel. So being a volunteer at polling places and things like that, doing all of those things as well. I think, we just need more people active in our democratic process, or the part of our democratic process that is the elections, and not less people active and involved in it. So that's my answer to that.
I see we have 10 minutes here left to go. We're running down. Can you tell us about some of the stuff that you're doing over at DMNC right now? What you got coming up?
Oh yeah, so as many of you, if you are already DMNC supporters and folks, you probably know about Democracy Summer. And like I said, DeMonte spoke about that at the beginning. He and I were both interns in 2012 with Democracy Summer. And now I have the opportunity as the program manager for young adult engagement with Democracy North Carolina to actually direct and lead that program. So that we have just wrapped up the application and interview process, or are wrapping it up now. And so we will have about 20 interns, some who are, this will be the first time they're interning with us, and 3 others who will be second year, what we call friend turns, second year friend turns, as well as the first years. And so we'll have about 20 of them this summer that will be doing grassroots organizing, that will be working on with our policy team, our communications team, our development team, which is our fundraising arm, and our operations team that help to glue it all together, that helps the whole organization together. And so they'll be with us for about 8 to 9 weeks this summer. So that's what we have coming up. And so that's an opportunity for you to plug in as well, meet some awesome young people who are on the rise, who are the leaders of today and tomorrow, and who are really the next generation of democracy advocates in the state of North Carolina. But also, because that is an opportunity that is for college students specifically, those who attend North Carolina community colleges and four-year institutions here in the state of North Carolina. But we also have an opportunity, and the application is now open. I can drop that. I believe I can drop that link in the chat as well when I get a moment. But we are in the process, or we are in the application process for our very first and our new initiative that is launching for the first time in September, and it is going to be piloted here I am in Charlotte right now. So it's going to be piloted in the Western Piedmont region, which is encompassing of Charlotte, which is Mecklenburg County, but also Cabarrus and Gaston and Union County as well. And it is a 6-month fellowship program, paying $10,000 to each participant, a 6-month fellowship program for young adults who are age 18 to 29, who are not enrolled in a college or university, and who do not possess a college degree, an associate's or a bachelor's degree. So again, 18 to 29-year-old, which is the majority of that age range, 18 to 29-year-olds who are not enrolled in a community college or in a four-year institution here in the state of North Carolina. Now, let me add some things to that. They may have attended college but never finished, and so they are eligible. If you've attended but never finished, they would be eligible if they are in that age range. And you must be a resident of Mecklenburg, Cabarrus, Gaston, or Union County. So those are the only eligibility requirements. You must be a resident of those places. You cannot have a college degree, and you cannot be currently enrolled in school either. And so this is an amazing opportunity that is really the work that needs to be done in terms of reaching young people who are not in college. A lot of the work that is done, when we talk about engaging people in the electoral process and in democracy, is done at the college level. But we recognize that so many people don't touch a college campus, or even if they do not finish. And so those people are just out here. Those folks are just out here. Some of them I know, some of them are my family members, some of them are people I'm friends with. And so again, we want to be creating opportunities for everybody so that we realize a truly multiracial democracy that is conscious of where people are, that is conscious of people's identity, that is conscious of people's situation, and that includes their class. And so again, this is an amazing opportunity. Like I said, it'll be 6 months from September 8th to about February 26th of 2026 of next year. So September 8th, 2025 to February 26th, 2026. It pays $10,000. The commitment is about 10 to 15 hours a week. And that is the case because we recognize that, of course, these folks are already in the labor force. They're not college students. Once again, they are working. So folks will have jobs. Also, some may have young children. And so we are really building this program around their schedules and not the other way around. And so this is the work, like I said, that needs to be done in order for us to be able to build power, to build community leaders up that will be instrumental in reshaping the way North Carolina looks and feels, and just the way that North Carolina exists and operates, truly in the interest of all, and not just the few. Truly of, by, and for the people, as our motto is, and not just the few or particular people based on your zip code or based on your area code or based on what your skin color looks like or based on what your economic status is. None of that. Of, by, and for the people.
Reverend Steph, thank you so much for joining us. You have any final words for us today?
Man, thank you for having me. I think the only final word I would give is that, DeMonte is a true gem, not only to Democracy North Carolina, but to the southeast of North Carolina and all of North Carolina. This brother has been, I've admired him, since we first met, but also the work that he's been engaged with. And this today, what is happening, this thing that you get to experience, that you get to see different people come on and speak and talk about various things. This uplifting of Dr. King's Time to Break Silence is due to this brother, the hard work of this brother. Of course, others have been involved as well, but I mean, this is due to the hard work that this brother has put in and the true commitment that he has to the state of North Carolina, to the people of North Carolina, more to keep it explicitly, to the people of North Carolina, and making sure that we uphold history, that we learn from history, and that we do not repeat the mistakes of history, that we enter into a brighter future, a brighter vision for what is possible. So I thank you, brother. I thank you for doing this. I thank you for having me on. This has truly been an honor. And I'm honored to be a comrade of yours and to be in this work, to be in this movement, to be in this struggle, because I know that, we're going to see. And even if we don't fully realize the vision, that it's going to be the work we're putting in now is going to be realized in the years to come, even after we're gone. So I appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, man. Did you want to give about the church?
So I am, my wife and I are in the process of, since this was mostly about the faith, my wife and I are in the process of actually starting a church called Impact Church. And so we'll be launching in May, at the end of May in Charlotte, North Carolina, as DeMonte said, the great state of Mech. In Charlotte, North Carolina. And so our core values are radical love and inclusivity. So in keeping with a lot of what we talked about today, that is what we are doing. That is the community we're cultivating. And so, if you are in Charlotte, or if you will be in the area, we would definitely appreciate you, supporting us, and all of that good stuff. And again, DeMonte, I'm actually dropping in the chat so that people can actually see who hop on to the stream, the link for the Bridge Fellowship Program, which I was talking about for 18 to 29-year-old non-college students. So I'll just drop that in the chat. But
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah.
All
Peace.
Right, take it easy. Peace. Okay, that was the Reverend Dr. Stefan Weathers from the great state of Mecklenburg, great state of Charlotte, over there in Charlotte, North Carolina. Excuse me. Next up on the agenda, I'm going to explain. It was a faith panel that was being held by a group of clergymen and women, clergy folks, throughout the state of North Carolina. We have the Reverend Rob Stevens, Wesley Morris, again, Reverend Stefan Weathers, and Reverend Laura from Rocky Mount, North Carolina, that are about to be on the next panel that I will play for you. This is hosted by Reverend Christopher Braswell, who is a regional organizer from Eastern North Carolina.
Awesome. Well, I am Reverend Christopher Braswell. I serve as the Eastern Regional Organizer for Democracy North Carolina. I've been in ministry for almost 15 years now. And I will be your facilitator for today. And we're just going to have a conversation and just talk about some things that matters most to us as faith leaders. Things that matter to us in politics, things that matter to us as our moral obligation. We're going to talk about war, peace, and justice. We're going to talk about racism, poverty, and policy. And we're going to talk about the cost of speaking out. That brings me to my first question. And you answer this how you feel free to answer. You're not bound by limitations of what you can say, what you cannot say. You just answer and speak from your heart. Our first question, Dr. King spoke of a vocation of sonship and brotherhood. How does your faith inform your stance on political and social issues today? Don't all speak at once.
Go ahead, Wes.
I don't mind getting us started. My name is Reverend Wesley Morris, Senior Pastor of Faith Community Church in Greensboro, North Carolina. And this question, it reads as a vocation of sonship and brotherhood, but it translates to me friendship and solidarity. And by extension, our ability to, one, make clear where we stand, make very clear what this vocation calls for, and then also to make sure that we're clear about where this vocation comes from. And so anytime I hear an atmosphere or an environment created by words such as sonship or brotherhood or family or friendship, I start thinking about, well, in how this lands in my life and how it lands in ministry. It's a handing down, it's a tradition, it's a passing on. It is a way of saying that my experiences have a, I would say, lifetime beyond my own lifetime. And so in that way, we understand that we are a part of this moral arc that's always talked about, or we're part of a tradition that goes well beyond and well before. And I think that that informs my understanding of political and social issues, because to be caught in a time stamp of a personality, or to think that one personality rules an era. I think we're kind of trained in that way. We hear of Roman empires, and we hear of names like a Herod or a Caesar, and they seem to cover millenniums, but their lifetimes are not that long. And I think that we are better for trying to think about the long value, the long-term commitments that we pass down between friends, and it's named as sonship and brotherhood here. But those kind of mentoring relationships cannot be, you can't underestimate. I mean, you really think about what does it mean to have my life poured into another in such a way that it emboldens and strengthens their life. And so I think that that's what I would share as an opening statement. And hopefully that's enough to get a conversation going.
I really appreciate. Oh yeah, I really appreciate that, Reverend Wesley. And so a couple of things kind of came to mind when you were talking, and I had a little bit more time to like digest what you were saying, but also think about this question. But it's one of those questions where I think we also have to acknowledge the language that is used. So yes, it's sonship and brotherhood here, but I also think about this in terms of, you know, updating language for the times. So daughtership and, and sisterhood, and even to take it even further, a step further, childship, if you will, and siblings. And so I think that for me, I think that what Dr. King is describing is a particular orientation to the divine, and to in that orientation, a particular orientation then to those who are your sisters, your brothers, your holy siblings. And so like when you think about sons and daughters, when you think about brothers and sisters, those are bonds that cannot be broken, even if you want to say, oh, I'm completely disregarding them, I don't want anything to do with them. You can't say that's not your sister. You can't say that's not your brother. You can't say that's not your sibling. And so for me, that informs and instructs then the relationship to the divine. And so if you are in relationship to the divine in such a way that is also looked at as that unbreakable bond, and we seem to oftentimes have more respect for that vertical relationship. But I think that vertical relationship, if that is aligned, or that respect and that love and that devotion is there in that vertical relationship, then the horizontal relationship that is between us as people, and not only us as people, but this created world that we are living in. And I think that same level of devotion, that same level of love, that same level of respect is present on this vertical plane as well. And so I think that that's what it is for me. And so when it comes to political and social issues and how the faith informs our stance, you literally can't live life without these people, without your siblings, without those that without those who God has put here, and we in my faith tradition, we acknowledge that God is creator of all. So if you really believe that, then God is the creator of those who you see every day, who you interact with every day, who you may not like, who you may really like, all of those things. And so it matters how you treat them. It matters how you talk to them. It matters the things that you're involved in that affect their lives. And so I think for me, anything that is not doing harm to my siblings, anything that is not promoting violence against my siblings, anything that is not sucking the very life out of my siblings, those are the things that I am advocating for, or against those things that are happening, that are doing that to my siblings, that are doing that to me. And so that is the type of orientation that I think, or when I see that quote, that is the way it speaks to me, is that there's a particular orientation you have to the divine, that then shows up in your relationship to other people. And so there is no way that I could advocate for someone's freedoms being taken away. There's no way that I could advocate for or be a part of or be silent about someone being harmed by our government, by our political system, by anything that is going on in our society. There's no way I could support that. There's no way I could be silent about that because of my orientation to the divine, which informs my orientation to all of those around me who I physically see and interact with on a regular basis.
Awesome, real. Take it away, Reverend Laura.
I'm Laura Whitman. I'm a United Methodist pastor in Eastern North Carolina. When I think of this, and I'm really sorry because it's still March Madness, and I'm going to mention Duke basketball for a hot second. But when I hear the word brotherhood, the first thing that comes to mind is Duke basketball, because I'm really sorry. I had to do it. Got to take my shot. But, in Duke basketball, we talk constantly about like the brotherhood, right? That's how they always talk about themselves on the team. And I think about the concept of what it means to play as a team, to actually have a direction as a team. I think sometimes in our life of faith, we are so divided by denominations and by different understandings and by different ways of doing worship. And I think that there's ways for that to exist in a beautiful sort of rainbow of expressing ourselves. And that's important. That diversity in worship is important. But I also think sometimes we forget where we have things in common and where we're working towards the same goal. And so by that specifically, I mean, what is our goal as people of faith? Is it to prove that we're right in our faith and what we believe is right and that our way of thinking is right? There's so many religious jokes about different denominations and who talks to you in certain places and who really gets into heaven, right? Like we've all heard those, where every denomination is the punchline of that somewhere along the way. But for me, when I think about that vocation of sonship and brotherhood, and as was already articulated, shifting that language to include women and children and everybody into the mix, are we playing for the same team? And are we working as a team that actually cares for one another? In the Beyond Vietnam speech, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said that we have to shift from being a society that is thing-oriented to being a person-oriented society. Everything has taken on this like team mentality, right? And not in a good way, but in a toxic way in our society, where we're so divided, even down to things like the election this past year. It feels like people are divided and taking sides in teams rather than realizing we're supposed to be on the same team and working for the better of one another. And when it comes to political and social issues today, I think for me, it feels so often like we worry about the things of society rather than worrying about people and the ways that we actually are supposed to be caring for one another as neighbor. In scripture, we know that who is our neighbor? Everyone is our neighbor. And so too often it just feels like we're fighting fights over things rather than just actually working as a team and having that sense of brotherhood, sisterhood, camaraderie, and care for one another. That is the most basic level of expectation that God places on us. And I'm sorry for the Duke reference, but I'm also not sorry. So,
well, it's not okay. But I'm not in a good position to bring up anything Carolina right now, so I won't. The bad guys sometimes win. But amen to everything that's been said. I've been thinking about friendship and the holy nature of friendship quite a bit. Thinking about love in the Trinitarian sense of, Dr. King talks about three or different types of love. The agape love is the love of God, a greater one that is, allows us to, the revolutionary love that surpasses all of our understanding and our smallness. It kind of overwhelms the world. It's a type of love that's not, kind of the opposite. We have this dichotomous thing about good versus evil, but there's nothing that can actually match it. It is overwhelming. And then we have the love of the Son, or love of Christ, which see more as the eros love, not in the way it's been bastardized as like erotic or lustful, but it's touchy, it's fleshy. We have a fleshy faith. Jesus is just touching everybody all the time, and everyone's touching him, and sticking hands in the sides, and just that it is a very sensual in the sense of sensory, that we are bodies that are holy, and that our bodies are holy in a world that has made bodies that is anti-body, and that vilifies and eroticizes bodies as things, as Reverend Laura said. And then the third love is filial love, which I associate with the Holy Ghost. The Holy Spirit is the love that is left with us, that we are left with here on earth, to love each other and to love friends, and that's a love of friendship. And in the scripture says, greater love knows none than this, to lay down your life for a friend, which is a pretty radical statement, that there's nothing bigger than that type of love that we have access to. And so when I think of that brotherhood or familyhood being that revolutionary love that pushes us towards one another, as Reverend Wes's mentor always told us, Reverend Dr. Nelson Johnson, that we need to walk towards each other. That's that love, pushing us constantly towards each other. And it's when we turn from each other that we are breaking from God's dream for our humanity, and then ultimately for God's justice in the world. All my brothers are off camera. Calling y'all out.
That's one of my favorite topics, though, the four loves, C.S. Lewis and his writing on the four loves, and just the idea that sometimes we simplify all that the Bible has to say about love without looking at the dimensions of where it talks about love and the ways we're called to love, because it is all of those things. So,
right.
That is awesome. Oh, thank you so much. Anybody else want to share before we go to our next question? Because I want to kind of keep the train moving, but these were some awesome discussions.
I don't have anything else to add to this. I just wanted to, I did not introduce myself, so I want to make sure that I introduce myself. Reverend Dr. Stefan Weathers, Senior. I'm Program Manager for Young Adult Engagement with Democracy North Carolina, and just recently, the co-founder and co-pastor of a church called Impact Church that will be launching in May of this year in Charlotte, North Carolina. So,
yes, and I will be moving from Rocky Mount to move so that Reverend Steph can be my pastor and that I can grow in God. Amen.
Amen.
But yes, that brings us to our second question. What role should religious leaders play in speaking out against governmental policies that contradict moral and ethical values?
I'll not make everyone go before me this time. I'll introduce myself. I'm Reverend Rob Stevens with the North Carolina Poor People's Campaign, an organizer amongst other groups, including Racial Equity Institute, Men of Southeast Raleigh, and Housing Justice. So this is one where we get real tripped up on. And I think when Dr. Stefan was there, as well as Reverend West and DeMonte, or Laura, I'm not sure, but in Moral Mondays in 2013, there's two things that people got most angry at us about. The first one, well, actually, it was, I don't know which one, no order. We talked about race too much. We talked about racism too much. That was a problem. And actually, I think even more that it was too faith. There's too much Christian language, too much faith language. And that goes back to this separation of church and state, which has been confused on both sides the progressive, and I'll speak for Christian faith, are so scared to bring it into the public square because of this, legitimate concern that we've seen from the, what I'd say, fundamentalist, heretical Christian tradition that that does, as Dr. Barr says so much about what God says so little, and so little about what God says so much. But if we go back to what the separated church and state really was about, it was about not becoming England, where the church was the state. And so the separation was that so that the church could be critics of the state and not just endorsers of the state. So it was the separated church state was not to quiet the prophetic, the church, but actually to free it up so that, because it's very hard to critique yourself. And so to have this prophetic moral tradition that can come and call out when the state is doing wrong, and there's a responsibility to do that. And then we get all this fear around the 501c3 industrial complex, which was created post-civil rights to try to scare people. But the thing is the people on the extreme, regressive folks don't worry a day about it. They could care less. They endorse from the pulpit. They go out there and do all sorts of partisan things, and they never get in trouble for it. And certainly we don't necessarily want to do that, but we've been scared too much, I think, from speaking in the public square when, what else? How can you read the Bible and not see the tradition and the mandate to call out injustice when we see it?
I have some strong opinions about this question, as I'm sure we all do. In the Methodist Church, my favorite thing that we do in baptism is we ask the question, do you agree to stand up to evil, injustice, and oppression in whatever forms they present themselves? And that's a big question, and everybody who's a member of a Methodist church has said yes to it, whether they realize it or not. And anytime I've ever felt compelled not to say something, or I feel worried or nervous, I remind myself of that sentence and the fact that everybody has said yes to it if they are a baptized member. I feel like so often we forget that scripture is wildly political, and there's a lot of things that Jesus tells us to do that are political. And Jesus was in the temple flipping over tables and cracking whips and having all sorts of things to say to the people, because who cares if people get upset? There are things that need to be said and truths that need to be proclaimed. And it is not easy to be a pastor. Okay, let's just be honest about that. There are things that are stressful about being a pastor. There are times when we may feel very passionately called to say something, and then that ends up in a council meeting right after church that nobody was expecting. And those things happen, right? Like you get feedback, and there's things that maybe sometimes the fear of the backlash is overcoming our desire to speak truth. And yet as pastors, we also have to be okay with living with that, and in the kindest way I can say it, get over it, because that makes it about us, right? And not about what God is calling us to say. And that's a lot easier said than done. I'm feeling emboldened right now at the moment. But a good friend of mine, Darrell Briscoe, wrote a book a couple of years ago called There's a Storm Coming. And if you haven't read it, you should. It's a short book, but it's a fantastic book that outlines all of the ways that churches can prepare themselves to be better advocates, and why it's essential that pastors and churches learn to speak out against social injustice issues. Because if the church isn't the first place to stand up and talk, the rest of society is doomed. So it's one of those things. It's an inevitability. We've got to learn to speak. And if we can't speak in church about things that God has called us to speak out against, where are we going to feel comfortable speaking?
Yeah, just to add to that, I think that there's a way that the church historically, and I think even present day, has a image that that's where we go to recover. That's a place we go to get closer to God, and that in some ways it's also a place of repentance and forgiveness. And in that regard, church leaders and church as an institution does have a responsibility to address those things that which cause folks to be hurting, to be in pain, to be suffering, to deal with the systemic exploitations that we're able to name through analysis. But again, part of what the healing and the restoration is, it's in restoring dignity to folks who have been beaten by really sometimes invisible forces, but very much so through knowable people. And so when we start understanding that the representatives of the bad policies or the targeted policies that make inequitable living situations and circumstances the present day condition under which we live, engaging powers and principalities, engaging the powers of Walter Wink theology. I mean, engaging those powers is part of what we name as ministry. And so if we are going to be in the place of saying, this is a time and space for you to recover. This is a place for you to not feel the condemnation of the world. This is the place for you to be received by Jesus. This is a place where you can have your life transformed, and then not really address or engage those powers that never stop. They don't stop because people find sanctuary. And so that is part of what I think the disciples' work of going out and being apostles, and then also understanding and writing letters to communities of people, training them how to engage the powers in their local context. There are letters from very different communities written in the Bible, particularly in the New Testament. With those particularities of each community, I think it's important for us to understand each community here is going to have a different particularity. In North Carolina, there are so many different needs. And I hear Reverend Weathers talking about, starting a new church because there actually is a need for that group of people to congregate and gather. But not only that, I think in this day and age, congregate, gather, and go out into the world and defend against, and understanding what it means to be a remnant living in Revelation times, which I think engages us in a creative imagination that says, yes, we're going to cause some tension. Yes, we're going to cause some of these things, not for vanity, not for ego, but Dr. King gave us a powerful example of describing the kind of love that seeks the truth to come out of wicked times, that seeks reconciliation to come out of broken policy. And I think that we can create a better world and we can create a deeper democracy. Those don't have to be divorced from one another. And actually, I think they have to be wedded to each other in order to think through really difficult problems. So I do encourage the church to continue to be the church in the local context, but learn about and continue to train and continue to think about us as a collective and how we engage the powers.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the number is, but in the Old Testament, with major and minor prophets, as they are referred to, my Bible says, "Thus says the Lord." It doesn't matter who the prophet was, whether it was Jeremiah, whether it was Isaiah, whether it was Ezekiel, whoever. Thus says the Lord came, and after that came what God was describing as the failure of government to act morally and ethically towards the people who were a part of the society that the government governed in. And so I think that is, as far as the Christian tradition, which I am a part of, that is the fundamental foundation and basis of any Christian leaders, particularly those who are preachers. That is the fundamental foundation upon which you inherit this tradition. And so you can either say what thus says the Lord, or you can say what thus says Stefan, what thus says Laura, what thus says Rob, in order to go along to get along, what thus says West, in order to go along and get along, to curry favor, to gain points in a different political way. Yet still political while pretending it's not political. But again, like these are the ways in which I think that it's inherent. And then, of course, in the New Testament, Jesus didn't need to say "Thus says the Lord" because he was the Lord. So the things that Jesus said should be the things that, if you are calling yourself a Christian leader, a preacher, a pastor, these are the things that should be at the forefront of your mind, of your heart, of your ministry. And I appreciate what Reverend West was just saying in terms of, you know, the church being the church on a local level. One of the things that, even before seminary and all of that type of stuff, before officially being a licensed and ordained reverend and pastoring and all of that good stuff, long before I did any of that, the things that were affecting the people in the communities I was a part of, who I was attending church with, who I was going to church with, the things that affected me, those things, literally churches have parishioners, have members of the congregation who are affected by immoral government, unethical policies, and procedures on a day in and day out basis. Like, so this is not something that we can ignore. It's not something that you can pretend it doesn't exist, but it's not something you can truly ignore, because it will eventually well up and burst open, so to speak. And so again, it is the fact that these are not just, we're not talking about this in a very abstract, in an abstract way. This has real implications for the very people who are sitting in the pews or sitting in those individual seats. Some people don't have pews, sitting in the individual seats at churches every Sunday, and sometimes Wednesdays, sometimes, you know, depending on what your church has going on, Fridays, Saturdays, whatever services are happening, whatever things are happening at churches, the very people who are in attendance are literally, affected by, like I said, the failure of morality and ethics and the policies that governments sometimes put forth, because it's not in the interest of the people. It's in either the elected officials' interest or the interest of those who have paid for their campaign, or in the interest of some other party that is of interest to them and is they want to curry favor with. And so again, I think it's inextricably linked. Like it can't be separated. Just like I talked about, you know, made the analogy that we have a very real blood bond with those who are, you know, our natural born siblings, our natural born parents. Like, we have an unbreakable DNA bond. I made that analogy to how that should be how we operate with one another. That's the same thing as it relates to religious leaders speaking out with government policies and procedures that are immoral and that are unethical.
That was great, Reverend Steph. Very great. Okay, anybody else before we move to the next question? Okay, let me get back on my right screen. Okay. Question number 3. King's speech suggests that silence in the face of injustice is complexity. How do you navigate the tension between spiritual leadership and political activism?
So, real quick, and I'm going to keep this as brief as possible because it's really just as simple for me. I would, of course, agree with Dr. King that Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that silence in the face of injustice is complicity. Like, if you see an injustice going on, or you know that injustice is happening, and you choose to be silent about what is happening, it's easy to speak up when something is actually affecting you. But even when it's something that doesn't affect you, that is complicity. Like you may not be the one doing the actual thing, the harm, the violence, but you are in fact participating in your in you not standing in opposition to it. So Martin Niemöller, after coming out of a concentration camp in Germany, made the statement, and I'm paraphrasing, but this is pretty much what he said. And I think this, in some ways, you could say maybe this is where King got his quote, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." But he said, of course, they came for the socialists, and I said and did nothing. They came for the trade unionists, and I said and did nothing. They came for the Jews, and I said and did nothing. And so when it was time, when they came for me, there was no one left to speak up for me. And so again, that is the real, like, that is not just something that is catchy. That's not just something that is a great quote. That is like literally, and even now, if I can relate that to now, that is what we are experiencing now. If we are not speaking up about what is happening with students who are legally here in the United States being plucked off of the street or pulled out of their homes, pulled out of university classrooms and thrown into ICE detention camps, if we cannot speak up about that, then we are doomed. We are lost. And we are, at the very least, morally bankrupt. But like I said, we are doomed because when you don't speak up about that, eventually it does come to you. The same thing here in North Carolina. We have, even if you're not a trans person, the anti-trans legislation that is being moved through the North Carolina General Assembly, if we are not speaking up about this, it does not stop with whoever is the target in the moment. And so again, our silence is not only complicity, our silence is a signing of our own death note, so to speak, of our own obituary, if you will. And so for me, there is no tension between spiritual leadership and political activism, because for me, as I kind of shared in the last segment, for me, it is all intertwined. It is all intertwined. There is no, this is over here, this is over there. I have this pocket over here, and I put this over here in this bucket. No, it's all intertwined. So I believe that if we truly were, and I say this in a non-judgmental way, but I'm saying like with American churches across the board, if we were in fact exercising the type of spiritual leadership that folks really need, this question wouldn't even exist, because people would understand and see that their spirituality is not just some abstract pie in the sky, woo-sa, kumbaya, let me sit and meditate for 5 hours type of thing. That is not real spirituality. We have, and this will be the last thing I say, with American Christianity, what I really have an issue with is that we have and I get this wisdom from our indigenous brothers and sisters, but also my West African ancestors that were kidnapped from the coast of West Africa and brought to the Americas and the Caribbean. And so this wisdom comes from them. But we have too much of an emphasis on right belief, but not right doing. So we emphasize right belief. And I somewhat blame, not Martin Luther King, Martin Luther for this in some part. I don't want to get too deep here, but I somewhat blame Martin Luther for this. While I appreciate his, grace, nothing you can do can earn you the kingdom of heaven, so to speak, because all of us possess the capacity for good, the capacity for not so good. However, I believe that is the point, or that is the event in time in which, in Western Christianity anyway, which we can point to and say there was indeed this emphasis made on right belief, but not right doing. And so just because I say I believe in Jesus, we have created a culture, a Christian culture, where you can just say I believe in Jesus and not do a damn thing like Jesus, and not resemble at all in any form or fashion Jesus. And so that for me is a no-no. That for me is absolutely persona non grata, so to speak. And so what I'm saying with this, and what I want us, emphasize, what I want to emphasize in this conversation, is that we have to get to a place with American Christianity. And like I said, if we were doing spirituality the way that it really needed to be done, in a way that people need it in real ways, then we would have an understanding of how important right doing is, because right doing is the thing that actually is the fruit, so to speak, to use the language of Scripture, that shows or that bears witness to what you say you believe, what you outwardly express verbally as your belief.
I just second that. I have nothing to add that would be better though. You just said that. I mean, amen. That was, yes.
I mean, I feel like I was in church for a moment right there. I wanted to run. You can name the name of Jesus, but not do nothing like he is doing or he has done. That is awesome, Rev. That is awesome. Does anybody else have anything else to add to that? Or did he just drop the mic and walk off?
I think he did. I think Doc gave us the word.
Yes, sir. Take up the offering, Reverend. Take up the offering. Okay.
But I ain't gonna lock nobody in. We're not gonna lock people.
Oh, no. Don't close the doors. Don't close the door. That is funny to me. Funny to me. Okay. This is about to end our segment on moral obligation and faith in politics. This is our last question. And this is an easy one. I might even chime into this one. Have you ever faced backlash for taking a stand on controversial issues? And how did you respond?
Yes. And I'm sure all of us probably have at some point. When I was serving in Rocky Mount, I started a church, the Mills Church, which is a reconciling and affirming United Methodist Church. And when we started that was, it was filling a need in the community for reconciling ministry. And by that, our name in the Methodist Church for that is specifically reconciling ministry, but it's ministry that's geared towards being inclusive and affirming of LGBTQ people, however you identify. And so that ministry was started. It filled a need, but when it did, it also made a lot of people really angry. And I mean, really angry. There was a whole letter writing campaign where I received letters from not the entire community, but big chunks of the community that were basically a cease and desist, and this is not wanted in our community. We kept on with it anyway, and the church continued to exist. But I mean, like, messages on social media, I would open Instagram and there would be 50 messages from people I don't know telling us to stop and threatening the church and all sorts of things. And so there were times where that really, really weighed me down. And yet I also fully believed in what God was calling our church to do and the space that God was calling our church to exist in within the community. And so we persisted, but there were times that was extremely difficult, and I thought it would have been a lot easier just to not do what we were doing. So that's just an example, but I'm sure all of us have had something similar.
Yes. I kind of saw some of that going on, Reverend Whitman. I kind of saw some of the backlash that the Mill Church has seen, but y'all had done the work. I mean, And the work is still going on as far as I can see. The work is still going on. So we don't worry about the naysayers, because if they understood the Bible, they would know that Jesus was all inclusive. Does anybody have anything else to say? This was a good question.
I won't add a lot. I just will just give the encouragement of the Sermon on the Mount and to understand this context of being blessed when you do face backlash, when you are standing for righteousness. There is an element of really reviewing within oneself, and there's a self-efficacy kind of thing, cleansing, that is part of nonviolence, the 9 steps to nonviolence, to make sure that your intentions are in alignment with community, are in alignment with the highest human ideals. But when you actually do that and get involved, it is to expect that kind of persecution, because that means you're right at the edge of transformation. You're right at the edge of the possibility of something being different in favor of the least of these, or for those who have been unfortunately targeted with unjust laws and policies. And so when you go into these situations, I think about Matthew 5 and the way in which we are trained in some regard to expect challenge and struggle, and to expect the worst of systems that want to maintain domination. And if you expect that, then you won't have a lingering time of confusion and a lingering time of wondering what is happening. And I think that that's one of the things that challenges social justice movements the most, to not be confuse ourselves as if this is a new apparatus, as if this is a new reaction of folks who want to hold on to power, that folks want to hold on to resources. And I think that time between confusion and clarity, we would be better if we could shorten that so we could stay active in our best capacities in doing so. And I think that another part, as that piece of that scripture continues on, there's levels of organization, there's levels of doing things in a particular order. Those 9 steps of nonviolent tradition, I think, are very powerful to unpack and to begin to, take some time to study and research. And because these are methods that help us to endure the difficulty of struggling to be who you are called to be. And no one hands that to us. And if it were handed to us, it wouldn't be worth it, because it wouldn't give us the strength to be able to keep it. And so I want to be thankful for this name, or this word calling resistance, because resistance in itself has struggle built in. And resistance in itself has strength built in it. And if you do it right, you find a little bit of joy while you're doing it. And I think that that is a call out to freedom songs. That's a call out to drawing down on heaven before you start to get active. Because when you draw down on heaven, you pull into yourself the capacity to see the world differently, to see the resistance differently. And so I think this is so much about our approach, and this can go for personal and it can go for the movement. Personally, yeah, you can say, I got a bad day going on. You can hang your head low. I didn't get the grade or the scores I wanted on this particular assessment, or my car is doing this, or I got this leak to pay for, and you can go drown yourself in a milieu of things that just did not go your way. But if you have another mindset, you can look for the opportunity to learn how to overcome difficulty, which I think gives us a certain kind of strength that's unavailable to those who would otherwise dominate other people. And so we have to be able to endure in this stage in history, because there's no shortage of practice on untangling.
We're having a bit of technical issues here. soon as I can get the video start back. Okay, we are good here.
On untangling the truth from lies. We'll have more than enough practice to do that, opportunities to practice that. And so, again, in the words Brother Rob Stevens said, that our mentor, my teacher, says, walk together, children. Not just walking to be walking, but that there is a great camp meeting over there. And to get over there, sometimes it requires a level of understanding what struggle is for and what it's meant for.
Awesome. That was beautiful.
Amen.
Y'all give yourselves a hand. We made it past our first segment. And then we're going to go to our second segment, War, Peace, and Justice. We're going to try to speed through this one. Our first question, King describes the Vietnam War as a distraction from the fight against poverty and racism. Do you see modern parallels where the government policies or wars
information gathering and understanding the situation. I think that this question speaks to that. Education and raising awareness, personal commitment and self-purification. That's the word that I was trying to hang on to when I was talking about self-discovery and making sure that you check in with your own intent. But negotiation and seeking dialogue, that's relational. That's how you come out of after your self-purification and personal commitment. Direct action and nonviolent resistance. Those are ways in which, how do you move what you think, the idea that you have, how do you move that into the public square, in the public arena? And then lastly, I wanted to name reconciliation and building a more hopeful and better future. And so there are so many other ways to address it, but those are the main ways that I wanted to make sure I shared and had an opportunity to share with everybody before I have to leave in a few moments. But I'll hang out as long as I can.
Awesome. So what I need to get on? Okay. Anybody else want to chime in on that question? How can faith communities? Oh, somebody had something to say?
Yeah, no, just real quick, just saying, I think that, we can parallel the Vietnam War to, and even speaking of the last question, this is something I have gotten pushback from or for. But the idea that you send billions of dollars, to Israel to carry out a war against Hamas, but we end up with not just the scenes, but the sheer number, the sheer volume of thousands of children, thousands of innocent people dead. And so we're essentially funding similarly to Vietnam, even though we're not the ones actually combat, or our service members are not on the ground fighting the war, but our resources are being given over to that, and there's a broader connection that must be made as well to King called the three evils of racism, materialism, and militarism. There's a broader militarism that is the issue as well. And so why does the Pentagon's budget continue to increase while we continue to defund public education, while we continue to defund vital programs that help people navigate and receive healthcare, that help people put food on their tables? Why are we cutting things? Why are we cutting and not investing in our infrastructure? Why are we cutting the things that lead to life? But we fund what seems to be infinitely the thing that ultimately leads to death. And I think that is a very distorted value system. And I see that as one of the questions coming up. So that'll be my answer for that too. But that is a very distorted value system. And so I think even to make it even local for folks, because that can even be too broad. Like, okay, well, we need a great military, all that type of stuff. All that type of stuff. But to make it even closer to home for a lot of people, police budgets continue to increase infinitely, while, again, the same things that I talked about at the state and local town and city levels continue to be cut. Funding to education continues to be cut. Funding to housing security continues to be cut. Funding that helps people, again, provide food, like programs such as SNAP and things like that. The funding for that continues to be gutted. And so, again, we have this situation where those are the things that we choose to fund, and those are the things that we value, and those things ultimately lead to death. And so we have a value system of death instead of a value system of life. And that needs to be reversed. That needs to be upended.
That's right, Real. That is right. Okay, that ends our segment on War and Peace. Now we're gonna go to racism. Hold on, DeMonte, are you still here? All right, everyone. I thank you so much for your time. We are about to wrap it up here. My last two panelists. Would y'all close us out in y'all own special way?
Sure. I think, for me, the thing that keeps popping in my mind is that peace and unity are not silence and conformity. And a lot of times when people say that they want unity or peace, what they really mean is they want the other side to stop talking and not to step on toes. And sometimes a little holy discomfort is a good thing. And I really think that the key to that, to breaking down a lot of those barriers, is remembering our call to relational discipleship and what it means to actually engage with people who have different opinions from us and reach across the table. And I think the more we do that, the easier these conversations will be. But it means that we have to be able to step out of our comfort zone and lean into a little bit of conflict. When I talk to couples who are struggling in relationships, the relationships that are failing are the ones where people don't talk. They just avoid the discomfort and move on. And our relationships with one another need to be pressed for that too, to lean into that discomfort. So those are my final thoughts.
The Reverend Steph.
Yeah, my final thoughts are just along the same lines as Reverend Laura. I think when we have these conversations, one of the things that often gets lost for me is just the reality of, or one of the things I think that we lose, I should say, is just our sense of how connected we actually are. And so I think the reality for someone like Dr. King was not that any particular person or people or group or tribe or whatever the case may be is what Dr. King really wanted, or the beloved community vision that Dr. King had, was that we don't have these caste systems, these valuations of human beings based on color of skin, based on defined, whatever your defined race is, ethnicity, based on gender, based on all of these things. We don't have and our value system not being based on that. And so I think that anytime we have these conversations, the things that point us towards life, the things that point us towards community, as Reverend Laura said, and that does not mean conformity, but unity, as I understand it, is just like a human body. Your human body has many different components, many different parts, many different things are going on all at once. They are not the same processes, not the same things going on in different parts of your body, but it all makes up one. And so there's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with us being unique. It's nothing wrong with us having difference. But where it goes wrong is when that difference then starts to be categorized and evaluated as superior and inferior. And so that is number one thing that we need to get away from, and particularly as Christians, or coming from the Christian tradition, the thing that I always go back to is Jesus. And so, if Jesus is held in high regard for you, if Jesus is held up here for you, then why is your fellow sister, brother, non-binary sibling, why are they not held at that same level? Why do you not hold them to that same level? Because at the end of the day, we are all made in the image and likeness of Jesus. And yeah.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to close this out with a quick prayer. Spirit of the living God, we thank you for this opportunity of instruction, God, and learning. Father, we ask you, God, that you amplify this sound, Father, that somebody might want to love the Jesus that has inclusion, the social justice Jesus, the Jesus of peace and inclusion and diversity. In Jesus' name we do pray, amen.
Amen. Good being with you all.
Y'all have a great day.
Thanks so much.
Have a great day.
Well, that was a great panel there. From our folks, Rob Stevens, Reverend Laura, Stefan Weathers, Dr. Stefan Weathers, and Wesley Morris. So now at this time, I'm going to bring on our friends from Black Futures Lab, Brother Tyler Swanson.
Great to see you there, DeMonte.
Good to see you, Tyler. Are you able to share your screen yet? Let me know.
Yes, give me one quick second. Let me. Got to love technology, right?
Gotta love it. But I'll say this while we're waiting. So Tyler Swanson has been an organizer that I've known since maybe 2013, maybe 2011, 2012, somewhere around there. Better part of a decade and a half now. From the early days of Moral Monday to up and down throughout the state of North Carolina with the Youth and College Division of the North Carolina NAACP. I've seen Tyler Swanson organize and connect and be in rural communities to the urban communities, and has been the tireless, champion for justice throughout the state of North Carolina. And of course, like most of the folks that come from this place of higher learning, he is a proud Aggie from North Carolina A&T. So are you ready to go, Tyler?
I think so. Can you all see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Great. And my colleague, Russell Armstrong, is on. Are we able to move him as a panelist?
Yes. Let me get to the participants here. I don't see him. Is he able to raise his hand?
Reaching out to him now to see, but it's always great to be in space with you, DeMonte. I mean, we've been doing this for quite some time. I think we were much younger when we first got involved with Youth in College at the NAACP and Moral Mondays. And so really great to continue this work and really move as we are amplifying liberation for all.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's good to see, person that I've known for all these years still doing the work. This work sometimes can get tiresome. Folks burn out. Some folks, don't want to engage in the process, but to see you still doing this for over, the better part of like now 2 decades, as a young person, right, is impressive. We're barely able to see our 30s. We're barely, in our 30s, but we've been doing this for the better part of most of our life.
That's right. That's right. And learn from great mentors and teachers along the way. So, gotcha. So I'm still trying to figure out where Russell is. Let's see. Sorry.
Can you message me his email and I can add him as a.
Getting ready to do that to you now. Sorry about that. Again, technology is a good and bad thing. So I just sent that over to you, DeMonte. Give a little bit of information while we are waiting on Russell about Black Futures Lab and Black to the Future. So, as we commemorate the day that Dr. King's assassination, he warned us about the 3 evils of society: racism, poverty, militarism. And he also taught us that these forces work together to marginalize and oppress and silence communities, especially Black communities. And so here at Black Futures Lab, we are answering that call, not just through words, but also through action. We are confronting the evils that Dr. King laid out through our Black economic agenda. We are challenging systemic racism by pushing for policies that invest in Black workers, Black entrepreneurs, and our communities. We're fighting poverty by demanding fair wages, access to capital, and wealth-building opportunities. And we're resisting the harm that is caused by over-policing and surveillance and draining resources from our neighborhoods. And so Dr. King told us that justice is what love looks like in public. And our Black economic agenda is that love in action. It's bold, it's unapologetic, it's rooted in the belief that Black communities deserve Black power and economic dignity. And so let's go on to this. So our team in North Carolina, I serve as our lead organizer. Sierra Brown is our state manager for North Carolina. And so primarily a lot of our work has been out in Eastern North Carolina. So we put roots down in Eastern North Carolina and Rocky Mount as we work to shift and close the tides in the last election, really working to build Black political power and investing in Black communities through our work. So we have Black Futures Lab is our C3, which is where we do all of our voter education, voter mobilization efforts. And then our Black to the Future is our C4 side, where we get to do a little bit more of the work, taking a deeper dive into it, and whatnot.
Hey, Tyler, he should be good now to go.
Perfect. That's why I was looking at messages and just saw that. And so, let's see, Russell, are you there? Got it.
Yeah, I'm here, but I don't see anything on the screen.
Perfect. So I was just going through the slide talking about the our team and the work that we're doing. So I'll get ready to kick it over to you to talk about the Black Economic Agenda. So for today, we've done our introductions. Who is Black Futures Lab? We'll talk about our Black Economic Agenda. We'll also talk about ways how we're supporting rural North Carolina and have some discussions in Q&A. And of course, we can't leave this space without a call to action. And so who we are, Black to the Future Action Fund is a think tank and act tank that works to make Black communities powerful in politics. We're here to build capacity through a design that wins and implements changes to problems that we face, as well as expanding and protecting democracy. And so, again, we are working to be that Black political home for Black folks, and electing Black legislators, Black local electeds, who share bold and progressive values that we can work together to enhance the dignities of all people. It's a little bit about what we do. Again, we are a think tank, we are a lab, and so we get to be innovative with ways that we get to collaborate in spaces with Black folks, with power makers, to move the needle for those folks that have been left behind through policies that are not really enacting and bringing change that we need in our communities. And so I'll give it to Russell so we can talk about a little bit more about how we build Black political power and how our Black economic agenda is that driving force that we're using. So Russell is our senior political strategist. So Russell, if you're there.
I'm here. Hello, everyone. So my name is Russell Armstrong. I'm our senior policy campaign strategist for Black Futures Lab. I'm actually based in Washington, D.C., working across multiple regions that we are focused on in terms of increasing, Black political power, as Tyler was mentioning. So we do that through, as he said, focusing on what is happening in local communities. What are Black people saying in those local communities? So I don't know if who's controlling the slides, but can we go to the next slide? And the following after that. So the Black Economic Agenda is based off of our Black Census Project. And so that project, for that, we actually surveyed 211,000 people, 211,000 Black people across the country, and with significant numbers of those people coming from our target states, which includes North Carolina. And the people who responded to that talked about the issues that are affecting them on a daily basis. So they weren't driven to speak to whether it was healthcare, whether it was affordable housing. It was open-ended, and they identified those issues such as that were impacting them from both a federal to a local level, and that these are the things they're concerned with. So we built upon that as an organization for our C3 and our C4 to make sure that this was reflected in some sort of document and as an agenda to be able to call on leaders, particularly leaders of these communities or so-called leaders of these communities, to try and see that these are the issues that the people that you're actually supposed to be representing care about. And that was the onus for creating the Black Economic Agenda. So another example from our Black Census was, what are the issues that most affect Black people in the country today? And it was a list, as I mentioned, of several different issues. There were concerns about low wages, schools failing to prepare children adequately, as I already mentioned, affordable housing, elimination of medical services, rising costs for college, rising costs for healthcare. Something that you don't see on there is rising costs of rent, which I'm sure many of you are feeling. And so the pain points that creates. These are all things that were talked about, 2 generations ago by Dr. King, right before he was assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee, on this day today, and talking about like the evils of like unrelenting capitalism and the fact that people are just trying to make a living wage in day to day. And so, yet we still don't have that in communities across the board in America, and particularly for Black communities. So, can you go to the next? And so, you see that reflected in the responses to the Black economic agenda. People, over 2/3 of people were respondent and in favor of increasing the minimum wage to $15 an hour. I'm sure, as many of you know, in North Carolina, it's still aligned with the federal wage, which is $7.25, which is far below what we would consider to be a living wage today. Over to almost 2/3 of respondents were in favor of increasing and expanding unemployment insurance. Many people don't know that unemployment insurance is something that the state is supposed to be filling in for to provide a safe gap and a safety net for people in the community, for people in the state who are paying in it with their tax dollars. But many states aren't necessarily doing enough to expand those sorts of protections. And one more thing that I think is very common amongst like parents, as you see in the picture there, is that while maybe access to childcare has improved in certain places, the ability to actually pay and find affordable childcare is, a problem across all communities and across the country, as well as in North Carolina, and is even reflected in the fact that where upgrades that we're trying to see for communities, whether it's from federal tax dollars, from COVID relief funds, and now people are being impacted by what's happening at the federal level, where that money that was supposed to be coming down to states and to local communities isn't being transferred forward. And so it's leaving people hanging. And these are the sorts of things that impact Black communities the most. As like it's known and said, that when white communities get a cold, Black communities get pneumonia. So the process from there, as you see, is from our Black census, which was created in 2022, to drafting and creating the Black economic agenda. And this was done, as I mentioned, with census, focus group interviews, landscape interviews, and actually some of the deep canvassing techniques that our team on the ground, such as Tyler and Sierra in North Carolina, were working on. Next slide. Can you go? So the Black economic agenda is sorted into 3 different parts, and it's available on our website, Black to the Future Action Fund, which is focused on wages and worker protections, livable wages, workplace protections, things like, as I mentioned before, that $7.25 is not enough for people to live off of, and that we need to be fighting for, wages that allow people to actually save, actually be able to pay their rent, pay for medical costs. And as you've seen, as we saw throughout the COVID pandemic, it is essential workers who are usually the most susceptible to low wages, and they're the people whose jobs are the most important in our economy when you see that things go awry. And so those are the people that we need to be fighting for to make sure that they have the most supports possible, which also means that they have protection, that they have the ability to ask for sick leave, they have the ability to ask for benefits, time away from work, paid leave, time to take their kids to the doctor. Those are all the things that fall under wages and worker protections that we heard from and developed policy points around to make sure that we're supporting. Thriving communities, these are things that impact how we live and the quality of life. There you'll find issues such as affordable housing, tenant protections, affordable healthcare. One of the things that North Carolina has done of recently was expanding Medicaid, and that was important to make sure that there is access to health insurance services for the least able to afford it. But that still doesn't solve the affordable health care gap for people in the middle who make just over the federal poverty line and still can't access and be able to pay for affordable health care. So there's still a long way to go in terms of like many of these issues. And then finally, in budget and taxes, as I mentioned before, states raise tax dollars and they're supposed to do it to reinvest in our communities. We as individuals are the largest source of tax revenue for every single state, including North Carolina. However, most often, we're the ones who see the least amount of investment from it. North Carolina, like many states, unfortunately, across the South, has a long way and across America has a long way to go in terms of like actual tax reform that benefits communities and doesn't benefit corporations and the wealthy. The corporate tax rate is still one of the lowest in the country in North Carolina, as well as the individual tax rate. And at that point, there's no way for us to figure out how to balance and actually raise enough money so I can go back into the places that need it most without instead having it inversely benefiting the rich. Next slide, please. So I'm not sure if we have the automatic a feature to actually engage with the audience today. But I wanted to ask, like, when you think about our economy, what is the most important topic to you? And so usually when we do this presentation, we would have asked, for our audience in the field, do you care about worker pay? Do you care about paid leave, childcare, higher education? To get a sense of people who haven't necessarily engaged with our Black economic agenda, what are the issues that they care about most? Because every community has different priorities or things that have the largest gaps in terms of being serviced for them.
I would say one of the biggest things that we've heard, primarily out in the eastern part of the state, is the lack of access to affordable housing, healthcare, and childcare. In North Carolina, it took us 10 years to actually pass Medicaid expansion. After hundreds of millions of dollars that the state had invested in were not being utilized, those nearly 500,000 folks that were not covered at the time. And so that was work that, DeMonte and I were doing when we were much younger in this, fighting for that. And I often share the story about a hospital closing out in Belhaven. That was the only hospital for that community. The next closest hospital, I think, was in Greenville, which was a couple of hours away. And just listening to those stories of how many folks, had medical emergencies, but lost their lives because they did not have a hospital, access to healthcare to meet their medical needs. And so we know that there's a lot of work to do. And we also know that the same Speaker of the House, former Speaker of the House, who voted to bring Medicaid expansion to the floor, went to Congress and actually voted against it in the latest cuts that we've just seen. And so, or the attacks that we're seeing on healthcare. So, we know that moral arc is long and it bends towards justice, but it applies all of us reaching down, applying that pressure and being consistent. The education system, we've seen how our state legislators are giving money to taxpayer dollars that are supposed to be going to public education, giving those to vouchers programs and unaccountable charter schools that do not often accept families that look like us. And so we know that there is still some work that we have to do. And this is why elections are important. Up and down the ballot, those elections are important.
Can you go to the next slide?
I think we just hit on that one. So
yeah. So one of the ways that we're following up, as we mentioned, is that we are a lab. And so like as a lab that we're focused on what is happening from state to state. And so in North Carolina, one of the projects that we worked on after doing the Black Economic Agenda was seeing how does each state measure up to some of these issues that Black communities have raised for themselves. Can you go to the next slide? So on this policy scorecards that we've created, there's a roadmap, but also tell a clear story of what's been happening. So as I mentioned before, in the living wages, you can see easily this is something you can explain to community members that it's $7.25 is low. It's at the federal level, which is below minimum living wage itself. In terms of tax reform, as I mentioned, that North Carolina is one of the lowest corporate tax states in the country, and therefore it's impossible for there to be a fair share being paid on that compared to what individuals are paying themselves and getting from their taxes. In terms of affordable housing, there are members in the state legislature right now who have even introduced legislation to try and fix the affordable housing crisis that's not just in the cities, but also impacting rural communities in Eastern North Carolina. So most of the time when people think about affordable housing, they just think about what's happening, in the local city centers, but it's affecting people in communities all across the state. And in fact, it gets worse the further that you get into rural areas because of the fact that with low wages that are rampant there, it makes it even harder to find affordable housing when the stock is so low because there's so few places that can qualify for it without getting more funding. I mentioned the same thing with tenant protections and, investment in HBCUs has been a problem across the state in terms of identifying and finding more funding specifically for institutions that are serving Black students, minority students as well, and affordable childcare. And so this is one of the tools that we're working on to tell that story of what is happening in the state and how it's impacting individuals in the country.
And if I
Tyler,
may,
I'll pass it back to you.
thank you. And I just want to add two things as we just dive into this a little bit more. By the year 2030, the corporate sales tax is projected to be zero. The same legislative body who has continuously done everything but the right thing is only looking out for big corporations in this state. North Carolina, we have the most HBCUs than any other state, and yet we are constantly seeing our HBCUs, just like our public education system, are starving for resources. So I would hope, there's a QR code right there that gives you all access to our Black Economic Agenda, the executive summary, and you can scan that QR code to actually endorse this Black Economic Agenda. And I think there's some more on the next slide. Well, we can dive into some of these questions if that's, I don't know, DeMonte, if you want to have some dialogue with us about this part or.
Yeah, I'm here with you.
Or, yeah. So these are just some of the discussion points that we really try to dive into to, really build out Black political power. So I think we can just have a dialogue about some of this stuff right now, if that's fine.
Yeah. That's what this platform's here for.
I'll let you can dive in how you choose.
Okay, so I can start it off. So I guess the first question is when I think about these issues, which is important to me and why. So first, I guess it would be like access to healthcare, coming from Southeastern North Carolina, specifically good access or good healthcare, medical facilities with specialists like nephrologists, dentists, people that are able to test these particular special treatment or test for special things. We don't have that typically in the Southeast. We'd have to go to Chapel Hill, we'd have to go to Florence, South Carolina, or we have to go to Wilmington. So typically the closest hospital that's able to treat a preventable disease or a curable disease or something that could be, done with a little bit of therapeutics, you would have to travel 3 hours, 2.5 hours away for that. And we know that there's a giant wealth disparity already in Eastern North Carolina when it comes to race, the racial wealth gap. And the white people in Eastern North Carolina are poor. So, there are poor white folks in Eastern North Carolina, and there are poor Black folks in Eastern North Carolina. So to me, what I've learned is that the quality of life is something that people in poverty, people typically look as like the housing or whether or not they got food. And for me, it's the actual quality of the 70-something years that you're expected to live. Right? We know that your zip code is the greatest indicator of your life expectancy and educational expectancy and your wealth, right? Like we can predict how people are going to perform in life based on their zip code. And that seems to be super inequitable to me. So for me, at least, health, right? Like if I'm not here, because I've gotten some kind of treatable thing or I've died for something that could be cured. I feel like that's a major issue, particularly like kidney disease in Black communities. You know, so yeah.
I think poverty has a way of it doesn't have a way of just picking certain folks. It's not a Black thing, a white thing. It's an inequity issue. And I do think there's so much work to do. And I think what we've seen, especially in the work that we've done in North Carolina, DeMonte, that, the voting, access to voting is that key that unlocks everything. It unlocks folks to be able to vote for folks who are going to address housing issues, housing inequities, healthcare inequities, all of those injustices. We have a way of rewriting those histories through the power of the vote, but we're also seeing that those same folks who are supposed to be making the lives of folks in North Carolina easier are doing the complete opposite by attacking the right to vote, attacking healthcare, attacking who gets to exist, all in the name of I don't even know what the name of it is they're trying to do. But it is important. And so, like for us, when we talk about that Black political power, we look at it as a way of giving folks access to choose what their lives look like. How do you make Black communities strong, a strong voting bloc? Because we all know you cannot win election without having Black voters. But you also have to make sure that you are including Black voters and Black issues into the conversation and holding those folks accountable. And so I do think that's key. Russell, do you have anything you want to add into the discussion?
No, I think you guys covered it.
I mean, I have a question though. Sure. So this is a question for both of y'all. I always say this, and I got this from our mentor, Reverend Bishop Dr. William Barber. The question is to you all: how would you explain how expensive poverty is to a person that thinks that the only expenses of poverty is like economic, right? Money. How would you explain the expenses of poverty to folks, or the cost of poverty?
Tyler, you want to go first?
You came off. I was still pondering on that response. I'll kick it over to you.
Well, DeMonte, I think you kind of did a layup there because I think the answer to your question. But for other folks, I mean, the cost of poverty isn't just economic. Like, there's always a conservative talking point about like, well, why are they spending so much on an iPhone? Like, if they can't afford healthcare, and that's so wrongly focused on like what the actual costs are, especially for something that is a necessary, tool to live in the modern 21st century. And so instead of thinking about it like that, then you think about poverty leads to higher, like the inability to like move jobs because like you have less job security, the inability to actually like, ask for your rights from your employer because you're more likely to be in a position where it's a low wage job with also low benefits where you have low worker protections. And then you have to travel further to get to work because you're more likely to live in an area that's lower income and further away from where the economic center of many of these like local cities are because the cost of living is higher. And therefore you also, because of the stress of that, have increased costs for healthcare. But then again, because you are lower income, and in many of these places, like if you don't meet the federal poverty line, you may have to, not be able to get, expanded access to things like Medicaid, especially if your state hasn't passed it. So the two of you just mentioned like the decade-long struggle to get North Carolina to actually pass Medicaid, but it still leaves out the missing middle of folks who make just enough to get by, but not enough to actually be able to thrive and live. And so like these are the people that we're trying to serve, that all of us have family members, all of us have know people who are impacted by the effects of poverty, because particularly as Black people, we're always a step away from that because we're the demographic who is most closely associated with the impacts of poverty and the impacts of a lack of investment in our communities. And so the cost of poverty is far more than just a paycheck.
Completely agree. I would just add one thing that, for me, I've always been passionate about having access to education. Um, because I do believe that access to education is that great equalizer. It's supposed to be a part of that American dream. But what we are seeing is those same folks are using these um, culture war issues to further divide and to remove us from talking about these issues. Um, when you look at what's happening, and it's a shame that it took a pandemic for folks to actually see that when you invest in people, when you give folks access to healthcare and you give them access to, um, the stimulus checks that, we use our taxpayer dollars, pouring that money back into the economy is a win for everybody. And the same folks on Jones Street that claim that they're doing the business of the people have the highest levels of poverty in their district. Those districts are districts that have been left behind. It is not just those districts that, you know, it's work that we have to do. And I really wish that we can have folks. And one thing that we learned through the work with Dr. Barbara Demonte was putting a putting a picture to those stories, having folks share their stories to their own legislators, to their elected bodies, to share how their policies are causing more harm than good. And it's hard to sit there and turn a blind eye to those individuals when they're standing there in your face sharing their stories. And so that's a good piece that we try to do with this work, is connecting those dots and tying and putting a picture to those stories.
Okay, so another question. What would you all say are the greatest barriers to your work that you're facing currently in North Carolina?
So I think what we're seeing, especially out in the eastern part of the state, which, folks have already feeling that they are further behind, that they don't have true representation, and at all levels of their government, is being heard. There was a lot of voter apathy that we ran into in 24. Folks felt as if they voted and they didn't see too much, but it was also a lot of misinformation that really we had to do. We had to, educate folks and encourage them to vote at the same time. So I really think one of the biggest struggles is having folks to really step into their power and to own their power, and take, the work and the resources that we're pouring into communities to organize around that. Like, we hope, and our goal is to organize ourselves out of a job. We want to see our communities thrive and be successful and have that power and resources. But we also have to find ways to speak language, to speak a common language that everyone can understand and to get behind. And so I do think, we have to avoid, it's hard to kind of avoid what's happening at the national level and focus on what's local and state. But I do think that's one way that we can get folks to really pay attention, is by using this moment that we're in as a great organizing tool, to pour resources such as the Black Economic Agenda, various talking points and resources that communities need that we're working with to speak their truth to power.
So there may be some people, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so there may be some people that's listening right now, that are young folks that, like us when we started. Yeah. What would you say, and how could you encourage, or why is it, better question is, why is it important for young folks to tackle this problem of poverty that's facing them?
Well, I think it's a both and. I do believe that it requires all of us in this moment. And, we need the wisdom of our elders, but also, like they said in Glory, but we need the energy of the young folks. And throughout every movement in this nation, it has been led by young folks, because I believe young people are willing to push back in a way that meets this moment. I also think young folks do not believe in taking no for an answer. And so it is very important for folks that are under the age of 35. I used to think 35 was, not that was much older, but now that I'm getting closer to that, still think 35 and under, or however, whatever you want to say, if you fit that youth model, to meet this moment. don't take no for an answer. Do not let folks tell you to wait in line or wait your turn to bring change. Bring the change, be the change that you want to see. Organizing your communities. I mean, all it takes is one person to step up and to speak out. And that one person can inspire others. And then you have built your community to bring change and healing to communities. Because what folks want, what I believe these folks in power and in DC, and I think they want people to get uh, discouraged and to get aggravated and to just feel as if things are never going to get better. But for me, I think we have to use this and looking back at history to see that, if folks can battle Jim Crow and segregation and slavery and still organize and mobilize and come together, we're more powerful than the powers that be. And I do think it takes all of us to meet the moment where you are, what feels comfortable and what feels best for you. Some folks are the agitators, some folks are the wordsmith, some folks are the mobilizers of their community, but everyone has a gift and a talent that they can use to pull our communities up and to build. So it's constantly meeting these moments and also understand that there's going to be some defeats, but you cannot allow those defeats to deter you from what the goal is. And the goal is for all of us to be liberated and to be that beloved community that we heard the previous panel talk about.
So Russell, question for you, man. What do you think are some of the overlooked factors that contribute to this generational poverty that we're seeing?
Well, overlooked factors that are contributing to generational poverty. I mean, it depends on overlooked by whom. I think people have been banging on the wall forever about the inverse nature of how our tax system works. The simple fact that, again, that we have corporate welfare essentially for businesses that are supporting that don't support individuals, that pay less money, that try to wiggle out of having to give benefits to their employees. And I think these are the things that really, from a broader 50,000-foot level, end up contributing to generational inequality. If we're giving money to corporations that are not then doing better by the individuals that work for them and in their communities, then all we're doing is saying that these people are valued more than these other people. We're creating haves and have-nots. And so by saying that we're going to invest more to attract business to certain areas, then we aren't going to invest in infrastructure, roads, schools, and housing in communities, leads to crumbling infrastructure, leads to people living longer in poverty and having to live, in multi-generational households just to be able to make ends meet, and makes it harder for them to be able to be mobile and move within their state or across states just to try to find better economic opportunities. So those are the things that lead to generational inequality. In addition to the fact that, if you're a millennial, that you've lived through at least 4 economic and military crises since you've been an adult. If you're in Gen Z, you're getting into that, you're, getting indoctrinated into that by your first few and possibly another recession looming. So there are definite real life issues and real life, villains that we can see in terms of the answers to why generational inequality continues to persist.
Appreciate that. Hey, so Tyler, and this is for you too, Russell. Can you all tell us what strategies for communities have y'all identified that have worked best for folks trying to bring this type of work to their communities? How can people from say Alfredville and Robinson County, little small areas, how could they get connected to Black Futures Lab?
Well, for starters, we'd hope that they would go, number one, endorse our Black Economic Agenda by scanning that QR code or going blacktothefuture.org and getting connected with us. We are having, in-person conversations, virtual conversations We had one last week in Rocky Mount with community members talking about these issues. And so it starts by someone being willing to open their home or finding a space for us to come and break bread and have conversations and having deep listening sessions. A lot of our work is just listening, not coming in with the helicopter approach to save communities, but coming in as a thought partner, as a guest for us to work together to rewrite these wrongs, to give folks a fair share at whatever they choose. That is how we've been able to do a lot of this work. And again, it's we learn through Moral Mondays, never despise small beginnings. And so if it's 5 or 6 people sitting in a room, those 5 or 6 people have a network that they can call folks and they can say, hey, we're going to have this community meeting coming up. All of us play a role. And so, Russell, are you there, Russell?
No, I think you hit on it. Like that speaks to it about like our work, particularly with the work that you all have been doing in Rocky Mount, which is one of our localities that we've really focused on organizing in within Edgecombe and Nash area.
And if they're not in North Carolina, we're in 5 states. We're in Georgia doing the same work, Louisiana, Wisconsin, California, and here. So those are our 5 states. And so we have ways that, we want folks to get engaged with us. Joining our email serve is a good way of getting connected to all of our resources. We are in June having a We Got the Power series where we are bringing together Black organizers across the nation to have conversations and to learn different techniques that folks can bring back to put in their organizing tool belts. So those resources can then be shared with their communities. And so if you go to blackfutureslab.org, you can sign up for the We Got the Power series. I believe the registration closes at the end of this month. And so we can drop those links in the chat for folks who want to learn more about it.
And I know y'all have to run soon. I appreciate you all for being on with us today for this first, I guess you would call this a streamathon, a time to break silence here with us. But my final question for both of you all, what does true economic justice look like to you?
Well, I think that question can be answered in many ways. I think for me, economic justice looks in a world where poverty no longer exists, where folks are able to, number one, buy and shop where they feel safe or where they feel that folks are going to reinvest in their communities. It's a lot of power in the dollar. And I think certain industries are seeing that, i.e. Target. When you don't invest in Black folks, what happens? And then you're seeing on the other hand what Costco's doing. So I think the power of the Black dollar is important. I also think education is important too. Because education is one of those, to me, is always going to be that great equalizer and whatnot. So I'll leave it there because I could go on, but Russ, I'm interested in your thoughts on this.
I'm actually, reading over, MLK's forgotten call for economic justice. And so, I mean, this was the point of the dream that he was talking about right before he died, about the fact that, the civil rights movement was moving forward, but in various different directions and really trying to be anchored in more than just voting rights, like our ability to gain our access to the ballot was just one part of the civil rights agenda. There was far more to be done from both a social and an economic standpoint, because as he mentioned and noted in his letter speaking to this, that frankly, jobs are harder to create than voting rolls. We need to find spaces for people, jobs that are meant for people to use, housing for people to live in, schools for people's children to thrive and grow. Our economy right now is focused on growth just for the sake of growth and for financing, and not for the sake of supporting the actual individuals that make the economy roll. And so until we have a focus on people that switches over from this focus on just growth and money for the sake of growth, we are going to consistently have a dynamic that just does not work for the growing population of this country and the growing divide between the haves and the have-nots.
I'm so appreciative of both of you all for being here and taking your time out on this Friday to join us. Yeah, thank you all. Definitely check out Black Futures Lab. Their information, if you want to tell people how to get up with you real quick.
Yeah, blackfutureslab.org. Plug in there. You can find ways to get involved. Drop your email. We will follow up with you. We'll also be having a virtual conversation at the end of this month. So feel free, shoot me an email, ty@blackfutureslab.org. We can share this link with you. And again, our Black economic agenda is key. So please endorse it, share it with your friends and family. And again, thank you, Demonte, for this opportunity, and glad to see that conversations like this is happening, because so many folks remember Dr. King on these days, but also do not really lean into the teaching of Dr. King. And so despite what history is showing us, or how they want to rewrite history, when Dr. King, before he was assassinated, Dr. King was a very unpopular person once he began to talk about those three evils. And so we have to really talk about Dr. King's work and the legacy of Dr. King. And it's also very unfortunate that some communities, some states, do not allow conversations like this to happen. So this is a very powerful platform that we are able to connect all of these issues and have a good call to action for folks to continue not just learning about Dr. King, but learning and doing the work is important in this moment. So I would be remiss if I did not quote our good friend and mentor, Reverend Johnson, who told us that, this is the time where we have to walk together as brothers and sisters. Don't get weary, but we got to continue to walk together. And so when we walk together and we join our causes and we continue this work and we struggle together, we can create that beloved community. But it takes all of us walking together. So thank you, Demonte, and thanks to Democracy NC.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for being on with us. Y'all take it easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So those are our friends over from Black Futures Lab. We appreciate Russell and Tyler for taking the time to be with us. Definitely, you heard their contact information. Get up with them. They're doing great work over there. As a perfect example of why it's important to have these localized conversations and really drill down on the work that we're doing locally. I'm going to have a conversation with two organizations teaching our understanding and resiliency and seeds of growth. One organization from Scotland County and the other one from Robinson County in the South Lumberton. So yeah, without any more being said, I'm going to play our friends. Hey, so I'm here joined with Adrian Kennedy and Kristen Sellers, my folks from the southeastern part of North Carolina. I'm going to kick it to them to let them introduce themselves. Take it away.
Okay. Well, I'm Kristen Sellers. I'm born and raised in Scotland County. I'm from Laurel Hill, North Carolina. I left some years ago, came back in 22, right before I started a nonprofit called TOUR, Teaching Ourselves Understanding and Resolution. And yeah, I have 3 kids, 2 adult kids, 1 about to be adult. And yeah, so that's who I am.
Okay, Adrian.
Peace and blessings. My name is Adrian Kennedy. I am originally from South Lumberton, Robinson County. They call me the climate refugee because I was displaced from Hurricane Matthew in 2016. So I reside in Cumberland County now. I have 3 magnificent boys, Marcus, Mikai, and Messiah. I am the community advocate leader for Seeds of Hope and South Lumberton Development Association. Glad to be here.
Thank you for being here. I'm glad to have both of you all with me. So to start off, can you tell me what inspired you all to become community organizers? And what keeps you motivated in this fight against poverty?
Adrian, you want to go first?
Sure. Definitely the first question. The more I think about it, the older that I get, this fight probably started in church. My grandmother was a missionary. Well, yeah, she was a missionary. And she was always involved in community efforts for the indigenous, that's just our family background. And she was always in the community. So I've always seen and been around strong women and men that cared about the facets of life in the village. And my mother also the same. When I moved with her to New York, she was a community advocate. And one thing that resonated with me about community advocacy, in my younger years, I attended all the meetings, whether I was sleeping, coloring book. I attended all of the meetings as a youth. So that's what inspired me. I don't think I know any other way to be, but to be a part of, what we know as the freedom journey, the freedom ride. What was the other question?
What keeps you motivated in this fight against, poverty in our area?
Oh, motivation. I'm motivated because I've been blessed and lucky to have been traveled around the world. And I've been in places where I've seen communities and groups be able to come together and thrive and meet challenges head on. And so I know that it's possible. For a lot of us, the American dream evolves into a personal situation. And so as I want it for myself is what I would want for my neighbor. And that's, if I'm here fighting for it, I'm fighting for my neighbor to my left and my right. That's my inspiration. Yeah.
Well, I think my and I concur a lot with Adrian, but I also think that I didn't get into it. I think it kind of came about. It was something that I couldn't run from because it was steady coming to me that I had to stand, where in places where I didn't think I would ever have to do, and sometimes stand alone. And then when you learn that it's people out there that's supportive and things like that, you kind of want to become that person for someone else. So I think that's what took place for me to kind of want to be a part of the movement against poverty, against things that our communities are facing. As far as what keeps me motivated is just seeing the outcome, and a lot of what Adrian just said is like when you experience it, when you become get the relationships and the community support, and you learn how to build with another community or build with someone who see and want the same outcome. It kind of keeps you motivated because knowing if you keep doing that and you bring other people on or other people connect with you, it grows. And so we become a big support in our community as we move, and so you don't want to see that end. You want to keep going, so that keeps me motivated.
Can you all tell me or describe the biggest challenges that your community face regarding poverty right now?
Well, I would say to me, what I see and what I've witnessed within, my own life and my own experiences, I think mental health and not really having a lot of people willing to um, what's the word I'm trying to use? Like with me, I feel like if we all had someone if we could understand each other, because like I tell people all the time, I don't have a college degree, but I'm very smart. I can understand certain things, but it took for someone to be able to come and meet me where I was at to teach me. And so I feel like if we get out of that way of, well, if a person is not educated, we can't teach them, and learn that if we can meet them where they are, that we can teach them how to come up out of certain poverty situations, or they can learn things that can support them and help them. I think to me, that's one big thing. And when I say mental health, I say, starting with the youth, if we go ahead and try to put things in place in school systems and in communities that can support, our youth and their mental health, that can see change on its own. I do see it's a lot of violence and stuff, but if you get to the nature of violence, that's you're getting back to mental health, and you're getting back to support that's needed for the ones who don't know another way. And I think just altogether it's a support that's lacking in certain places and areas. Um, so that's what I think. Adrian?
Yeah, no, I agree. I always tell folks that people don't know how terribly expensive being poor is, right?
Right. Yeah,
Poverty is
indeed.
expensive, right? Like it costs so much. Sometimes it takes your sanity from you. Sometimes it takes your joy. Sometimes
Come
it
on.
takes your peace, right? It takes
Yeah.
more than just your material well-being. It can rip your very soul from you.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. Adrian, same
Yeah.
question to you.
I mean, I think between what the two of you are saying, and for me, like I said, the evolution of my understanding of the American dream, it starts to it has definitely changed. And I think that the underlying issue is the misunderstanding of our position anthropologically, our culture, our sense of being, our practices, our social structures, and how that relates to our ancestry and then our position in a foreign land already. And because we don't have that, and you can relate it to other cultures and just see their strength in the youth and their understanding and their intelligence of who they are and where they are and why they have certain social practices from young. And because we kind of have a gray area or missed or fragmented understanding and education about who we are in a full setting, that can be a challenge, because once you start trying to build on a shaky foundation and there's misunderstanding and no understanding, right, of who we are, the house starts to crumble. Now the issues become the symptom and not the other way around. So I've thought long and hard since I moved back here in 2002, and I've kind of gotten to went through, is it a health issue? Is it a economic issue? Is it an education issue? Is it a housing issue? And when the disaster came, all of those things impacted and affected me and my children's lives. And it was hard for me to explain to my three kids, because they had three different views about what we are supposed to do and what we're gonna do. And I didn't have the solid concrete view of it, the understanding of it. And so after I started peeling the layers back of the onion, and I'm like, I have to first know who I am, where I come from, my strength on the ancestry totem pole. We were mighty before slavery.
Right.
We didn't begin from slavery. And I think sometimes when we take the woe is me position on things, there is a besettlement of bitterness, and there's some things that we have conflict about. But if we're able to rise out of that and know our true intention, our true rightful position and place as a people together, individually and together, I think the light gets a little, the darkness dims, the light gets exposed in rightful place.
So, can you all tell me about some like strategies or programs that you all are using in your communities right now to address poverty?
Well,
Go
I think that I'm so happy that I met with Kristen, and I met through legal aid. And legal aid is, of course, the attention on legal issues for the indigenous. And then the more we started talking about things, it was almost as if our counties and our communities and our communities and in our personal lives were mirroring each other. And we constantly bring this up in a aha moment, that it still exists. Like, I could finish her sentence about something going on in her neighborhood, and she could finish my sentence about something going on in my neighborhood. And we were talking the other day at a meeting, and I said, she's bringing up consistently the mental health issues in her community, and we're focusing on education, economics, and environment, which also parallel with the mental health status, of the people in her community. So, we had to narrow it down, and we're focusing on the 3 E's. We partner with solar, clean energy organizations, and education organizations, and we're just trying to create strong cohorts on the state level, hopefully on the national level, to bring some community revitalization in those areas.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of that, like she said, we talk about it all the time. But not only do we talk about it, we kind of like try to be about it as well. Like, it's good to have the conversations, but the action behind it, is needed. Like, we got community of children that we've taken to Raleigh on several occasions to speak to the legislators and to tell them what they feel they need in their community or their schools. Tour, we have a tour team committee, and that tour team committee, we give them responsibility. We give them the opportunity to see kids in other communities, where they're coming together and doing things, and speaking up, and giving them the understanding that, and seeing us, stand and speak for them, and things like that, and being around different people in all communities in Raleigh, and Anson County youth, and just being able to experience different things, and also learning that it's okay to make mistakes, but also knowing, like, you can build off of what you learn, and not just condemning them when they make a mistake or if they fail, letting them know that we're still here, but we're going to work on change and work on, standing up for themselves and advocating for themselves,
Yeah.
And we're big on advocating in the communities for parents who have IEP meetings and things like that, a lot of people call me and, like, what do I do at an IEP meeting? And, we're able to give them those resources to kind of get assistance to help, help to understand what they can do, what their rights are, things like that. So that's one big thing that I'm happy that I'm able to, excuse me, did I go out?
No.
No, you good.
Okay. Yeah. So, I'm happy to be able to do that. So, just teaching people how to advocate for themselves. And, even with my job, the company I work for, we do a lot of advocating when it comes to people and their insurance and things like that. So, it's like, just basically within poverty, not knowing your rights, a lot of times you get looked over or you get misled, and so giving that information and making sure the information is getting to the people is really big for us.
Okay, so what, when we're out here doing this work,
Mhm.
not everybody is going to be in agreement with us all the time, and the
Yeah.
red carpet rolled out for us.
Hmm.
Sometimes we come against opposition. We really run into opposition. Can you tell me about some of the opposition that you faced while out here and doing this work? To tackle this generational poverty that we face.
Whoa. One of the big issues that we've been championing is the Leandro case. And I think that's our biggest adversarial issue right now is the counties that are a part of this case are doing all they can on the educational front, right? And so going to Raleigh and, sending out postcards, meeting with our legislative leaders, even on a local level, educating families, teachers, Board of Education members about the importance of unlocking this money for these counties. That has, when we get home, we have these follow-up den meetings, like the education issue is this big and we're fighting this big issue, and our leaders on the state level are either quiet, turning their head, or not loud enough, right, to have them unlock these funds. And then what does that look like on the mental health capacity? What does that look like on the housing capacity, the safety issues capacity? What does that look like if we have to go forward? And I think that fighting the Leandro case gives us like experience. It gives us solidarity. It gives us credibility, right? That we're going to stick into this fight. This case is half the age of the education civil rights law, Brown v. Board. It's half the age. It's taken half the age of the Brown v. Board case for us to even get our foot in the door. And this was talking to Governor Cooper and asking the treasurer to release this money, to now crossing over to another governor. And this is just on one issue. And so, the bottom line is putting in the information, and like Kristen said, making people aware, doing the work, community to community, teacher to teacher, school to school, county to county, until we could build a bigger coalition to, show that we mean business, and definitely a call for education justice.
Yeah, and I agree. Wholeheartedly about the Leandro case, because if you factor in me talking about mental health and like the poverty and all that, I mean, who go to public schools. You know what I mean? Public schools are for our children who can't either afford private schools, and not only afford it. You know, IEPs are not looked at the same in private schools, you know. And so we got kids with mental health issues who, if they are getting into a private school with a scholarship and that child has a disability, that disability is not taken in consideration, you know, as much as it would be under the public schools, basically laws. So, you know, it's kind of like, you know, you want to fix a situation, but it's so many factors, so many little things that need to be taken in consideration. And dealing with Leandro, you know, trying to get them to hear that, trying to get, you know, like she said, each community to hear and understand and take it as, you know, it is, take it for what it really is. When I told a lot of people about Leandro and Scotland County, it was so many people that never even heard of it. They were like, you know, what is that? You know, and so then having to go in and explain and meet with people. I met with organization in Anson County, and they had some government leaders there that I explained. Some of them never even heard of it. You know what I mean? So it's just like, you know, trying trying to get the information out. Like she said, we're small to a giant when you come to a, you know, Leandro case. And so it takes a lot. It takes a lot of information getting out there that can assist in helping that money to be unlocked, as she said, you know what I mean? And so that's one of those big things that's affecting us all, community to community.
And it just so happened that Robeson and Scotland County, we are among the two lowest low wealth districts that can benefit from this money.
And
And
Anson too. Mhm.
when you start talking about, you know, what does this mean in terms of the past civil rights issues leading up to today, as she mentioned, those that are afforded the ability to go to private school or have the voucher and go on to college and, you know, go further in life, there's the most of us, we're lacking. I mean, and we're talking about $1.75 billion, that portion of that money to those counties that are lacking teacher resources, mental health resources, bus drivers, simple stuff. There's some kids in Robeson County that don't have a bus driver. So they can't, they don't go to school that day. They just simply don't
They
go
go
to school
later.
that day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All of the educational programs before and after school, we're talking about still this money, right? This money that has not been released. And so now we're talking about the moral dignity of those that control the dollars.
And just like,
it's
you know,
definitely leading, it's leading. The scales are unbalanced. And why should it be a contentious issue? Why should sound basic education be a contentious issue when it comes to release the money?
it's in the Constitution. That's what I was
It's in
just
the
about to say.
Constitution.
Yeah. They just said we got to have equal rights, and that goes back to what he was saying, you know, in his speech. You know, like it's literally that. Like you put it in the Constitution, we need to see it acted out. It need to be done. You know, but they're trying to find so many ways around it, and it don't make sense.
You know, we were talking about the price of poverty and you know, how expensive it is. One of the things that poverty often brings is this feeling of hopelessness and despair. And it causes folks not to organize, right? To fix the conditions that they're in, oftentimes. What are some strategies, or how do you embolden yourself to get past that despair that you feel, right? Like for me, speaking for myself, when I'm driving down the streets of Scotland County, and this, the houses that were there, filled with families are, the grass has grown up in the yard and the houses are now vacant, right? When I'm driving past and seeing the plants and the warehouses that our families and loved ones worked at, and they're all gone, and there's no industry left in the county, and seeing how folks are struggling to find ways to make ends meet. Is driving through and going through the drugstore and seeing folks have to make a decision on the fly whether or not to get that medication or to put food on the table for the night. So how do you all, just get past that despair to the place where you want to organize?
That takes a lot of woosah, and it takes a lot of community, like building community within the community. You know what I mean? Like how me and Adrian was on the board together for a while at Legal Aid, and we didn't know each other the way we know each other now. But it comes from us learning that we have the same agenda for each other. I mean, each other's community. You know what I mean? And having someone to say today is not a good day. You know what I mean? I'm seeing this and I'm hearing this and I'm feeling this from my community, and it hurts. You know what I'm saying? And for someone to tell you like it's okay to hurt, it's okay, but we gotta go, we're gonna get there, you know what I mean? And having that type of community around helps. Because like I'm here in Scotland County, I ride around and I see things and I hear things, and and it makes you feel like, what am I doing this for sometimes? But at the same time, you look at it and like, okay, this is why, I'm not, I had one time I was like, how did I get here? Like, how did I get here? You know what I mean? I don't know how it happened, but I know I'm supposed to be in, where I am. Yeah. So I was just watching a pastor the other night, and he said that, we try to create our purpose when our purpose is, we have to discover it, right? And so, I discovered my purpose based on going through and standing for rights. But then now I see why I went through so many things in my past, because it was setting me up for having to endure certain things that another person may not be able to endure,
Facts,
Mhm.
facts. Yeah. I mean, like I said, we speak in the same language, right? We in the choir singing the same song, and in two different counties. Man, once a person knows, it's when you can identify, you take your last name. If your family, whatever they did, right, in the community, and you go somewhere to another county or whatever, and you bring your last name in, and they go, you talking about such and such that used to work. Such and such. Oh, he was a good person. Oh, she was a good person. Oh, she could make the best fried chicken. She did this, she did that. We have always been a people of strong kinship bond.
Yeah.
But we don't tell or teach our younger generations that.
Yeah.
We talk about being divisive and divided more than we talk about being together and cohesive.
Mm-hmm.
We know how to make something out of nothing.
Right.
If the old adage was the slaves had to, kill the pig and cook the best parts. Listen, what's one of the number one soul food foods in the South? Chitlins. we know how to, help make our kids be full. We are a people of givers. We're a people of helpers. We're automatically emotionally driven, to the point where sometimes, and I could speak for myself, some of my children's friends, my heart goes out to them. Why? Because I'm instinctively a mother to all. That it might not directly affect my kids, but it indirectly affects all of us, because those are my kids' friends. And my kids don't want to see anything happen to their friends, and neither do I want to see anything happen to their friends. So those are my sons. That's our cultural identity. That's our Afrocentric value. So when it gets hard again, I go back to the days where it was the rotary phone. I remember the freeway was just coming in, and my grandma, she used to say, I burnt three-way up. Remember, you had to pay 25 cents.
I remember that, but
my grandma would call. I remember when something would happen. I don't know where she would get the person from, but she would go, I want you to get sister such and such on the phone and see if she would name the grandchild of sister such and such, see if she can get such and such on the phone. My grandma was the queen, and her sisters in church was the queen of saying, look, we got a family here that needs some mattresses. Now their children can't go to school without no clothes. And there must have been some people on the other end, right, saying, Hazel, we Christmas coming up, and my grandma's favorite line, I don't care. If you buying shoes for your 6, we better put some money together to buy for this person's 2 or 3 kids.
Right.
That's how we are. And we don't take the hardship as the woe is me. That's our collective way of giving, and for it to turn around. And that's what we have to tell our kids. We have to illuminate how to give and be of service, right? For the service to come back to us. And my grandma would always say, it's more blessed to give than to receive. I was the only child. So I can remember vividly her looking at the gifts under the Christmas tree for me, and she would go, you got 2, somebody gave you 2 Barbie doll vans, and you got 2 Barbie doll heads. Give one of them. I go, Mama, why I got to give? It's more blessed to give than to receive. And in my nature, and in all of our natures, we're that kind of people in between our faith and spirituality. We know how to adapt to crisis. Now, should we have to always do that? No, not when it comes to fairness, justice, and governance of a people. No, but we are historically capable of overcoming adversity. My mama used to say, this too shall pass. I asked my mom one day, I said, why did you leave? She was a seamstress at a factory in Lumberton, and she moved to New York. I said, why did you leave New York? She said, I wanted to create a better life for you and to be able to help Mama. The unselfishness of her to go and move to New York to want to do that. That's all of our family in the North. They went to create unselfishly, a better life for us. Did they have to leave these parts of the neck of the woods because of some of the atrocities? Yeah, but valiant, if it's a word, they went north, for us, and a sacrifice. We know how to press on through resistance, and sometimes now we have to level up, because I don't want to be tired. I don't want to be tired. And when we're talking about the democratic way, the process, the governance of it, we shouldn't have to be tired, especially if we can look across the street and look at other neighborhoods and look at, let me tell y'all something. The dynamics of the education, the buildings, the edifices here in Cumberland County. I'm a substitute teacher, and I didn't recognize the dynamics of the buildings of schools until I subbed at this school and I went through the parking lot the wrong way. I was going to the public school, but I turned into the private school parking lot, which is adjacent. They literally share parking lots. And I was like, no, ain't that some it was like night and day. And I was like, now that would give me a reason, right, to keep fighting, because I see from my two eyes are new school buses, new athletic stadium, the front of the school immaculately landscaped, going into schools who have roofing problems. Their baseball and softball fields don't look to par, to bus drivers, a lot of buses in the parking lot. Why? Because there's no bus drivers. When you see the dynamic of that, and that is across Cumberland County, private school, a few feet away, a public school. Now, we have to continue tackling that, teaching our kids at home, providing after-school programs, workshops, sessions, educating our children on our own. If we have to do it, we will, because we've been doing it. When Jim Crow came about, when we had to be afraid to get educated, they didn't want us to read, right? We've been doing it, but we shouldn't have to now. You know, but we have to keep going. If you have children, if you got nieces and nephews, if we have to keep doing it, but we shouldn't have to keep doing it in this way of oppression.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being with me tonight, y'all.
Yeah.
I want to open the floor up for final words. We can close it out.
Well, my final word is, I just want our community. I see our community doing a lot. It's a lot of people in Scotland County that's doing a whole lot of the work, and I see a lot of people that I noticed that they're eager to just be a part of stuff, and keep that energy. Keep that energy, keep moving. And like sometimes you have to take that break, like you say, you get overwhelmed sometimes, and especially if you don't have the support when it start out, but it gets easier. You find your people, find your community, and you do what you can do. Tour is always looking for people to want to be on the board or any of the committees that we're starting. We do have a mental health awareness event August the 23rd. We are going to team up with some local businesses with a breast cancer awareness pageant. We had we had a breast cancer awareness event some years back, and it was a successful event. And last year we had the mental health awareness kickback, and so we're trying to do that again this year. So if anybody would like to be a part, donate, anything like that, you can reach me. My is this going on social media? Okay. So my social media handle is Christian Sellers, and on Facebook, and tour is oh God, it's it's TOOUR. I do know it's tour, and it's in Green. It's in Scotland County. So if you put it in at Scotland County, you will run into the page. But I'll make sure that you get it so you can put it on your post when you post it as well, DeMonte.
Appreciate you so much, Kristen.
No problem.
Adrian.
Yeah, I love that. So all the information and media outreach definitely directed to Kristen. Directed to Kristen. I know for a fact if she don't pull up in front of my house, she gonna reach out to me some way, form, or fashion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. I just want to say, thank you for this platform.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It definitely needs to be. It's funny because we have been talking about a podcast, right? But we so elementary or stuff. We just it was just a hope. But this is like a good, start. of just learning how to the lingual, the interaction, and staying focused on topics and things. So thank you definitely for the platform. Cultural resilience. Listen, we're just gonna stay on the 3 E's: economic, education, and environmental fight for all the injustices. I believe in my people. I wholeheartedly believe that we can overcome. We can cross the aisle. We are able to resolve and create a harmonic governance in our community. So, like she said, join. Be a part of. Stay in the mix. I learned something from someone at Legal Aid. She said, everyone is important. Everyone matters. Everyone matters. And sometimes you have to reduce, right, so that you can help others increase and see their value. Go and offer to your neighbor and tell your neighbor, if we can't say nothing else, the world needs what you have to offer.
The world needs what you have to offer. That was very touching there from Kristen and Adrian there. So next, we will bring up our folks from NCEJI. Let's see. Bring you over.
Yeah, I just got unmuted. Can you see me?
Yes, doctor. How you doing?
Good, good. Do you see? I mean, I'm trying to turn the video on. It's not letting me turn the video on.
See.
There. And there we go. Yes, hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, good. How are you? Thank you so much for inviting North Carolina Environmental Justice Network to be with you all at this time.
Thank you so much for being here. I'll let you have the floor.
Thank you. Can I share? Share? If you can give me hosting.
See. You should be able to share.
Okay. Okay. Are y'all seeing this? Okay, so you're just seeing the first slide. I just want to make sure.
Oh, we can see the whole thing. It's on present.
Don't want you guys to see the whole thing. That would ruin the moment. So let me figure out a slideshow, presenter view. Are you still just seeing the whole thing? Okay, then I am going to change this right here to share desktop 2, share. Now what do you guys see?
We see just the first slide.
Yes. Okay. Okay. This is great. Okay. Well, thank you again, Democracy North Carolina, for organizing the series and for inviting North Carolina Environmental Justice Network to be a part of it. It is most definitely necessary to give this time to Martin Luther King and for us to remember what he said. Back in 1967, Martin Luther King powerfully stated that we need a revolution of values. And he said, when profit motives and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. We at NCEJN took those words to heart, and we brought them together to be the very foundation of environmental injustice. We added patriarchy to it, and I'll give you one simple reason why we added patriarchy. It is all too often that the female fighters for liberation, for environmental justice, for economic justice, all too often that they have been overlooked, and all too often that the systems that overlook women and females are the same systems that feed into the general destruction. I'll give you one example here that's a really powerful example. When our brothers and sisters were enslaved in the United States, when the men would rise up, the men would be considered guilty of murder and they would be shot. The women who would rise up would be considered guilty of treason and they would be burned and their names would not even be kept in the record. So we see even when men and women rise up against oppression in this country, which is unfortunately not exceptional, they were treated vastly differently. So we added patriarchy to these giant triplets. And then we took it and we said, well, these elements work together. They work together to exclude communities from impactful participation in decision-making. They work together in opposition to civil rights and voting rights. They work together in opposition to the right to self-determination. They work together in opposition to the fair implementation, enforcement, and evaluation of public policies. All these are recognized as critical for environmental justice, by the way. They also work together in the denial of environmental benefits. And here we see them working to deny cultural equity, to deny health equity, housing equity, dignified employment. It is not enough for people to work if they cannot afford to live with dignity from their salaries. And of course, they deny economic equity and education equity. And all of this, by the way, is on our website, ncejn.org. You can see how we break it down. These four evils, these four vices, also work fundamentally to increase the exposure to environmental harms. They do this through landfills, through fossil fuels, through, of course, climate change, through industrial agriculture, otherwise known as factory farming, through ecological destruction, and, of course, through the military-industrial complex. The underlying philosophy from all of these is that some people are disposable. Some people are elevated, they are to be protected, while other people and other lands are disposable. I want to focus today specifically on militarization, given that that was the heart of what Martin Luther King was speaking about in 1967 when he spoke out against the Vietnam War, and given that it is the heart, I would argue, the weapon, the means through which capitalism is enforced in the United States, militarization, and because it is currently the one evil that is causing the most harm in our face. So what harms does militarization create? We know that when we can evaluate it, we start with where the elements are mined. Where do we have the mining of resources for these weapons? And of course, right now, we immediately think about the Congo, where rare minerals are being mined by the United States, by US corporations, by weapons industries. And as a consequence of that mining, we have the genocide in the Congo. We have the mass war and displacement in the Congo. We see it through the manufacturing of weapons itself. We see it through the transportation of weapons and through the storage of weapons. We also see it through military bases. The United States has approximately 1,000 military bases, between military bases and outposts, 1,000, all around the world. But how many foreign countries have their military bases in the United States? Not one. So why does the United States have military bases in more than half the countries in the world? And what are the harms that those military bases are causing around the world? We also see it specifically in the budget. And we got to remember, a budget is a reflection of values. We see it in information and decision-making. We see it in the applicability of laws. And of course, we see it in wars. And we see it manifest itself through different systems, through the philosophy that it supports. So let's break this down a bit further. In the United States, specifically, just due not to the production of weapons, just due to the storage and the use of weapons, we have more than 40 million acres, according to the most conservative estimates by the Pentagon, that have been contaminated. 40 million acres in the United States contaminated. Again, let's remember the United States has military bases in more than half the countries around the world. So we can imagine the international contamination caused by those military bases. You can check out a very powerful series published by ProPublica called Bombs in Our Backyard. We know that the United States military, it's the world's largest polluter, both nationally and internationally. We see it in the US budget. The Pentagon now consumes more than half the federal discretionary budget. That means we as taxpayers spend at least $1,000 a year on weapons contractors. You compare that to $270 a year on education or $6 a year on renewable energy. The value that the US Congress puts to weapons is very clear. We see it in the military budget that this year is larger than the next 9 countries' military budget combined. We see it again in the reflection of values by the United States Congress, where just recently it was reported that more Americans today are turning to live in their cars than ever before. Again, on who do we spend our money and what do we spend our money doing? We see it in the manufacturing of consent. Who is actually making these decisions? And this is where it gets to be even more painful. The US propagandists during World War I and World War II, Elmer Davis, said that the easiest way to inject a propaganda idea into most people's minds is to let it go through the medium of an entertainment picture when they do not realize that they are being propagandized. So who owns the mainstream press? One example is General Electric owns NBC, and General Electric is one of the top weapons manufacturers in the United States. We see it from who is interviewed. Representatives from the military-industrial complex are 4 times as likely to be interviewed by the mainstream press than anyone else. When I was being interviewed regularly by the mainstream press during the 1990s, when the US was destroying Iraq, it would usually be 4 against 1, with 3 other panelists and the moderator talking about what weapons should be used and how vastly should Iraq be destroyed, while I'm here to argue, hold on a second, the US should not be engaging in war against Iraq. We see it in think tanks. When every single one of the top so-called think tanks, the top ranked foreign policy thinkers, receives funding from the weapons industry. And it is these think tanks that then produce policy papers that are put on the desks of the US congressional representatives, who then make the decisions that impact all our lives. We see it in the lobbying power and revolving door politics. Revolving door politics means you get to be in the US Congress, and then you get to be a lobbyist, and then you get to serve in the weapons industry itself. And we see that more than 3/4 of the defense sector lobbyists themselves worked in the federal government. And very powerfully, we see this in Hollywood. We see this in movies like Top Gun and much smaller movies. More than 2,500 movies and TV programs over the past 100 years have had Pentagon editorial control into our TVs and movies to uplift the military-industrial complex and to present US servicemen and women as always doing what is righteous, and the ones that are being destroyed as always being stereotyped as bad. We see it in the applicability of laws. The weapons industry is the most corrupt industry in the world. Some laws are applied to other industries, but not applied to the US weapons industry or any other weapons industry around the world. When we look at the United States, we have, because the US is a statutory signatory to the Genocide Convention, the Genocide Convention Implementation Act, the Alien Tort Statute, and the Torture Victim Protection Act, that means that these become the supreme laws of the country, and yet we have been violating them left, right, and center when we look at who we sell weapons to. We see it even with domestic laws. The US Leahy Law prohibits aid to foreign security forces that have committed gross violation of human rights. The Foreign Assistance Act of 1961 and the Export the Arms Export Control Act, the conventional arms transfer policy, all of these limit or outright prohibit U.S. weapons transfer to those that violate human rights, and yet they are oftentimes ignored. So what does it mean when we have a Congress that chooses, Democrat or Republican, it does not matter, a Congress that constantly chooses to violate its own laws when it comes to the transfer and sale of weapons industry? You bring all of these things together. Who is making the decisions? How the decisions are being made? Who is actually making the money? Who is being left out of the picture? And we end up with this. Once weapons were manufactured to fight wars, now wars are manufactured to sell weapons. And if we could just pause and think about this, what does it mean when we now have a system that creates wars for the sale of weapons in the full fulfillment of the concept of capitalism, by the way, because capitalism is founded on the idea that you maximize profit. To maximize profit, you need to constantly create a reason, and you need to constantly enlarge the audience of those who will purchase your product. The weapons industry is doing just that. They are manufacturing wars to sell weapons. In the process, we see land and people being devastated. The Vietnam War, over 20 years, the US sprayed over 19 million gallons of Agent Orange. In Afghanistan, over 20 years, the US airstrikes destroyed irrigation systems and farmland, causing food insecurity, otherwise known as starvation. In Iraq, US bombing campaigns specifically targeted oil refineries and power plants and used depleted uranium, which is a product of the nuclear enrichment process, which thereby directly caused an increase in cancer rates and birth defects, not only on Iraqis, by the way, but also on US veterans, also on US servicemen and women who fought in the US military during that time. These are just some examples of how these manufactured wars to support the weapons industry and to support the strength of US capitalism and the strength of the US empire have devastated lands and devastated people. And of course, we would be remiss not to talk about what's been happening in Palestine, specifically in Gaza, with the full diplomatic, military, and financial support of the United States. 1,250 Palestinians have been killed in the past 18 days alone since Israel violated the ceasefire agreement. More than 280,000 Palestinians have been forcibly displaced, many for the 10th or 20th time in the past 18 days. It is hard to put. We need to pause and remember that these numbers are people, loved ones, family members, children, and elderly. I will let this Australian medic himself, Mohammed Mustafa, who was a medic on the 17th of March when Israel broke through the ceasefire and started bombing tents and refugee encampments in Gaza from dawn to dusk. A killing that caused the death of 125 children. And Mohammed says,
We've worked throughout the entire night. We haven't stopped. Bombing has been non-stop. We've run out of ketamine. We've run out of propofol. We've run out of all painkillers. We can't sedate anyone. We can't give them any analgesia. When we intubate people, they wake up and they're choking because we have no sedation. There are 7 girls getting their legs amputated, no anesthesia. The bombing is still going on. The room is still shaking. I haven't slept. We went to bed at about 1 o'clock and at 1:30 the bombing started. It's about 10 a.m. now. Just gone back to my room. I'm lightheaded, I'm dizzy. And I mean, it was just mostly women and children, burnt head to toe, limbs missing, heads missing. You know, there's a video I put up on my story of me doing the chest drain. The gentleman that did the chest drain, and he died on the way to the CT scan. There's another video of 3 girls laying on a bed. That's both his 3 girls who are now orphaned. Their mother didn't even make it into the hospital. She was killed along with their other sister. I don't know what to tell you. I was here in June, nothing to this intensity. This is unbelievable. And the bombing is still going on. The rooms are still shaking. The screams are everywhere. It's insane. I need to just take 15 minutes, or even an hour, just to rest, to go back in there and go back down again. I feel awful to leave, but I've been there all night and I haven't stopped, and my legs are shaking and I feel dizzy and lightheaded. The smell of burnt flesh is still in my nose.
That is militarization right there. Israel thus far has dropped over 85,000 tons of bombs on Palestinians in Gaza in 1 year. Gaza is a strip of land smaller than Raleigh. You may have heard the number of 48,000 Palestinians killed or 50,000 Palestinians killed, and that number is not accurate. Because that number, 1, only includes those who have been identified. So that number needs to be adjusted by 260%. That number does not include those who have died from lack of medications and starvation. The number does not include those who are under the rubble and missing. We have more than 20,000 children missing. The number does not include the bodies that have been vaporized, literally vaporized. People see a body turn around and the body is gone. And the number does not include those who have died because of the spread of disease caused by war. Yesterday, Israel destroyed the only remaining desalination plant in Gaza, which means, whereas previously, 2 years ago, 98% of the water in Gaza was contaminated, now it's 100%. Where are people going to be able to get clean water? And without clean water, we can imagine the spread of disease. We can imagine the spread of infection. The total number of Palestinians killed in Gaza with US diplomatic, financial, and military support is more than 500,000 Palestinians and close to 800,000 Palestinians. And of course, we have to think about the children. More children in Gaza have been killed in 6 months than the total number of children killed in all other war zones worldwide over 3 years, multiplied by 4. More children have been killed in 6 months than the total number of children killed in all other war zones worldwide over 3 years, multiplied by 4. And because the faces of these children don't make our mainstream media, let us see their faces.
Dream is a wish your heart makes when you're fast asleep. In dreams you will lose your heartaches, whatever you wish for, you keep. Have faith in your dreams, and someday your rainbow will come smiling through. No matter how your heart is grieving, if you keep on believing, the dream that you wish will come true.
It is genocide. Genocide, which is an erasure of a people, an erasure of a culture, an erasure of our being. And yesterday, just yesterday, the US Senate voted yes to $8.8 billion in weapon sales to Israel. Yesterday, the US Senate voted yes to send 35,000 2,000-pound bombs to kill more Palestinian children. And Senator Booker, who's making the rounds because he stood up for 25 hours claiming to speak for democracy, was one of the 82 senators who voted in favor to killing more Palestinian children and to spending $8.8 billion in weapon sales to Israel. So Martin Luther King also teaches us, just like Malcolm X teaches us, that we see the Uncle Toms and we see through their attempts to present themselves as an ally to justice when really they are not at all. The underlying philosophy of militarization is that of disposability. It pushes a philosophy of disposability, and this philosophy is seen rampant throughout numerous systems in the United States. You look at our healthcare, 44% of US adults struggle to pay their medical bills. That means every single year, at least 68,000 people in this country die to a lack of access to care, while health insurance companies make $70 billion in profits. So people are dying in the United States because health insurance companies are making a profit from their death. They are dying because health insurance companies are making a profit from their death. Their deaths are deemed disposable to the profit margin. We see it in the prison industrial complex, the privatization of prisons, to make it profitable to steal people's bodies and their futures. We see it in the philosophy of violence itself, where the men and women who, because of economic injustice in this country, are encouraged to join the military, then are fed a philosophy of harm to the self in the camps themselves in the United States before they even go to combat. This amazing book, Hell, Healing, and Resistance, written by veterans, simply talked about the harm in the training before combat. We see it in the rise of domestic violence in families of vets, and we see it in the harm to communities, where being a vet immediately increases your chances of committing mass shooting. We see it in the militarization of police, where the increased militarization of US police is a direct consequence to the US military, because the surplus of the US military is being sent to our police departments, who are then trained to see their own community as an enemy. And we see it, of course, in the silencing of dissent to support the flag, the increased surveillance, the violation of First Amendment, the violation of civil rights, that it has become dangerous in this country to condemn genocide. Then you get deported, you get abducted by ICE, you get thrown into a privatized detention facility, or you choose to self-deport. Mamadou Tal, a doctoral candidate at Cornell University, chose to leave this country because ICE wanted to throw him into a detention facility. And he said something very powerful. We live in a world where you get into trouble for saying killing babies is wrong. We live in a world where you get in trouble for saying killing babies is wrong. Is the imprisonment of those who speak against a genocide a reflection of your values? Is that the state that we want this country to be in, when the repression of Palestinian solidarity is now being used to wage a wholesale attack on any form of expression that challenges oppressive and exploitive relations in the United States? And it is not just people with visas. It is not just people with green cards. It is coming to people with US citizenships, because if the federal government can abduct somebody without charge, then they can abduct anybody without charge. And they are doing this to silent dissent, to genocide. But I remember what the great Malcolm X taught us, that we are not outnumbered, we are out-organized. We are not outnumbered, we are out-organized. So we at North Carolina Environmental Justice Network recognize that we stand in solidarity, recognize the intersections of our liberation, and we urge you to stand with us in a number of different ways. You can subscribe to our newsletter that we publish twice a week. You can subscribe to our calendar of events. You can become a member. You can do anything, but fundamentally, I ask you to rise up and to stop the philosophy of harm, which means to remember what MLK taught us about the giant triplets: racism, materialism, and militarism, which means we need a new economy, we need a new political system, and we definitely need to reject all philosophies of disposability. Thank you.
Thank you so much for grounding us in this moment that has so many parallels to what King was seeing and witnessing in '67, and naming that and speaking to it. Thank you so much. We'd love to have you to join us again when we do this again.
Anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So next on the stream, y'all, we're going to bring up some organizers and folks from around the state that have a great deal of respect, love, and admiration for. I'm going to bring up Aviance Brown. I'm saying your name wrong. I'm so sorry. Jasmine Wright.
Oh, good.
My fellow South Carolinian. And those are we all in?
I'm here. Can y'all hear and see me?
Yes, I can hear and see you.
Good to see y'all.
Coming. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
Is it Renaya? Is that how you pronounce her name? That just spoke a second ago?
Yes.
That was so powerful. Thank you so much for sharing. And I can feel your passion as you spoke. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, okay, so I'll start off with the conversation with you. I'll tell folks about how I know you and how I came to meet you.
Okay.
It's been, I would say, about a decade or so longer. You were a young organizer and student leader over at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte.
Yeah.
You were involved in NAACP work there as a young person. So it's good to see that fast forward some years, you were able to graduate from there and head on over to law school. And now you're doing some work as the people's lawyer.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. You're right. It has been a long time, and it's good to be in family company with you and Jasmine, where our relationships forged and met at the same time at UNC Charlotte with NAACP. I was trying to charter a chapter on the campus way back then, and we were successful in doing that, and mobilizing and organizing on campus right after the brutal killing of Trayvon Martin. And you're right, that fueled me to go to law school. I went to North Carolina Central School of Law, and now I am litigating, doing civil rights litigation. So yeah, I'm glad to be here, and I'm, like I said, happy to be amongst family and with such brilliant minds.
Yes, appreciate you for being here. And Jasmine, twin to some, legend to others. I've known Jasmine, same time, over a decade, organizing over in Charlotte. We go all the way back to Ignite North Carolina. It was a group of young folks under SVA with Southern Vision Alliance, our family, another political home for me. Jasmine, can you please introduce yourself?
So let me actually take a step back. I actually am a proud graduate of the Johnson C. Smith University. Aviance and I actually rechartered our NAACPs at the same time. So I was rechartering the NAACP at JCSU
Alliance was rechartering the NAACP at UNCC. So that's where we connected and crossed paths. And then even a little bit deeper in terms of, I heard the Trayvon Martin, but I wanted to uplift Keith Lamont Scott because we were all central on the ground organizing there in Charlotte. It definitely, I feel like things could have turned out so much more differently in Charlotte during that time. Had things went another way in 2016, but we're still here. We're still strong in the game. You're still holding strong, I guess, past 24 hours. So super excited to hear and see about what's happening here on the other end. And I will say I am in South Carolina. DeMonte called me at an unopportune time, but I wanted to step in, y'all. I like to take care of myself in the movement, so I'm actually on the water fishing. So don't judge me. Let me show you how South Carolina look right now. I had to drop my dog off to my parents, and I figured I'd take advantage of my neighbor, my people.
Beautiful.
That's what a movement leader do when they are trying to take care of themselves.
I love that. I love that.
I'll tell you, it's nothing better than the South Carolina countryside and a nice spring day. It's nothing like it. Speaking as a Geechee boy, yeah. So yeah, we have a Charlotte super panel on so far. Our other person that's going to come up in a second, Kamaria E. Lawrence, is another person that represents the great state of MEC, right? That's what y'all go by these days? So first question to you all. This is going to be to either one. How can we help raise the awareness of the impacts of capitalism in our communities?
Yeah. Well, let me start. I'm not in Charlotte anymore. I'm actually right outside of Raleigh, so I'm local, I think, to DMNC. But that is where I got my start. And then capitalism, my God, it runs deep, especially, I mean, it's the pillar of America, right? We know that Black bodies were brought here and stripped of our humanity for the sake of building this country. And particularly, it has it continues to run rampant. Capitalism is the foundation of this country, and I think we really struggle as a people with our people because we've internalized this way of being. We have internalized racial inferiority and capitalism in a way that is destructive to our people. And so when I think about doing the work of educating and decolonizing, I think of it starting as internal work, right? Acknowledging where it is that you are participating in these systems and fueling these systems and how they have impacted you and educated you. And one, getting that own self-awareness is something that I'm constantly trying to do. I think we have also been fed this like ultra idea of everything is to be super convenient. And convenience also fuels capitalism. And I don't mean that in a way that is ableist, because I also understand that we have disabled individuals who need like certain conveniences. But for those of us who can, some of us are just lazy. And so acknowledging and doing the self-educating to figure out, okay, do I need this package to be here at my front door in 2 days? Or can I find someone in my community who is doing this work and doing it in a humane way that I can support and understand that, some things may take longer or look different because they are not functioning in the same way as, the major corporations, and acknowledging that it takes a little bit of you not being convenient. It's so important for this particular moment that we're in. And I think so many people have this hatred against Target, right? We see this big thing against Target right now, but there are so many corporations that we are pouring into and fueling that we should be keeping that same energy for, because they are profiting off of our Black bodies and not valuing our work and not trying to collaborate with us either, that we're not, educating ourselves on. I think social media gives us this like thing to latch onto where we can say, okay, yes, tell me, educate me, rather than us doing the work to figure out where these products are that we're consuming, where they're from, where they're made, to do some real work. And I think unfortunately a lot of us have gotten used to the idea of convenience. I'm taking up a lot of space, so I'll be quiet.
No, you're fine. You're
I
fine. Like,
mean, you weren't wrong.
yeah. Go ahead, Jasmine.
It's kind of hard to follow like what you feel is very valid and true. I'll say I feel like capitalism has taken away taken away so much from humanity. It's taken, like, people forgotten how to be human because of capitalism. We see it with AI taking over. If we even want to talk about that, I definitely feel like, though, in terms of awareness, I do want to hit that self-awareness is key. Like being aware, like that this actually is a thing and that it's going on and it's real, it's happening. You got to start there, and then the next step, the people around you, are the folks around you aware of what's going on? What are y'all doing to combat that? I like how Aviance even touched on. We had this whole little Target or Walmart boycott, all of that. Again, imagine if we did take it a next step. So, like, imagine if. And I'm seeing this. I am actually. I'm not necessarily in Charlotte, but I'm in the Cabarrus area. However, it's dope seeing a West Side community of like a farmers market still happening. They're getting ready to try and start like this. What is it? What are those grocery stores called? Where you like everybody's buying into the grocery stores? Co-op. Thank you. The West Side getting ready to have a co-op. So like seeing that these things are actually happening, to kind of push back or create our own sense of capitalism or creating our own form of wealth. I think that's a start. And then on the other end, in terms of, I'm not gonna say reverse capitalism, ain't no such thing, but because we know people are in a sense of urgency, and even on top of that, convenience, it's like how I'm thinking particularly about young folks and what I've been doing lately to even catch young folks. They're not moving unless I'm putting a dollar sign in front of a lot of things. So I feel like I'm thinking about my Ignite days when I thought Irv was gonna hop on, but I'm thinking how he had like Bloods and Crips in Ignite and see like getting little stipends, but they're learning about what it means to build true community. Like grassroots organizing is a thing, and they're taking that back to the hood. So it's amazing to see that those opportunities could happen. And I think those are ways that we can create some form of awareness and even some sense of combating it.
So I definitely understand the idea of this force that we're up against that seems insurmountable, right? It seems like a giant force, but yet somehow folks are still able to find a way to resist and thrive in spite, right? Let me take it all the way back. What is if you're talking to a community, right? If you're going into a community, what would you say is the first step to fighting against these three evils that Dr. King explained? Militarism, extreme materialism, which we would call capitalism today, and racism. What is that first step for folks to take to organize? What is that first step? What does organizing look like? How do they start?
I see Kamara hopped on, but before I pass it to Kamari, I would say, one of my homies, Christy, had said, nobody ain't gonna give a god what you say if they're hungry. or if they got a bill that needs to be paid. So I feel like when I step into a community, I think one of the key things that I like to do is kind of try to identify what needs are preventing them from getting or doing what it is that they want or need for themselves. So I feel like that's kind of one of the places where I usually start. And Kamari, I saw you camera, I'm up here leading this. My bad, Demonte. I'm gonna let you
Continue, please.
You're good. You're good, Jasmine. Go ahead.
No, I was actually taking a step back anyway. I was getting ready to pass it off to Kamari so she can introduce herself.
Okay, Jasmine. But hello, my name is Kamaria E. Lawrence. I live in Charlotte. Charlotte is my home. I have been here since I was 6 years old, but my family is from Charlotte. We're from Cherry. We're from Matthews. We're from Clanton Park. This is where my family is from. I've worked at Democracy North Carolina since July 1st, 2019, but Demonte was asking about community, and for me, community is so important. It is very important to me to know who is in my community. I live in McCrory Heights, which is minutes away in walking distance, technically, from our office here in Charlotte. And it's also in the community that Jasmine was just referring to about the co-op being created here in the west or northwest part of Charlotte. And I love my neighborhood. I love the fact that just about all my neighbors look like me. I love it. I love that I can look out my back door and see my church members' homes. I love that I can hear the bell ringing at Johnson C. Smith University. I love this place, and we're not moving. We get calls throughout every day about purchasing our home. Not going to happen. And there are many things that can respond to what you asked, Jasmine, Demonte, but for me, it's knowing who is in your neighborhood, knowing who is in your community, know who is elected to serve your community, and being aware.
Yeah, that's good. I recently just moved out into the country because I couldn't afford to buy a house in the city. And I have encountered through our like community Facebook group, I call them the keyboard warriors, because people are so different in community Facebook groups than they are in person. Everybody is griping. Like if you get on, what's that thing called? Like Nextdoor app where you're supposed to be like with people in your like nearby community. Everybody is just so angry. And even like at HOA meetings, I don't even go anymore because it's like, wow, y'all care about a lot of, I'm gonna try not to cuss up here. Y'all care about a lot of stuff that's not important. Like there's a man who's in office who's actively taking away people's rights, who's stripping my rights and your rights, and y'all are worried about somebody stepping into your yard. Like, please, please. And so I have been challenged with, okay, what do I do to combat that? Because naturally, like I'm an organizer by nature. Like I am a convener of people. I want to gather people. I want to share stories. I want to know you. Like that's just innately who I am, who I've always been. And so I had just like felt the tugging of the Lord for a long time. And I just posted in there and say, for anybody who cares about like what's happening in the world and in society and wants to get to know each other, like just like this message or send me a message on Facebook. Like I don't want to debate politics in this group, because there are some people who's just not a safe company to do that. And I had not expected to get any responses, but so many people hit me up just in the community Facebook group to say like, yes, I do want to convene and talk about like what's happening right now and how do we build community with each other. And for me, that's so important because I want to think beyond just like big picture federal level, what do we do to get to know each other? How do I learn who my neighbors are? What are your names? What are your children's names? How do I show up for you? Here is the food source that I am stashing. Are you doing the same? Are you building up for whatever is about to come down? You know, they say that we're about to have another recession. What sources and resources are you building? And here's what I'm building so that when the time comes, we have built and developed a community in which we know each other, and you know I got you. I got your back. Like, you are safe with me, I'm safe with you. And that starts on a very small level. Like, this was just for me, like something that I did in our community Facebook group. And now I'm working to like pull people together outside of social media, right? To get people together in real life and to share and to tell stories. These are the ways in which people have survived fascism. Like, when you read about fascist dictators and how they've taken over in society, the problem is the regular everyday people continued to go on as if life was normal. This is how people like Hitler rose to power, because the regular everyday people just kept going on, and like they knew that he was there, they knew that he was a problem, but they felt like, oh, we're powerless, there's nothing we can do. And so then that became their reality. They did become powerless, and they ultimately had to lay down, because when they had the opportunity to stand up and rise, they did nothing. They did not gather in community. They didn't get to know their people and stand up and actively speak out. And so, I really am just fearful that if we do not act now, like it's almost going to be too late. And I hate to like bring the doom and gloom, but these are just things that keep me up late at night.
But may I ask, what
I
is
was about to
wrong with
say,
dealing with the truth? What is wrong with addressing where we are? What is wrong with preparing for what could possibly be? I'm sure it has been said in this discussion today, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready.
That part.
And yes, and to me, having knowledge and being not just knowledge, but practice of everything you just mentioned is necessary. It is necessary. I don't think that's expressing hatred towards any group at all. It's not. It's loving myself. It's loving my community. It's loving where we come from. It's preserving all of those things that I've mentioned. We've got to do these things.
Kamari, did you have any questions that you wanted to ask folks?
Possibly.
Or do you want me to? Or did you want me to keep?
Well, you can ask the question. I'll follow up with the next question.
Okay. I got one for us, folks. Let's see. So what steps do you think society needs to take in order to create a world that reflects with the vision that Dr. King outlined in '67 when he moved towards talking about economic justice? What do you think are the steps that the society needs to take?
I think that's such a tough question. And had we not been like where we are right now, I would have had a much more succinct answer. But I think we are so far from that where we currently stand, um, that I think we need to just like shift gears into, truthfully, let me not. I'm an abolitionist and I struggle with certain concepts because I am trying to see this as a moment, the moment that we currently exist in, and I'm sorry for straying away from actually answering your question. But I'm currently trying to see this moment at as how we can rebuild with an abolitionist perspective in mind, because that's how my brain works. And so yes, I see like all the craze and like society is caving as we know it, but what will it rebuild to? Like, we have that power to figure out how, when all of it crumbles and hits the ground, how we're going to rebuild. And we're not going to, are we going to choose to bow down to the throne of fascism and, the powers that be? Or are we going to say, yes, it all, America as we know it caved, and here's how we're going to rebuild it. We're going to rebuild it based upon our values, um, as the guiding compass, rather than, with capitalism at the helm. Yeah. So not a good way maybe to directly answer your question, but I'm just thinking about what's going to come out of this moment past this current administration and past kind of where we are right now. So yeah, if somebody has a better direct answer, please take the floor.
I feel like you even kind of touched on it a little bit, I'll be honest, like in terms of when you explained how you started reaching out to your community. Even you, Kamari, like I feel like it's gonna have to come down to us just being human. We have to start building communities with our community. And at least on I'm thinking on a Democracy NC type of level, we got to figure out how do we let our officials know that we should have more power than the corporations? Because we are seeing how they have more decision-making power, or things are happening here in our areas. And we're letting these developers, these businesses come in, and we who live here, it's like we're not giving them, we don't have a say. And I'm like, hold on, is this not ours? And seeing that this was something that King had constantly brought up in terms of towards the end of his time with us. He mentioned how corporations and were starting to take over, if you will. The fact that here it is 2025 and these type of things are still happening, I think in order for us to get away from that, we have to get back to building that community. Like I say, I told you I'm up here fishing right now. If whatever I don't catch, I already know my neighbors are getting some. We got some homies who got eggs. So like I feel like we have to start building and creating our own form of communities to take those steps to get rid of it. At least now, because clearly I don't know, things could change, but like I said, when did Dr. King say that? Have this conversation? When was this speech? Again, it's 2025.
57 years. 57 years. Kamari, did you have anything?
I do. I looked up when Jasmine said she was fishing. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I got a poem. But seriously, have you all discussed education already?
No, take the floor.
Okay. I am a product of Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, and I am very interested to hear from you two ladies. What role does education and empathy play in dismantling the systems that perpetuate racism? And I can say that question again to let it marinate a little.
Put it in the chat.
I'm sorry?
If possible.
You said put the question
I
in
feel
the
like
chat.
that's a question I need to see that one.
No problem at all. I will type it. So what? Okay, so Demonte, I think that I am. Oh, here we go. What role do educate does?
I was about to say, do you need me to type it in?
Yes. You can type it a lot faster than I.
I got you.
Thought I was gonna copy and paste. But while DeMonte is typing it, and hello, April Parker. The question again is, what are some, hold on. What role does education and empathy play in dismantling the systems that perpetuate racism?
I think that they're central, right? It's partially why we're seeing these strong attacks on education and what people are learning in the schools and how we're expressing empathy, right? It's the core of dismantling these systems. And so boy, do we have our work cut out for us. But in reality, I think a lot of it starts at home. I think that we have too much of an expectation. Actually, no, we don't. We should expect our kids to go to school and get educated, but also we have some responsibility in what our kids are learning and how they're showing up. I've been seeing a lot of chatter online, and also my mom is an educator in the public school system. And there's just so much about what the kids don't know, what the kids don't know, what the kids don't know. But what do the adults know? What do the adults in our society know? Like, a large percentage of American adults can't read. And so we have these expectations of what children should do and what they should know and the test that they should be able to pass, when in reality, a large majority of our adults cannot function beyond a 6th and 7th grade reading level. And so the education has to start at home. And I was again just having this conversation with my mom about what we're going to do with my son, um, because our school district here is not that great. But I'm a product of public schools, and I'm not going to put him in a school, a little black boy in all white private school. I'm not going to do it. And so I'm going to start doing the work. I've already started doing the work to educate him on what it looks like to be Black and be proud of that and to have empathy for those around you and to show up. And I think our education system is a larger reflection of society, and where we place value and how we educate our children looks like where you live. The amount of money that's going to your school looks like the society rather than an equal evaluation of schools and children. And so I think it's imperative that that work starts at home, but also that um, we're holding our elected officials to the fire. I think there was just a bill in North Carolina. I don't know if it has passed. I believe it has passed, stripping the ability to talk about race in schools. And so, what do we do as an alternative if if the truth is not going to be taught in schools? What are the alternatives that we're going to do to ensure that our children know about the real American history rather than the whitewashed white supremacist version of it? Um, Again, we've got our work cut out for us. But I think the biggest thing is that we have to start at home and hold these people in office accountable.
Definitely. And Aviance.
Aviance.
Thank you. I really appreciate when people tell me the correct way to say their name. But you were just speaking about schools and children, Black children in private schools. You touched on that. I was born on the West Coast, but we moved back here when I was 6 years old. I had already started school. I was telling you, I already started school. I was speaking English and French, but I wasn't old enough to be in school here. So my family chose to enroll me in a predominantly Black school. We moved to a different side of Charlotte the next year, and my parents decided to enroll me in a private school. That was a Catholic school. Nothing against the Catholic religion at all. We're Baptists. We're Black and Baptists. But I'm sharing this portion of my life because that's the first time somebody called me out of my name. a classmate did. No, my name is Kamaria. I know what African language my name comes from, and I know the meaning. That's not my name. But I'm thinking and remembering the love I experienced at the previous school year at the private Black school, predominantly Black school. It is very similar to the love I received when I went to graduate school at Clark Atlanta University, when everybody, except for maybe 3 people, looked like me. I'm remembering the love that my parents experienced here in Charlotte at Johnson C. Smith, where my mother graduated. My father is an Eagle from North Carolina Central. And just the love from the community that looks like you, that is preparing you to be greater. I think it's necessary right now, every day, but right now, we've got to have this. We really, really do. And I'm just really, we're missing that. I remember I worked briefly at a university that was not an HBCU, and the students were not understanding. I was like, I would love for you to come to my school, but there's a whole nother school on the other end of Market Street. You'll get what you need. And we've got to stick together like that. We have to. We need community. No matter what your community is, you need them.
Yeah, you're right. And we're even dealing with this so young. My son is 3, and he goes to a little Black daycare just right outside of our neighborhood. But we went to the white schools. We did. And I didn't like it. I did not like the experience that he got. And here, every Black woman at that school knows my son's name. They love him. They ask him, "You having a good day?" They know his moods. It's just different. And he's 3. And so, I've talked to people in my neighborhoods like, well, what's the quality education like there? It's great. Why is that a thought? And these are Black people who's asking me this, where there's this assumption that white is better. And I'm like, he's going to go to this Black school because this is where the people who understand him are. They love him, they know him. This is where I'm going to raise him. And he's very smart. He's very bright. They're teaching him how to write. He's 3, how to write his name. I talk to people who are at the white school, and they're like, well, I don't know what they do. This is no shade to white people at all. I'm just saying, like, I don't know what my child does. I don't get a report. I don't know. But there's this ingrained in some assumption. They sent their kids there because it was just better, thought to be better. And so, it's just different. And I'm going to also encourage him to go to a HBCU. I had the experience of both, going to a PWI and going to a HBCU. That's why it was important for me to go to a HBCU for law school, because I did not have that experience. I really wanted to have that. And the love from people who look like you, people who understand you, who have shared valued experiences as you, it's just different. The way that they teach you, they speak your language. And so that is important for me to raise my little Black boy with those things in mind. I'm also doing the work at home though.
I think that's very important, and we are spending more time at home than at school. So I think that's essential. Jasmine, do you have thoughts on the community, not necessarily in school, but the community that we're growing our children in? I don't believe last time I checked, you and I were not mothers, but I have my nieces and nephews, and I know what I want them to see and experience when they step outside the door. What I want them to feel free to walk and be able to communicate with whoever they wish to, but I want them to see Black neighbors, Black schools, Black teachers, Black elected officials, but most importantly, above all and above how you look, people who care about the community that we're in.
So I again, you definitely hit the nail on the head. I am not a mother. However, I have I'm not saying I have kids, but I have young adults who look up to me and actually listen to what I say for some reason. With that said, when it comes to education, especially higher education, I'm not gonna say it got to a point where I stopped saying forget college, because that's definitely not the case. I started out at a PWI myself, and then I actually transferred to a HBCU, and it was being at the HBCU I realized I actually got more experience, more hands-on. Like I felt it felt different at my HBCU. So when it comes to education, I will say, like, that's where I would want to start if I had kids. We again, like I'm hearing you all say, especially with ambiance, it starts in the house. I feel like when it comes to educating my folks, I definitely want to make sure I'm creating my own set of history, and I'm thinking about like what Aviance mentioned in terms of what alternatives. I think our organization is in a position where we're in a sense trying to recreate something like freedom schools. If you think back to what happened in Mississippi 1964 with the students going down there, it's like we're getting back to that, or in a sense of we should be getting back to that. And then also, I really, and I was getting ready to say this early and I didn't want to, but lately I've started to say, not F school, but school isn't necessarily going to make you money. I feel like we're starting to forget about trades. Like, y'all, we're going to need some electricians soon. We're going to need some people. When everything goes to crap, we're going to need people who know how to do pipes. I feel like we got to start changing what we're considering education. In terms of what folks should be looking forward in terms of how they can move or build their own future, and especially in terms of what we about to be dealing with. Like, okay, so yeah, I'm gonna just plug this book, Sky Full of Elephants. Just imagine like some apocalyptic world ending type stuff, and we're all that's left. It's like, who's gonna be doing what? So I feel like we need to start teaching ourselves outside of just the basic thing. But bringing it back to today and what I see going on in the classrooms, I see the system being taught inside of a system. Like, y'all, the school to prison pipeline is real. It's creating a system of young adults who are going to be primed to be machines. So I feel like that's where our education is starting to head, and we got to be the ones to create those alternatives now. Otherwise, we gonna be our people. We could be lost.
Could be. Yeah, I agree with you, Jasmine. Thank you for sharing those thoughts and the book title that you're recommending we check out, and not just check out, but read. When you were speaking about trades, this brought me to another question that's not in the questions, but I know where I worship, we have land where we're growing vegetables. And I think that it's necessary that we start growing our own vegetables. I don't think that we're going to be able to get all the vegetables, but I know that it's important that we learn how to grow our own vegetables. One, it'll be healthier. And two, I know at my church, these are free vegetables and fruits that people can just pick up. You don't have to show membership or anything. This is for the community. But it's important that we know how to grow on the land that it's growing on, but also we are the owners. And I'm repeating that, but we're the owners. And we've got to have this. We need to know what's going in our bodies, because we don't know. I am not the healthiest person. I know that much, but I know that I want to live a long time. And I'm very concerned about these things. I really am. I don't know if anyone who's logged on, oh, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just was gonna share that I have that exact same concern. And I think it's so easy, like, to just get caught up in like working, 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 doing the work. Um, that would we also kind of get wrapped up in the capitalistic ways of functioning and moving and grinding and going, going, going. Um, and I feel like for me recently, like that's come to a screeching halt because I am only 31 and I just got diagnosed with an autoimmune disease. And so it has me thinking about these same exact things. Like, I'm just like, yeah, stress comes with the territory of me, um, and my
It's
work.
killing
But
us.
what what am I putting in my body? How am I being conscious? What where is it coming from? I don't know these things. And recently I found a local farm to try to get these, get my stuff from. But also like I've been on TikTok watching some videos about how to get a green thumb myself and do the work myself.
Yes.
Because there will be a time where I don't think we can rely on the sources that we just so comfortably have access to right now. I wish I had something more intelligent to offer about actually
No,
planting and
no, no,
growing
no, no, no.
sources.
What
But
you're
you,
sharing is facts, and I appreciate that. I have an autoimmune disease. I have multiple sclerosis, and I've been in remission an extremely long time. But the fact is, I still got that stuff, and it's necessary. But I want to be able to afford what I need. you know, and people are like, well, you don't need. You know, you can just get this root, get that herb. So I was like, okay. I don't know, but the doctor said, but and I
yeah.
don't want us to yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, and I went to the doctor again. The first thing is medicine. I'm thankful for Western medicine, but something in my body just was like, I don't feel right with that. So I went to see a functional medicine doctor to get a second opinion. And they're like, yeah, you can, sure, the medicine will help to, um, address your symptoms over time, but you can also address those same things with food and diet. Have you considered these sources? You don't have to be on medication for the rest of your life. You can change certain things about the way that you experience symptoms by what you're eating. And the doctor ain't gonna tell you that. What supplements and what food sources can you be putting in your body? For one, I strongly believe that God has given us everything that we need on this earth to heal ourselves and to function and to exist. And we just don't know what those sources are. Um, and getting a second opinion from this non-Western trained physician who gave me a list of herbs. I'm like mind blown at all the things that these supplements and these natural sources can do for me, and that have helped me so much since I got this diagnosis a couple months ago. Again, not no shade to Western medicine because we need medicine. We can do both and for sure. But again, have also been really enlightened by what medicine food can be too.
Um, so I'll say I feel like autoimmunes have been attacking Black women. I'll be honest, I don't know if you've heard or seen. My twin actually recently lost her left leg due to an autoimmune disease that they were still trying to figure out what it is. Like 2-3 weeks after her wedding, she ended up losing her left leg. So in terms of what you both were saying, I've been taking my own personal health a lot serious. I lost a lot of family to cancer. And I know it's because what we're putting in our bodies. Like, y'all, they're making our food toxic. Like, they don't want us to survive off of the stuff that we're doing. So I think we do have to prioritize eating, especially more locally sourced. I know we were up here uplifting Charlotte. My favorite farm is a Black-owned farm in Charlotte called Deep Roots. And like once a season, they'll do this thing called a farm to table dinner where they'll feature Black chefs and they'll do like different it's like a entree, appetizer. Like they do a whole thing, but everything literally will come from the garden, from their farm. And I'm like, man, if I can eat like this every day, I guarantee you, I probably like sickness won't be a thing. And that, like, for a lot of people don't know, dandelion is literally one of the most edible plants. And I feel like dandelion can probably cure cancer, but they ain't gonna tell you that. That's why they made weed killers. So we're in a time where we, like what you said, God gave us everything we need to live. We just need to know how to do that. And I'm thankful to be in community that actually is like, we're trying to put forth those efforts to do that. So we just got to stay connected, yeah.
And I also, I was about to say, and Jasmine and I, and then she took the camera off. Jasmine and I and a few hundred others were able to attend a workshop, a conference this past week. And that was just that did a lot for my spirit. And that was something else I wanted to touch on. It's necessary that we take care of not just what we're putting into our body, but also our brain. We need to be in positive spaces. Every day is not, like my grandma used to say, every day ain't gonna be Sunday. But every day is not going to be a perfect day. But if you are hearing negative talk, if all you see is raggedy books at your school, if all you see is the police, going around your neighborhood and helicopters and stuff, that's going to give someone a very negative spirit, I believe, personally. But when we strengthen our community, whether it's community gardens, positive conversations, people knowing who their neighbors are, I believe that it will play a big role in getting us back on, I want to say back on track, because I don't know if we were ever on track as America, but it'll put us in a better place. It really, really will. And I just don't want us to, give up because it's something we have not seen yet. I really do not want us to give up on that possibility. But did DeMonte talk with you too about, let me see, did you already discuss fighting racism?
We discussed it briefly at the beginning, yeah.
Okay.
Mostly about capitalism, but I think we taught a little bit of racism in there. Do you
Okay.
have a more specific question?
No, I think he probably, if he touched on it, then I think he did touch on it, what I was going to ask you about. But also, where do you think Black women are in the space we are in now as far as movement work?
That's such a good question. I have a podcast where I've been talking about this, like the
Really?
balance between rest and resistance. And it's something that I'm really grappling with right now because I'm always so mobilized and fired up, but also really understand and acknowledge the need for our people to rest, particularly Black women. And so I think that a lot of people are choosing to consciously rest and fight like intentionally through boycotting, which I see true value in. But I'm also really wondering, and maybe this is the perfect space for us to talk about whether or not we should be putting our bodies on the line and going out to physically protest, or if that's something that we should be restraining from, because I'm talking and I'm trying to organize the community and I'm noticing a lot of resistance to the idea of protesting right now and what it looks like to actively fight, but not physically. um, and then I think there are others who are just completely tapped out and say, listen, I've fought as much as I can fight, and I'm not going to spend my whole life fighting. I've encountered some of that in my organizing work as well. To say, I showed up at the polls, I did my part in mass, showed up in force with 92%, and Now we are in FAFO mode. And I just think that that's a really tough attitude to have because sure, we're in FAFO mode, but when white people, we know when white people catch a cold, black people are going to catch the flu. And so it's not just going to bypass us. Like we're seeing active attacks against people of all races right now. And it's only a matter of time, like our sister who spoke before us was saying, before it's a matter of time before we see them snatching black bodies. And so I don't think we should just have this perspective of like, oh, this is a far away problem, you know, oh, this is a problem with immigration. And I do genuinely believe that there are some black people. I've talked to a couple of black leaders who want us to focus on our fights in silos, but all of our struggles are interconnected. All of racism and sexism and capitalism, all of it is interconnected in a way that our fights should also be a little more connected than they are right now. So yeah, I'm open to any feedback that y'all have about what our fight should look like right now, because I'm grappling with that a little bit.
So I'm gonna jump in because I do have a 3 o'clock. So I'll say I feel like we're starting to see what that looks like. We're seeing all where them fans at. Where them fans. That's what we should be doing right. Let's find out right now. We chilling. We're not spending our money. We not. My mama been. Anytime my mom could forget going to a store, I've been cooking my own food. I've been going to my homies' farms. People been dropping eggs off. I've been fishing. Been taking care of myself. Organizing has definitely been a part of my life so much to a point where I did get PTSD. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I love referencing more for the Mississippi, the Freedom Summer, because like those folks live that stuff. Like, and now I know it's tiring. I've seen how tiring it is because I've experienced it myself. I might not have been getting beat, spat on, and all that other stuff. We get bombed at, shot at like that, but we're still experiencing it, and it can get tiresome. And I'm tired of it, and I don't. If we can find other ways to build community, I'm with that. We don't always have to fight, and that's what organizing look like. And I'll say, again, I've been in this game for 10, 15 years. I feel like I didn't get my first win until I got a mentee. And I saw that mentee get a man who spent 44 years in jail for a wrongful conviction out. We got rid of a DA. We ended up starting our own nonprofit. So organizing can look like so many different things, and our wins can look like so many different things. But right now, where them fans at? Because we chilling, baby. And it was a pleasure. Thank you so much, Devontae. I feel bad because I really haven't been fishing like y'all. I've been on calls back to back, and I don't know what made me. All right, I'm gonna one day take my break. So rest of the series is definitely a thing, but I appreciate being on here with you all. And Devontae, I'm gonna try and catch you Greenville.
And I fish too, Jasmine.
Appreciate you.
I'll make sure to send an invite your way, Kamaria.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you for coming on.
I hope that was sincere.
I have a hard stop at 3, but this has been so helpful, and I appreciate learning in this space too with you.
Appreciate you for coming on, I'll be honest. Kamari, you have the right, or can you stay on for a couple more minutes?
A couple more minutes. I have a couple more minutes to talk.
Okay. So can you tell us about what's going on in the great state of Mecklenburg over there?
Over here in the great state of Mecklenburg, and this is the Western Piedmont region for Democracy North Carolina. Mecklenburg, as Devontae just shared, in a way, it is our largest county. We also include Union, Cabarrus, and Gaston counties. We are working on, I won't say we're working on it, but this year we have a municipal campaign. We have mayor, city council, but we also have school board, which is our county, and not just Charlotte. includes the municipalities that are around the city. As I mentioned earlier, I grew up in Matthews. That's part of CMS, or Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools. And those are things that we need to keep our eyes on. We want to make sure that, and well, let me pause. You hear people joking around a lot that Charlotte is closed. We say they retired people moving in here, but property taxes they're rising. That could be county, that could be state. We need to be in touch with our county commissioners. We need to all make sure they know who we are. Make sure that they see us more than just when it's time to vote for them. And that county is next year, but you want to make sure who your electeds are, no matter what year it is. You want to show up at your city council meetings, your county board of election meetings, because you want to make sure that where you're voting makes sense. Does it really make sense for my community to be voting at a place that's not ADA accessible, that's not near a bus stop? It should be accessible to all who wish to vote. So that's basically what we got going on here. That was in a real small nutshell, but I just really want people to be informed, and stay informed.
Thank you so much, Kamaria. This is a stream that I think that conversation that just happened with Black women organizing around the state really is centered there and anchored by our Charlotteans, right? I guess that's the term for Charlotte folks, right?
Yes.
Our Charlotteans. That was a pretty good panel, and I hope folks were able to listen and really take into effect the things they were talking about, specifically the issues of Black women health and the inequities when it comes to health with Black women. I appreciate you, Kamaria. So at this time, I am going to play another clip from the Time to Break Silence speech from Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King that was delivered on April the 4th, 1967, from Riverside Church in Harlem, New York.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I need not pause to say how very delighted I am to be here tonight, and how very delighted I am to see you expressing your concern about the issues that will be discussed tonight by turning out in such large numbers. I also want to say that I consider it a great honor to share this program with Dr. Bennett, Dr. Comminger, and Rabbi Heschel, some of the distinguished leaders and personalities of our nation. And of course, it's always good to come back to Riverside Church. Over the last 8 years, I have had the privilege of preaching here almost every year in that period. It is always a rich and rewarding experience to come to this great church and this great pulpit. I come to this magnificent house of worship tonight because my conscience leaves me no other choice. I join you in this meeting because I am in deepest agreement with the aims and work of the organization which has brought us together. clergy and laymen concerned about Vietnam. The recent statements of your executive committee are the sentiments of my own heart, and I found myself in full accord when I read its opening lines. A time comes when silence is betrayal. That time has come for us in relation to Vietnam. The truth of these words is beyond doubt, but the mission to which they call us is a most difficult one. Even when pressed by the demands of inner truth, men do not easily assume the task of opposing their government's policy.
You need to stretch.
I am stretching.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
You know what? How about you be my trainer?
I see why they call Satu the unicorn. She's different. That's tough.
And then my son.
Especially in time of war. Nor does the human spirit move without great difficulty against all the apathy of conformist thought within one's own bosom and in the surrounding world. Moreover, when the issues at hand seem as perplexing as they often do, in the case of this dreadful conflict, we are always on the verge of being mesmerized by uncertainty. But we must move on. Some of us who have already begun to break the silence of the night have found that the calling to speak is often a vocation of agony. But we must speak. We must speak with all the humility that is appropriate to our limited vision. But we must speak. And we must rejoice as well, for surely this is the first time in our nation's history that a significant number of its religious leaders have chosen to move beyond the prophesying of smooth patriotism to the high grounds of a firm dissent based upon the mandates of conscience and the reading of history. Perhaps a new spirit is rising among us. If it is, let us trace its movements and pray that our own inner being may be sensitive to its guidance. For we are deeply in need of a new way beyond the darkness that seems so close around. Over the past 2 years, as I have moved to break the betrayal of my own silences and to speak from the burnings of my own heart, as I have called for radical departures from the destruction of Vietnam, many persons have questioned me about the wisdom of my path. At the heart of their concerns, this query has often loomed large and loud. Why are you speaking about the war, Dr. King? Why are you joining the voices of dissent? Peace and civil rights don't mix, they say. Aren't you hurting the cause of your people, they ask. And when I hear them, though I often understand the source of their concern, I am nevertheless greatly saddened. For such questions mean that the inquirers have not really known me, my commitment or my calling. Indeed, their questions suggest that they do not know the world in which they live. In the light of such tragic misunderstanding, I deem it of signal importance to try to state clearly, and I trust concisely, why I believe that the path from Dexter Avenue Baptist Church, the church in Montgomery, Alabama, where I began my pastorate, leads clearly to this sanctuary tonight. I come to this platform tonight to make a passionate plea to my beloved nation. This speech is not addressed to Hanoi or to the National Liberation Front. It is not addressed to China or to Russia. Nor is it an attempt to overlook the ambiguity of the total situation and the need for a collective solution to the tragedy of Vietnam. Neither is it an attempt to make North Vietnam or the National Liberation Front paragons of virtue, nor to overlook the role they must play in the successful resolution of the problem. While they both may have justifiable reasons to be suspicious of the good faith of the United States, life and history give eloquent testimony to the fact conflicts are never resolved without trustful give and take on both sides. Tonight, however, I wish not to speak with Hanoi and the National Liberation Front, but rather to my fellow Americans. Since I am a preacher by calling, I suppose it is not surprising that I have 7 major reasons for bringing Vietnam into the field of my moral vision. That is, at the outset, a very obvious and almost facile connection between the war in Vietnam and the struggle I and others have been waging in America. A few years ago, there was a shining moment in that struggle. It seemed as if there was a real promise of hope for the poor, both black and white, through the poverty program. There were experiments, hopes, new beginnings. Then came the build-up in Vietnam, and I watched this program broken and eviscerated as if it was some idle political plaything of a society gone mad on war. And I knew that America would never invest the necessary funds or energies in rehabilitation of its poor so long as adventures like Vietnam continue to draw men and skills and money like some demonic destructive suction tube. So I was increasingly compelled to see the war as an enemy of the poor and to attack it as such. Perhaps a more tragic recognition of reality took place, and it became clear to me that the war was doing far more than devastating the hopes of the poor at home. It was sending their sons and their brothers and their husbands to fight and to die in extraordinarily high proportions relative to the rest of the population. We were taking the black young men who had been crippled by our society and sending them 8,000 miles to guarantee liberties in Southeast Asia, which they had not found in Southwest Georgia and East Holland. So we have been repeatedly faced with the cruel irony of watching Negro and white boys on TV screens as they kill and die together for a nation that has been unable to seat them together in the same schools. So we watch them in brutal solidarity, burning the huts of a poor village, but we realize that they would hardly live on the same block in Chicago. I could not be silent in the face of such cruel manipulation of the poor. My third reason moves to an even deeper level of awareness, for it grows out of my experience in the ghettos of the North over the last 3 years, especially the last 3 summers. As I have walked among the desperate, rejected, and angry young men, I have told them that Molotov cocktails and rifles would not solve their problems. I have tried to offer them my deepest compassion while maintaining my conviction that social change comes most meaningfully through nonviolent action. But they ask, and rightly so, what about Vietnam? They ask if our home nation wasn't using massive doses of violence to solve its problem, to bring about the changes it wanted. Their questions hit home, and I knew that I could never again raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without having first spoken clearly to the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, my own government. For the sake of those boys, for the sake of this government, for the sake of the hundreds of thousands trembling under our violence, I cannot be silent. For those who ask the question, are you a civil rights leader? And thereby mean to exclude me from the movement for peace, I have this further answer. In 1957, when a group of us formed the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, we chose as our motto to save the soul of America. We were convinced that we could not limit our vision to certain rights for black people, but instead affirmed the conviction that America would never be free or saved from itself until the descendants of its slaves were loosed completely from the shackles they still wear. In a way, we were agreeing with Langston Hughes, that black bard of Harlem, who had written earlier, "Oh yes, I say it plain, America never was America to me, and yet I swear this oath, America will be." Now it should be incandescently clear that no one who has any concern for the integrity and life of America today can ignore the present war. If America's soul becomes totally plausible, part of the autopsy must read Vietnam. It can never be saved so long as it destroys the deepest hopes of men the world over. So it is that those of us who are yet determined that America will be are led down the path of protest and dissent, working for the health of our land. As if the weight of such a commitment to the life and health of America were not enough, another burden of responsibility was placed upon me in 1954, and I cannot forget that the Nobel Peace Prize was also a commission to work harder than I had ever worked before for the brotherhood of man. This is a calling that takes me beyond national allegiances. But even if it were not present, I would yet have to live with the meaning of my commitment to the ministry of Jesus Christ. To me, the relationship of this ministry to the making of peace is so obvious that I sometimes marvel at those who ask me why I'm speaking against it. Could it be that they do not know that the good news was meant for all men, for communists and capitalists, for their children and ours, for black and for white, for revolutionary and conservative? Have they forgotten that my ministry is in obedience to the one who loved his enemies so fully that he died for them? What then can I say to the Viet Cong, or to Castro, or to Mao as a faithful minister of this one? Can I threaten them with death, or must I not share with them my life? Finally, as I tried to explain for you and for myself the road that leads from Montgomery to this place, I would have offered all that was most valid if I simply said that I must be true to my conviction, that I share with all men the calling to be a son of the living God. Beyond the calling of race or nation or creed is this vocation of sonship and brotherhood, because I believe that the Father is deeply concerned, especially for his suffering and helpless and outcast children. I come tonight to speak for them. This I believe to be the privilege and the burden of all of us who deem ourselves bound by allegiances and loyalties, which are broader and deeper than nationalism, and which go beyond our nation's self-defined goals and positions. We are called to speak for the weak, for the voiceless, for the victims of our nation, for those it calls enemy. For no document from human hands can make these humans any less our brothers. And as I ponder the madness of Vietnam, and search within myself for ways to understand and respond in compassion, my mind goes constantly to the people of that peninsula. I speak now not of the soldiers of each side, not of the ideologies of the Liberation Front, not of the Hunter inside gone, but simply of the people who have been living under the curse of war for almost 3 continuous decades now. I think of them too, because it is clear to me that there will be no meaningful solution there until some attempt is made to know them and hear their broken cries. They must see Americans as strange liberators. Vietnamese people proclaimed their own independence in 1954, in 1945 rather, after a combined French and Japanese occupation, and before the Communist Revolution in China. They were led by Ho Chi Minh. Even though they quoted the American Declaration of Independence in their own document of freedom, we refused to recognize them. Instead, we decided to support France in its reconquest of a former colony. Our government felt then that the Vietnamese people were not ready for independence. We again fell victim to the deadly Western arrogance that has poisoned the international atmosphere for so long. With that tragic decision, we rejected a revolutionary government seeking self-determination, and a government that had been established not by China, for whom the Vietnamese have no great love, but by clearly indigenous forces that included some communists. For the peasants, this new government meant real land reform, one of the most important needs in their lives. For 9 years following 1945, we denied the people of Vietnam the right of independence. For 9 years, we vigorously supported the French in their abortive effort to recolonize Vietnam. Before the end of the war, we were meeting 80% of the French war cost. Even before the French were defeated at Dien Bien Phu, they began to despair of their reckless action, but we did not. We encouraged them with our huge financial and military supplies to continue the war even after they had left. Soon we would be paying almost the full cost of this tragic attempt at recolonization. After the French were defeated, it looked as if independence and land reform would come again through the Geneva Agreement. But instead there came the United States, determined that whole should not unify the temporarily divided nation. The peasants watched again as we supported one of the most vicious modern dictators, our chosen man, Premier Diem. The peasants watched and cringed as Diem ruthlessly rooted out all opposition, supported their extortionist landlords, and refused even to discuss reunification with the North. The peasants watched as all of this was presided over by United States influence, and then by increasing numbers of United States troops who came to help quell the insurgency that Diem's methods had aroused. When Diem was overthrown, they may have been happy, but the long line of military dictators seemed to offer no real change, especially in terms of their need for land and peace. The only change came from America, as we increased our troop commitments in support of governments which were singularly corrupt inept and without popular support. All the while the people read our leaflets and received the regular promises of peace and democracy and land reform. Now they languish under our bombs and consider us not their fellow Vietnamese, the real enemy. They move sadly and apathetically as we herd them off the land of their fathers into concentration camps where minimal social needs are rarely met. They know they must move on or be destroyed by our bombs. So they go, primarily women and children and aged. They watch as we poison their water, as we kill 1 million acres of their crops. They must weep as the bulldozers roar through their areas preparing to destroy the precious trees. They wander into the hospitals with at least 20 casualties from American firepower for one Viet Cong inflicted injury. So far we may have killed 1 million of them, mostly children. They wander into the towns and see thousands of the children, homeless, without clothes, running in packs on the streets like animals. They see the children degraded by our soldiers as they beg for food. They see the children selling their sisters to our soldiers, soliciting for their mothers. What do the peasants think as we ally ourselves with the landlords and as we refuse to put any action into our many words concerning land reform? What do they think as we test out our latest weapons on them, just as the Germans tested out new medicine and new tortures in the concentration camps of Europe? Where are the roots of the independent Vietnam we claim to be building? Is it among these voiceless ones? We have destroyed their two most cherished institutions, the family and the village. We have destroyed their land and their crops. We have cooperated in the crushing of the nation's only non-communist revolutionary political force, the Unified Buddhist Church. We have supported the enemies of the peasants of Saigon. We have corrupted their women and children and killed their men. Now that is little left to build on save bitterness. Soon the only solid physical foundations remaining will be found at our military bases and in the concrete of the concentration camps we call.
That was the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King from the speech, Time to Break Silence, that was delivered April 4th, 1967, Riverside Church, Harlem, New York. I am waiting for our next panelist to join us. But in the meantime, just got the update about some terrible news that the judge decided to overthrow the 60,000 votes here in North Carolina and reverse the decision that was made by the lower court. So effectively 60,000 people in the state were disenfranchised here today. I just got the report, which makes this particular event, this particular live stream, that much more impactful, that much more important. In these coming days, these coming elections, these coming efforts, we're going to make sure, we're going to have to make sure that we walk together and we stay connected and doing the organizing and making sure that we are able to get all of our friends and family and loved ones registration status checked and taken care of beforehand, chasing and carrying ballots after the fact, whatever it takes, even poll monitoring, being there outside of the polls on election days, all of these particular activities, all of these particular events or things that we could do, all have a major impact on the overall project of voting. See, I am waiting for the Reverend C.J. Brunson to come on. So until CJ is able to come on, I will continue playing the speech.
To hear his questions, to know his assessment of ourselves. For from his view, we may indeed see the basic weaknesses of our own condition. If we are mature, we may learn and grow and profit from the wisdom of the brothers who are called the opposition. So too with Hanoi. In the north, where our bombs now pummel the land, and our minds endanger the waterways, we are met by deep but understandable mistrust. To speak for them is to explain this lack of confidence in Western words, and especially their distrust of American intentions now. In Hanoi are the men who led the nation to independence against the Japanese and the French, the men who sought membership in the French Commonwealth and were betrayed by the weakness of Paris and the willfulness of the colonial armies. It was they who led a second struggle against French domination at tremendous cost, and then were persuaded to give up the land they controlled between the 13th and 17th parallel as a temporary measure at Geneva. After 1954, they watched us conspire with Diem to prevent elections which could have surely brought Ho Chi Minh to power over a united Vietnam. They realized they had been betrayed again. And we ask why they do not leap to negotiate. These things must be remembered. Also, it must be clear that the leaders of Hanoi considered the presence of American troops in support of the Diem regime to have been the initial military breach of the Geneva Agreement concerning foreign troops. And they remind us that they did not begin to send troops in large numbers and even supplies into the South until American forces had moved into the tens of thousands. And Nora remembers how our leaders refused to tell us the truth about the earlier North Vietnamese overtures for peace, how the president claimed that none existed when they had clearly been made. Ho Chi Minh has watched as America has spoken of peace and built up its forces. And now he has surely heard the increasing international rumors of American plans for an invasion of the North. He knows the bombing and shelling and mining we are doing a part of traditional pre-invasion strategy. Perhaps only his sense of humor and of irony can save him when he hears the most powerful nation of the world speaking of aggression as it drops thousands of bombs on a poor, weak nation more than 8,000 miles away from its shores. At this point, I should make it clear that while I have tried in these last few minutes to give a voice to the voiceless in Vietnam, to understand the arguments of those who are called enemy, I am as deeply concerned about our own troops there as anything else. For it occurs to me that what we are submitting them to in Vietnam is not simply the brutalizing process that goes on in any war where armies face each other and seek to destroy, We are adding cynicism to the process of death, for they must know after the short period there that none of the things we claim to be fighting for really involve. Before long, they must know that their government has sent them into a struggle among Vietnamese. The more sophisticated surely realize that we are on the side of the wealthy and the secure, while we create a hell for the poor. Somehow this madness must cease. We must stop now. I speak as a child of God and brother to the
Okay. So it is 3:35. I am beyond thrilled to bring up my next panelist. The next person to join the stream is a organizer, pastor, graduate from University of was it North Carolina A&T, and also from Livingstone Hood Seminary, I would think, over there. Right? Correct.
The illustrious North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, Aggie Pride, and Hood Theological Seminary, once a part of Livingstone, but is now independent, but they still do a lot of great work together. Thank you all for having me.
Thanks for being here. I'm gonna give you the floor. You should be able to share if you want to, if you need to share. But yeah, floor is yours.
Awesome. Reverend C.J. Brinson, once again, happy to be here with all of you. Pronouns, he, him, his. Just excited to be here to talk about breaking the silence. But before we get into it, I want to just really kind of take you through a quick presentation around why it is I am who I am and how I became who I am as a brother from Greensboro, Reverend Brandon Rencher. You should Google this brother, who is really on the forefront of talking about how the church can be in the 21st century as liberating churches. He terms us clergy activists. If you're an organizer, you know you want to go beyond the activist term. And so I would say I would call us clergy organizers. But I want to share a quick presentation if I could. Are you all able to see my screen?
Yes, you're good.
So once again, Reverend C.J. Brinson, I'll term this, it's in our DNA. It's in our DNA. And when I'm speaking about that, I'm just speaking about Greensboro, North Carolina in general. I call Greensboro the protest city, or the city of resistance. And I will take you through a quick history of why that is. 1774, Quakers came to Guilford County, and amongst that group of people, they decided that they would free their slaves and become opponents to the system. In 18,
Hold on. Are you sharing your screen? Mine says loading.
Yes, it's sharing. Are you able to see?
No, mine says loading. I might need to
It
refresh
says
mine.
my screen sharing is paused. Do you know why that is?
I don't know. Come back to the broadcast.
Okay.
All right, now try it again.
Are you able to see the screen?
I see you. Do you need me to share it? If you want, there you go.
Can you see the screen now?
It says it started sharing. It's still blacked out. There we go. I see you on the screen. I see your mouse. There we go. I see it.
Okay, awesome. Greensboro, the protest city. Are you able to see that?
Yeah, you're good from here.
Okay, awesome. Quakers freed slaves in 1774, became opponents to the system in Greensboro. 1818 and 1819, major things was happening. Benjamin Benson uses the court system along with a lawyer here, a Vestal Coffin, to obtain freedom from slavery here in Guilford County. And also the Underground Railroad becomes a stop here in Guilford County around Guilford College. Fast forward to 1955, 6 Black golfers challenged the integration of a golf course. 1957, Black students desegregate Gillespie Park School. Also, Grimsley High School. In 1958, Dr. King speaks here to a capacity crowd at Bennett College, at Pfeiffer Chapel, with overflow in the little theater and the science auditorium. Then we know about the Anti-4, Ezell Blair, also known as Blair Kazan, Joseph McNeil, David Richmond, and Franklin McCain. I have to talk about the events that lead up to 1960, February 1, 1960, because people would think that that action existed in a vacuum. But no, freedom, liberation, and justice is in the hearts and the people's minds and souls here in Greensboro. And so it was easy for these young brothers to pick up on that tradition, along with sisters and siblings from Bennett College as well.
You're watching Welcome to
February 1962, George Simpkins sues Cone Hospital for discrimination. And this led to the desegregation of public hospitals throughout the country. Also, February 1961, Ella Baker sees what happens here in Greensboro and calls student activists all over the nation to meet her in Raleigh at Shaw University, and the establishment of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, also known as SNCC, that happened. So I tell people, you don't get good trouble without Greensboro, North Carolina. The Dudley and Antee Revolt. Some of you may have known it as the bullet holes on the wall. That's May of 1969. Student leader Claude Barnes was denied becoming the student body president at Dudley High School. He runs over to Antee for cover, which led to the Antee-Dudley Revolt, in which National Guard was called in and opened fire on students, resulting in the death of Willie Grimes. Leading us to the November 3rd, 1979 Greensboro Massacre. The massacre involving a civil rights hero, Reverend Nelson Johnson, and 5 labor organizers being attacked in conjunction with the that being coordinated in conjunction with the Greensboro Police Department and the KKK. These labor activists were essentially assassinated, and Reverend Nelson Johnson, along with Mama Joyce Johnson, were a part of that event. I believe that was a profound event that shaped their involvement in movement, faith, and organizing. And I would say because of them, many of us in the city or who came through this community has been affected by faith and organizing in the ways in which we have. So once again, full circle, if you don't have the Underground Railroad, if you don't have the challenge to integration of public hospitals, if you don't have the integration of Woolworths, you don't get Good Trouble, you don't get SNCC. If you don't have those things, then you don't get those who shaped me, Dr. Barnes and Mama Joyce and Reverend Nelson Johnson. And that has led to me having a career in organizing. Had the opportunity to serve in the state conference of the NAACP. Had the opportunity to be a faith-based coordinator with NC Black Alliance. The opportunity to serve and work as a regional organizing manager with Down Home, North Carolina. And I was able to do one of the most rewarding things at Down Home last year, and that was to be a part of the Revival Reimagined series, which was the gathering of progressive faith communities all over the state of North Carolina. We were in 4 major cities. We were able to have impact and be able to reach over 500 people, gathering progressive faith communities together to respond and to put counter narratives out against Christian nationalism, which was essentially in blackface here in North Carolina. We were being brought together to make sure that North Carolina was not misrepresented by this Christian nationalist move. And I believe because of gatherings like Revival Reimagined, because of being able to identify faith leaders who could provide counter narratives, we set the ground and laid the groundwork to be able to attack a gubernatorial candidate that would have been very detrimental to our government here in North Carolina. Here recently, I've been a part of the Greensboro Black Lynch series, where some Black preachers here in Greensboro, they would say that their hearts caught fire right at the beginning of Lent, and they wanted to bring traditional Black churches together in an effort during the Lenten season to be a part of efforts of resistance, but also to get the community here in Greensboro to economically support Black businesses here locally, but also be in connection with some of the national resistance campaigns that are happening throughout the country, particularly surrounding Target. We have gone now 6 weeks. The turnaround for this was a week, and it has really been rich. I would say for the first time in my life here in Greensboro, this has been an ongoing collective effort where Black liberation theology is the narrative around the preaching that is within the pulpit, seeing Jesus through the eyes of the oppressed, seeing Jesus as one who is radically resisting empire and using his time in the wilderness to become empowered to be able to come out and to serve the community and to be an opponent to the Roman Empire in which he was experiencing during his life and time. And so that has been the effort of Black Lent. And that's going to culminate in 2 weeks with Jamal Bryant being the speaker here in Greensboro, North Carolina. And I think this is what DeMonte had in mind when he asked me to come. At the top of the year, I was so encouraged because of the Revival Reimagined I was led to bring a piece of that here to Greensboro. And so we began and we launched Umoja Church, Umoja meaning unity. As I stated, this is to be patterned after what Reverend Rencher talks about in his book, a liberating church, a safe space for Black folk in the community, particularly those who find themselves on the fringes of traditional Black church. They have find a space where they can be Afrocentric, where they are welcomed, where we are fully inclusive and affirming. And I also like to say, we are Afrocentric and multiracial. White folks are welcome, but our worship lens is through the Black church tradition. And we've been able to pull off so many great things. In just 2 months, we've hosted 4 services. Black History Month, folks got to hear the gospel of Fannie Lou Hamer. And then last month, we had the celebration of women for Women's History Month. And we got to hear from Reverend Thandi Kim, as well as Reverend Dr. Latanya Agard, who is in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I wanted to share this because I think it gets to the conversation of why it is important to break the silence. I think now more than ever, we are being called to break the silence as we are on the cusp of being a part of laying the foundations for what the future can be for the next century. And so the things that have typically has restricted us from really going the extra lengths in terms of liberation, I think we have the opportunity to engage in those things now. I think now is the time to put the best fight forward against Christian nationalism. Now is the time for faith to work in such a way where it is serving the most marginalized communities. Now is the time where we are developing churches and setting them up in ways in which they are liberating churches, where they get back to why the Black church was created in the first place. And that was to be an arm of resistance, but also to be a safe space and the lifeblood of the Black community that developed Black people spiritually, economically, socially, and politically. And that is what we want to do in terms of working with Umoja Church. And I think that is our great work for us beyond in the future. And I want to share this with you. I'll stop sharing my screen. Oh, I've already done that. I want to share this quote with you from Dr. King, if I still have it. But it's at the very opening of Dr. King's Beyond Vietnam speech. And it simply says, some of us who have already begun to break the silence of the night have found that the calling to speak is often a vocation of agony, but we must speak. We must speak with all of the humility that is appropriate to our limited vision, but we must speak. And we must rejoice as well. For surely this is the first time in our nation's history that a significant number of its religious leaders have chosen to move beyond the prophesying of smooth patriotism to the high grounds of a firm dissent based upon the mandates of conscience and reading of history. Perhaps a new spirit is arising among us. If it is, let us trace its movements and pray that our own inner being may be sensitive to its guidance. For we are deeply in need of a new way beyond the darkness that seems so close around us. Perhaps a new spirit is rising among us. And I believe that that is what is taking root That is why Revival Reimagined was so important. That is why I have claimed that GSO Black Lent has been so important. We just not playing around. We are being revived. Our hearts are coming alive. We are growing as a community in this effort. Our hearts are catching fire, and we believe that after this, we'll be able to go forth and really to tackle some of the local issues here that are plaguing Black and brown marginalized communities. And I think that this revival is not just here in Greensboro, but it's something that is happening all over the state of North Carolina and all over the nation as well. But particularly, I'm a little more biased to my city, Greensboro. It's in our DNA, but it's also, I believe, in the DNA of North Carolinians in general. And if we can take hold to this, I believe that we'll be able to not just be a player, but we'll be able to be a leader like we always have in being a part of the fight and the quest for freedom, justice, and liberation throughout the state of North Carolina. Thank you for allowing me to share with you.
Thank you, CJ, for being with us today. Do you have time to take a couple of questions?
I do, man.
Okay. So when we talk about King's speech, he warned about these three evils of militarism, extreme materialism, and racism. Why is it important for people of faith and people in faith communities to speak out against these three particular issues that King identified?
I believe that it's important because as people of faith, we know that we are supposed to engage culture. However, and this is a famous quote, as people of faith, I think we're supposed to know that we are in the world, but we are not of the world. And we are essentially attempting to model what we believe the world is to be in alignment with a vision from that which has been the grand creator or ultimate creator in the world. And I believe that the creator desires for us as human beings to live in peace and in harmony. And those three evils that you brought forth hinders us from being in peace and harmony and in community with all of the creator's kindred within the world. And so those of us who know that, and with that in whatever faith tradition that you belong, it is incumbent upon us that we use our voice, that we create counter narratives so that we can be a part of the work of ushering in the Christian tradition. Jesus says that the gospel is really that the kingdom of God is at hand. Some have reduced it to death, burial, and resurrection, but no, the kingdom of God is at hand. A kingdom, and we can decentralize it from its patriarchal language and tone. So the beloved community, or the kingdom, or the society of liberation is at hand. And in order for that to be ushered in order for us to model that, those three evils that you mentioned, racism, materialism, and militarism, hinder us from being able to achieve that goal.
So let me take us a little bit back to your presentation where you lifted up a name that has recently transitioned over to being with the ancestors, but a name that was that is important to my personal development as an organizer and just a human. Same with yours and so many around North Carolina. Can you tell us a little bit about the impact of Nelson Johnson's work here in North Carolina, the Reverend Nelson Johnson, and tell us a little bit about what that impact meant. What did it mean to the state? What did a person like that, having a person amongst us, meaning? What message do you think he would ultimately want us to take away today?
The message is simple: is walk together, children, and don't get weary. Walk together, children, and don't get weary. I was on earlier and I heard Reverend Rob Stevens spoke of that. Reverend Johnson believed in a love ethic that brought people together. But it wasn't this I can't think of the word, but this false coming together. It was about really coming together, rooted in the practice of love and truth. And some folks, they don't want us to come together around love and truth. They want us to be united around elitism and power and various other things, and one-track minds and thinking. But that's not really what coming together is all about. And Reverend Johnson talked about that so eloquently and modeled that so much in his work, in us coming together and respecting our differences and cultural difference, but it being grounded and rooted in the spirit of also the spirit of love and also the spirit of radical truth telling.
Thank you so much for coming and joining us today. I know next up we have Bridget Raspberry from Beloved Community Center. I'm not sure if she's on right now though, so we may need hold on for a second. If not, we can. I'm sure we can go for hours, just talking about what the work looks like. Okay, yeah, they're on. Okay, so CJ, again, thank you so much. You want to plug your socials and let folks know how they can get in touch with you?
Yes, I can be found on Facebook at CJ Brinson on Facebook. There's a picture of me and two folk because there are some other CJ Brinson, so you can find me there. I'm also on IG as well. And I'm realizing that I'm getting old. So let me look at my IG handle real quick. And DeMonte reminds me of that I'm an OG and I'm older. But liberation_CJ, liberation_CJ. And if it's helpful, DeMonte, I can put some things together, like on a Google Doc, to links to articles, links to the church, links to some of the social media handles as well. For those who have attended, they'll be able to have access. And shout out to Beloved Community Center. Shout out to the BCC. I am nothing without Beloved. I am a Beloved baby, always. And so happy that I get to be the launching presentation to the Beloved Community Center. Look how God works, or as the young folks say, look at God.
Yes. So thank you, CJ. It's a great joy and pleasure to bring up the new folks or the next folks that's coming up. This is a group of people that are near and dear to my heart. This is where I learned organizing, being in the community. Those Wednesday conversations with Reverend Johnson every Wednesday shaped my outlook as an organizer, and really gave me that bit of push that a young person needed. There are so many lessons that I learned over there at Beloved Community the Beloved Community Center. It could be Beloved Community College, with all the lessons and the history that is taught through there, whether it's Mr. Brandon, whether it's Faith Community Church that's also associated there. The folks, the love that I've gotten from Mama Joyce, I really couldn't put into words. They've wrapped their arms around me and really showed the amount of love and foresight and care to folks from different aspects of the community, which really molded us together to become that beloved community. I see they're setting up there. But yeah, so as we know, we're here to talk about the Time to Break Silence speech that Dr. King gave April 4th, 1967, from Riverside Church. Dr. King identified the three evils of society being extreme militarism, materialism, and racism. He said that these three things were inextricably linked, that you could not address one without addressing all three, that you can't find one without addressing all three. And that these particular, policies of the United States abroad makes it impossible for us to care about the poverty and the suffering that's happening at home. We are reaping the benefits and rewards for war abroad while maintaining and ignoring the suffering of folks that we walk past every day. So, are we ready, BCC? Okay, I can keep going. So just for folks that are interested in looking up a little bit more about Beloved Community College, or keep saying community college, you can tell I'm an educator at heart. And I'm just used to saying beloved because that's home. But if you're interested on Facebook, you can find them. Definitely go on the YouTube, look up the Truth and Reconciliation process that happened in Greensboro that Beloved was a part of, specifically like the Johnsons. You can get involved with their Wednesday. I'm pretty sure they're still having their Wednesday roundtable conversations over at the Beloved Community Center. If you're ever in Greensboro, GSO, take some time, step by and talk to the good folks over there. I believe they're ready.
Yes, we are. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. There's the one and only Mr. Brandon right there. It's good to see you, Mr. Brandon. I'm going to give you all the floor. Thank you so much for being with me.
You lost him. All right. Good. All right. Good afternoon, and I bring you greetings from, again, Greensboro, North Carolina, and the Beloved Community Center, where I, Bridget Raspberry, am the current executive director. First, I'd like to thank Mon organizers Time to Break Silence, this special 24-hour streaming event commemorating Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech, Beyond Vietnam, A Time to Break Silence. Not only did this speech mark a critical nuance in the trajectory of Dr. King's work, but it is keenly relevant to today as we again need a radical revolution of values in this country. With the time that we have been given today, we would like to introduce you to our organization, its purpose and core values, while also drawing parallels between the period in which Dr. King's speech was given and the world today. Lastly, we will end hearing about and seeing a little bit of our current work. BCC, as we are affectionately known, is a community-based grassroots organization rooted in Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy of proactive struggles for racial and economic justice and true democracy in the pursuit of creating a beloved community. We approach our work through a focus on overcoming oppression through values-based, people-driven organizing and problem solving. To unpack this a little more, I'd like to ask BCC's elder, one of BCC's elders and executive in residence, Mr. Louis A. Brandon III, how BCC got to this point. Mr. Brandon?
Yeah, thank you, Bridget, and hey, Devontae, it's good to see you, man. Yeah, BCC genesis began 65 years ago with student activism in Greensboro, starting with the sit-ins in 1960, February 1. Students at A&T, the 4 students sat down and other students joined them. And I was a part of that joining. And so student activism during the Civil Rights Movement and the Black Power movement gave rise to community organizations that began to look at marginalized communities and to help people in those communities begin to advocate for themselves. And one such organization, which BCC is kind of modeled after, is called the Greensboro Association of Poor People, or GAP. That in 1967, 7 interns began to work various marginalized communities in Greensboro. And that organization during that summer period brought a coalition of these organizations together to form the Greensboro Association for People. And so people are organized around tenant rights, labor struggles with blind workers, with the cafeteria workers, with garbage workers. There were rent strikes. All of these things trying to improve the condition of low-income people and marginalized people in the Greensboro community. So based upon that work, there was some of us who remained in Greensboro. And Nelson Johnson, people mention him as one of them. Nelson and I met in 1966 at A&T on a picket line, and it was around the struggle against the Vietnam War. A&T at that point had our mandatory ROTC program, and so there was demonstrations against the Vietnam War. So that's how we got started with the struggles with students from both A&T and Bennett, and some students from Guilford and was Women's College, now is UNC Greensboro. We began to form coalitions, and we built strong neighborhood organizations that began to struggle with the social injustices that occurred in the Greensboro community. So back to you, Bridget.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brandon. One of the things that I understand and that I learned when I came to BCC is that it is deeply rooted in a set of principles and core values, some of which Mr. Brandon already mentioned, in terms of our nature of working with marginalized communities and being rooted in grassroots advocacy, helping to unpack the power, believing in the worth, the value, and the enormous potential of all people, not just some, not just the elite few, but in all people. So we work intentionally in marginalized communities with people, providing opportunities, but platforms for their brilliance and for their creativity to be demonstrated and shown, but also for it to be collectively used for the uplift of their own community. Now, I will talk just a little bit about the context in which our work, we find ourselves in our work. So in wanted to draw some parallels to Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's speech. Much like the period in which Dr. King made his historic speech, we find this nation riddled again with contradictions. On the one hand, we speak of democracy while rapidly reverting to the authoritarianism, militarism, and oppression that the colonists escaped when they first fled to the Americas centuries ago. We also find ourselves again choosing war and violence over peace. Perhaps that is because as a nation, we refuse to deal with the truth of our racist, exploitive, and greed-filled past, not heeding the warnings of Dr. King when he urged us in his speech to shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society. Both he and the late Reverend Nelson N. Johnson, our founding executive director, spoke of the fierce urgency of now, a fork in the road where we, the American people, have to make real choices, a period of great danger, yet also great opportunity. As Dr. King suggests, we are at a moment when our lives must be placed on the line if our nation is to survive its own folly. Every man of humane convictions must decide on the protest that suits his convictions. But make no mistake, we must all protest. Or, as Reverend Johnson would say, we must reject the false narratives of today and walk towards each other so as to one day walk together to establish the beloved community. Now, what I'd like to do is invite some of our other staff to come up so that we can hear from them about their work and the work of Beloved Community Center and how that work fuels them and continues the legacy of our founders. We'll hear first from August Hutchins, one of our volunteers and future interns. August, what is it like being a student today? And why is it that you're interested in interning at Beloved Community Center?
Yeah, so thanks for having me today. I'm August Hutchins. I'm currently a junior at Guilford College. And being a student today has been enlightening, but it's currently been tough. It's hard seeing the news and the current changes in governmental policy that I know will affect my friends and family. I have friends who are international students, friends, some who are undocumented, and other friends who have lost their summer internships at the National Institute of Health. And being in a generation today centered around social media, I sense and see the world is divided. For example, I see people sharing posts of how they're blocking others based off the results of the election. So I feel like empathy is really needed today, and I'm grateful for being a student at Guilford College because of my privilege being surrounded by diverse people, different upbringings, different perspectives, and these are necessary to get a broader worldview. I recently took a restorative justice and transformation class with my professor, Sherry Giles, who is a board member of Beloved Community Center, and she connected our class to the Truth and Reconciliation Summit. So I've been able to learn more about BCC's values and mission. So I'm a student volunteer with them and hope to get an internship where I'm able to learn more about community organizing, connection, and how to bring people together regardless of their background. So I hope to bring some more of my friends to this center and rekindle BCC's relationship with Guilford College, with the Bonner Leader community and the Principal Problem Solving Scholars community that I'm a part of. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, August. We're going to switch out real quick and bring some more team members in here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. I'm Fidel Benton, Communications Officer here at Beloved Community Center, and I'm just here to talk about the work that I do here and why. As a communications officer, working a number of things, but some of the important things is really to craft these messages that we bring out, that we share with individuals. That can be like a one sheet, that can be an email, that can be a flyer. It's a number of things, especially with grassroots organizing. It can take a lot of different shapes. You can be on a lot of different teams supporting them. Like I said, I usually work on flyers, manage the website, help with different content on social media, even from a direct programmatic approach, different programs, different campaigns and initiatives have different things that come with it. I think about the long march that we did last year, where we talk about what our shirts look like, even our banners and our signs. Those are things that I help be a part, support, facilitate in some areas, even like production-wise, you know, making sure the sound is right, making sure we are clear on the video. And that's some of my work that I've always done in any field I am, but it's really important here, Beloved, because it's not just, you know, writing a message or a flyer. It's really impacting communities. I believe that communication can build bridges. Sometimes you just need a text needs to be a little bit bigger. You need to see yourselves in the imagery. And being here at Beloved, that takes that to another degree when we talk about impacted communities, when you talk about trying to help people see with various concepts. Even when you hear us today, you might hear some terms that you're familiar with or some terms you're not familiar with. Those are some things that I work candidly with the team about how to craft these things and how to bring it to individuals. And another big thing I do with communications is try to stay in contact and build relationships with various partners, whether that's the media, whether that's either coalition partners. One of my main things, especially when we come to an event, is like I'm trying to get butts in seats, but also who are those butts in those seats? Like who are we talking to? Who do we want to be? Who we want representative? Because we want to be really representative of the people, because that's who we're here for. One of the favorite things I really like here at BCC that I'm able to do is host our Wednesday community table. Every Wednesday, we have a virtual Wednesday community roundtable where people can share different information, whether it's personal stories, personal challenges. We've really been talking about shining a light on injustice, and the community table has been doing that for years now. It started off as a local group, got together here in Greensboro, and it expanded. We navigated through COVID, and now we're mostly virtual, but we're able to speak to people all around the world, people all around the nation, people right across the street, down the street. We're able to come together and share news, share information. One thing I really like, and one of our tactics and strategy, or maybe more deeper than a principle, is deep listening. We're able to listen to individuals. We're able to be focused and you know, just take in what people hear. And that's one thing I really love at BCC, and that's why I do this, is really to impact people. Like I said, communications can build bridges, and when you're talking about our work, we're talking about trying to improve the working conditions and living conditions of individuals. And so whether that we need to translate into a different language, maybe we need to beef up our language, maybe we need to simplify it. Those are some of the things that I help out with. And I'm just really happy with the work I do here at BCC, because it's not only just, you know, making pretty stuff, but it's also impacting communities so people have a better understanding. So Ashley, how are you?
I'm good.
That's good. Tell us about your work and why.
Yeah, so my name is Ashley. I am an intern here at Beloved Community Center, and I chose to intern here after taking a board member Sherry Giles class, like August did. And I really loved Beloved because I believe in the power of community, healing, and justice. And too often, injustices are overlooked, especially in marginalized communities. But here at Beloved, they confront and they acknowledge these injustices and work to fight for the voiceless. And I want to be a part of that change, and I want to challenge the structures that create harm and contribute to this future where everyone has the opportunity to live in peace. And some of the things that I've been working on here as an intern is an extension of what I've been learning at Guilford College. I am working on a project, Trauma Within the Community, that examines how systemic justices create and sustain trauma within communities. And it's important to know that trauma is not just a personal experience, it's also within the entire community. And that trauma can be passed down to other generations if it's left unaddressed. This project also allows for the space and techniques to heal. Some of the specific techniques that I have learned that have shown to be really effective when having difficult conversations or memories or just any triggers that kind of get you flustered are grounding techniques that include breathing techniques. Breathe in for 4, hold for 3, breathe out for 7, for example, that's one. But giving people these techniques who are impacted by trauma, it gives them the opportunity to be seen and heard and supported in various different situations and meetings in life.
Thanks, Ashley. That was awesome, by the way. You know, she was kind of nervous for it. That was great. That was perfect. Y'all can give claps in the chat. Hey, Brenda.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brenda Addison. I'm the administrative officer here at the Beloved Community Center. I've been with the organization for about a year now. And coming into the organization, we were knee-deep, probably neck-deep into a wonderful project last year, a statewide project. So it was, hit the ground running. But the spirit of BCC will grab you very quickly. And so knowing the vision of the co-executive directors at the time, you just, got behind them and just followed their lead. So my role as administrative officer here, office manager, is to hold down the team somewhat in an administrative aspect, but also understanding the gravitas of the mission and knowing the passion behind the organization. So it's easy to get behind that when the leaders lay out the vision with a sense of passion, and then you come to understand the history of it, as Mr. Brandon laid out before. And it's still slowly evolving and unraveling some of that. So every day, sometimes you may pick up on a small nugget, and it just gives you that more encouragement to keep on with the mission. So I'm glad to be here. As people have said already, the programs that we're involved with, maybe, you can tap in and get a part of that. But here at Beloved, I just like the passion and the vision and understanding the goal and the mission of the organization, and to reach those in the community, not just in Greensboro, but the city, the state. The leaders had a vision to reach those nationally and internationally. So work is still being done, and we are here for the community and beyond.
That was great. We're going to bring some next team members to close us out.
Peace, everyone. I'm Trell, and I'm a community organizer from North Carolina. It's my great privilege to be able to be a part of the Beloved Community Center staff as a regional organizer. Do you all want to introduce? Okay, I'll go. So yeah, on the staff, what I do is regional organize the western half of the state. And to get more into my introduction, I'm from Fayetteville, and I found my way to Greensboro by way of North Carolina A&T State University. And like many other students that come through there, I got connected with Reverend Wesley Morris, who's the current pastor of Faith Community Church. And he began telling me about this deep history that exists here in Greensboro, connected to the Black Power movement, connected to the Civil Rights movement, and all these intertwining legacies. And I'm sitting here next to Mama Joyce Johnson, who is deeply embedded in those legacies as well. And it's been really an honor to come and take place in the lineage and continue to work. What I do is essentially kind of move forward on our strategic partnerships, keep our programs moving forward, like our racial healing initiatives and our Black and Brown women's voting initiative, and also work really hard when I'm out into the community to affirm the inherent value, worth, and dignity of all the people I come in contact with. I really believe what it means to be a community organizer is that when you come in contact with somebody else, you alter the way they engage with their community, you alter the way they engage socially. By way of coming in contact with you as a community organizer, people should be more awake to the world around them. They should be able to see differently, see past the fronts people put on, and see kind of their pain, their experiences. They should listen differently, spark conversations with cashiers who you would normally not speak to in the grocery store, those people who you run into at the gym or just walking around downtown. And that has really been my experience. I was a rush around the edges community organizer when I came, but when I got here, I was given new eyes to see and new ears to listen. And that's really been the heart of my experience at the Beloved Community Center that I'll carry with me throughout my life.
Okay, I'm Ricky, one of the regional organizers here at Beloved Community Center. I organize the eastern state of North Carolina. It has really been a joy nonetheless to be able to really help people vocalize the power that's inside of them. You know, it's not that a lot of people don't know they have the power. A lot of people don't know how to use it. And being able to go into places and help people exercise that right that God gave them, exercise that voice, has really been a joy. One of the other things that we've been doing, me and Trail, we've been building coalition within our partners. We have great partners in the state of North Carolina that does some really good work. And being able to bring people into shared places and tables to work together and walk together has been a huge joy as well. Reverend Johnson used this analogy that I absolutely love. I think when I first met him, this is one of the things that he said at the SBA conference. He said, I was driving along in my car, and it started to rain. And the rain came down and hit my windshield, but it didn't stop there. The rain washed off my windshield and went off into the streets, but it didn't stop there. It went into a stream, but in that stream, it didn't stop. That stream then found a creek, and in that creek, it didn't stop. That creek found a river, and where that river had the power to forge the terrain and forge its way through the most rugged landscapes. And that's what we believe, and that's what we know, that when we come together, not to stop our work, we all have different things that we're working on, different orgs are working on things, but if we come together under the umbrella of justice and form that river of justice, each streamlet, whether it's education, whether it's environmental justice, whether it's poverty, whether it's racism, when we come together and we form that river, nothing can stop us. But the only way we can do it is by being unified and being together and walking together and seeing each other and hearing each other. And we love you.
Amen.
We would like to show you this video real quick. And we're coming right back, so don't lose us. Can I do this?
We are divided on so many. Levels. Houses on fire. We are divided on so many levels. And we have prophets of falsehood and negativism spewing out information designed to pit people against each other every day and all day. And it doesn't take an Einstein to figure out where that goes. That it becomes more and more bitter. So I'm glad that we are embarking on what I would call a great mission. Great missions don't start great. Start with one or two people. But we want to actually become a voice for the necessity of building an enduring movement that can't be easily broken up. And that means that we have to be patient with each other. We have to be truthful with each other, and we have to work together. It took a little while to get everybody in this room, but we waited until everybody got here because we want to be one sound, one voice, one energy, one source that is determined not to be divided, not to turn on each other, not to create unnecessary confusion. But everywhere we go, we want to be prophets of unity that call people together. Not so much by what we say, sometimes that actually causes people not to get together, but by how we act. Greet everybody, make them feel welcome, and give them a sense that this is not just a march, that we're in the process of building a movement And that's to say, we want to link up with all the others who are building movement. There is the Poor People's Campaign. There is the wine group. What's the name of it?
Red, brown, blue.
Yeah. Name some other groups.
Blueprint.
And think of all of those getting more and more aligned.
Yes.
And to a point that you can't break them up. And if somebody's saying something ugly and unauthorized, don't be spreading that around. If it's necessary, talk to the person and work it out. Because we want to model for this nation what it means to build unity in a state. We already linked up with the Poor People's Campaign, with Blueprint, with a number of other groups. So I want to commend you for coming, taking the time off, making the sacrifice. And when I started, I said that our house is on fire. And if your house, you don't sit outside under a tree waiting for it to go out. If you can't build, if you don't have a fire department, create a bucket brigade and begin. Everybody can do something. And the main thing we want to do is to build the unity all across this state of the beautiful diversity of the human race, so that we cannot be played and pitted against each other. That's the spirit. And if you carry that spirit, you'll link up with some people who have a kindred spirit.
That's right.
And as we do that, city by city, and hopefully state by state, we will be joining with others who are already doing it. So we're not claiming that we are the first to get out here on that. We want to unite with people who are already doing that, so that we can bend the moral arc away from falseness and away from lies and away from thinking that your neighbor is your enemy, but toward affirming the dignity and the worth and the enormous unrealized potential of the beautiful human family, even though we're not always acting beautiful toward each other. So I want to just say thank you for being here, and I want to
I heard yesterday someone say, I'm ready to stop talking and I'm ready to build strategy. And that's what we're going to try to do today. We're going to move towards strategy. We might not get it finished today, but trust me, we're coming back. In fact, we're coming back to each of the communities for the Long March. We will start this side of the new year, probably end on the other side. But we're going to do that because we want to have conversations with you and others in your community face to face, knee to knee, because that's how some of this strategy has got to be developed. So think about that, prepare for that, think about start thinking now, who should be in the room when we come to your community, because that's what this is about. Reverend Johnson had a vision about the Long March. All of that folds into our work of truth, justice, and reconciliation, but his vision didn't stop at a march. One of the things that he said to us shortly after the march, he was in the office, in the conference room with us, and saying, but we've got to do something else. We've got to take what we've learned, the momentum that has been built, and we've got to do a work together so that people know that what we're talking about is possible, is actually and can be accomplished. So that's what this is about. That's what this day is about. It's about moving us towards the thing that we're going to do together.
And once we create the model, it can be replicated on all of the issues that we heard. It can be replicated on issues that are yet unaddressed, we don't yet know about. So think about that and buckle up, because
All right, so we're back now. I hope you've had an opportunity to get a sense of BCC and its work. You've already heard about its tremendous legacy and its founders. But I'm here to introduce another one of our treasures, another one of our elders, former co-executive director, now a executive in residence. Some call her Mama J, some call her Miss J. I call her Joyce Friend. But I would like to introduce to you, those of you who may not know her, Mrs. Joyce Hobson Johnson of Beloved Community Center. Joyce.
Thank you, friends, and good afternoon to everybody. April 4th, 1968. How well I remember that date. I was a senior in college, had the privilege, the opportunity to personally interact with Dr. King twice. I first met him in November of 1964 during my freshman year in college, and was heavily impacted. We'll get back to that in a minute. But I just want us to think, and you probably have been prompted to do this many times today. It's almost 60 years now since April 4th, 1968. And those negative forces that were unleashed at that time in our country thought they were going to take down an idea, a belief, a commitment in beloved community. But here we are, almost 60 years later on April 4th, certainly missing the presence of someone like Dr. King, and he would have been, well into his 90s by now. But we have some wonderful people around us who are well into their 90s and still committed to beloved community. Hopefully some of you who are members of the National Council of Elders and other groups, along with Louis Brandon, my colleague here, still doing what you are called to do. But just think about it. Despite all of what we felt on that day, on April 4th, 1968, here we are. And I want you to hold on to that, because we have those same forces of evil, separation, oppression, disrespect, really death. When you think about what's happening to some of our brothers and sisters, our siblings, in all of their variety, who are starving, who are somewhere in an immigrant camp, though they were born, raised in this country, these United States that were taken over from our native brothers and sisters. All of them still deserve the beloved community and dream of it, even if they don't know those words. So the point is, there are some difficult times ahead of us, and you might be thinking about what King would say. He said there are some difficult times. I'm not quoting him exactly. I'll leave that to Trell and Ricky and August and folks, Ashley. But we can still build beloved community. So that's the main thing I want to share with you, is that hope is still there. Jesse Jackson said, keep hope alive. Jesse was a young man around Dr. King. He was on that balcony as well, I think, when King was killed. Louis Brandon knew them. My husband was supposed to meet Dr. King on the very day that he was gunned down. As I said, I had a couple of times where I interacted with him personally. But I'm speaking primarily right now to those who are probably in my grandchildren's category in terms of my age. I'm 78 right now, by the way, hoping I'll make it 79 in December. But don't despair. The biggest tool being used against we the people us, all of us, everybody. The biggest tool being used now is to divide us and to discourage us. Do not get discouraged, but as Ricky and I heard Trail and others said, learn to walk together. Whether you're in a formal coalition in an organization, you're in a neighborhood, you're in a church, you're in a sorority, you're in a school, wherever you are, there's someone that you can join hands with, virtually or physically for real, and figure out how to solve the problems we have in this country. And one of the biggest problems, as I said, in my opinion, is the disbelief in the power of the people. But I've seen it. I've seen it, having grown up in segregated Richmond, Virginia, the capital of the Confederacy. Having grown up there, gone off to school as a 17-year-old from parents who hadn't even finished high school, and been able to then become a part of this great movement of the 60s and continue up until today as the beautiful name that our board and Bridget and others have given to Lewis and myself as executives in residence, which means that we ain't no ways tired, though we're worn out in many ways and using canes sometimes and can't do this and do that. Our spirits are strong and our belief is strong, and we want to share that with you because we're depending on all of us holding hands together and making it happen. Another friend from the Council of Elders, Suzanne Farr, sent out a document the other day that talked about the importance of intergenerationalism. In other words, everybody working together. And we, again, try to do that at Beloved Community. I believe our youngest intern is about 16. My grandson was supposed to come and join me today, but that didn't work out. But he already knows the story. He already has a commitment, the drive to build Beloved Community. So believe that we can do it. And let me just then quickly move to just sharing what I learned from Dr. King and Mrs. Coretta Scott King, because it has resided in me up until this day, and it helps sustain me. So I feel that part of what we as elders do is tell you some of these stories to encourage you that you too can, even more than just overcome. Overcome is very important now, but more than just overcoming, you can build up, as Vincent Harding said, a new world. We can build up a new world that we imagine collectively, where we all are respected, all are honored, and all the enormous possibilities among God's diverse, very diverse people are materialized. We didn't make ourselves. Some of us may think so, but we didn't make ourselves. So the fact that we're so varied is a good thing. It is a gift. Yet we've turned that gift upside down and made, I heard Bridget speaking last night to our legislative caucus from our state, the great state of North Carolina, that we've got to really embrace diversity, equity, inclusion. That's had many names over the years, but basically treating everybody like a human being, respecting everybody, loving everybody. It doesn't mean you like everybody, but you love and respect and honor them. So the first thing I want to say is that when I met Dr. King, I was a freshman at Duke University. That was 64, so that means you know there were very few African Americans on that particular campus. Despite what you see on the basketball court and other places these days, there were very few African Americans there. I had dinner with Dr. King as a result of some others of my classmates' parents. Harry Boyd in particular, his dad was one of the white members of SCLC. And they arranged dinner for a few of us. And we just talked. I can't quote to you exactly what Dr. King said, but he did like I try to do with those here who call me Mama Joyce. And those of you out there, I see some of the names on the screen that I recognize very well. Basically, he asked me, what do you plan to do? And if you don't have a personal plan, it'll be difficult to join with a collective plan. So it's not just about having membership in an organization, paying your dues even, and doing a few hours in the community, but it's about building that inner thing that first recognizes how important you are to this whole world, and then recognize that you are very little unless you're connected to others. And you can do even more if you strive to make the world better for yourself, your family, your community. And I had to just grapple with those questions. It wasn't just about integrating, this PWI, as you call them now, but it really was about doing something for my people. And the longer I went, the more I recognized my people are all people. And his asked me that question and just how was I going about it? What were the problems I was running into? What am I reading to get more clear? With whom am I speaking? All of that. The first thing it did was help me really embrace the struggle of workers, non-academic workers, who were the only people of color on that campus who were working. And they were the non-academic employees, the maids, the janitors, the cooks, all of these folks. That's who they were, but that's who my parents were. And they supported me, they moved me forward. But I knew that as a student, it was about my degree, yes. Showing that I could do it in 4 years, because people didn't think that Black people could go to Duke University and graduate in 4 years. But I took up union organizing while a student, and it made a difference. And that propelled me in the subsequent years. I never gave that up. That's part of what brought my husband, Reverend Johnson, Nelson Johnson, me together, that we both found we were committed to these struggles. So first do that inner inspection, and then commit to yourself and however you see the divine being. You may not see a divine being, but however you understand that power that's greater than you. Look at the Lion King or something if you're not clear on these questions. You don't have to always go to church to get clear on these bigger questions. But then beyond that, what's your commitment to others around you? That will help stabilize you as all these things come back and forth. Rules and regulations come up from the government, from a job, from the school. You will be anchored in some moral, ethical principles that propel you. Link up with groups like the Beloved Community Center. We're not the only organization out there, but others too who are working hard to make the world better. The other thing I learned from Dr. King, and I do want to have some space for questions from all of us. I met him the second time, or interacted with him, when they were planning the first Poor People's Campaign. And that would have been about November of '67. And he'd just gotten out of jail, was in Atlanta. And what I saw there was him and his wife and his children, and a very, very, very small crowd of people. So the big days that you see on TV are not always there. Sometimes just a small group. But what I saw was Dr. King committed to these large ideals, but at the same time caring for and nurturing his family. And that's something that Reverend Johnson and I have grappled with for over 55 years, with the grace of that and the struggle of that. But many of you have come to me privately and asked me, how did y'all do that? How did y'all stay married for so long? So the first thing I do is say it was the Lord's work, because we didn't even have to know what we were doing, because we got married after meeting each other for three months. So I might have thought I knew, but I now realize it was a higher power holding us together. I think because of the commitment that we each had to this larger question, we were better together than apart. And just blessed with then having 2 daughters and now 2 grandchildren who will continue to carry on the work in our own respective ways. But that's another question people have to address, is how do I look out for what I want to do in my career. I'm an artist. I want to make this fantastic music and have it all over the world. If that is linked to the larger question of building beloved community, building a better circumstance, not that you won't have hardships, and you may not make a whole lot of money. That's certainly been our situation, but we've never had a day without food. Well, I take that back. Reverend Jay went on a I think, a 20-day hunger strike one time to really deal with some of the social justice problems here. So that was a self-selection. But just think of those two things and look to people. Find you a mentor if you don't have one. Call Lewis and me here, Beloved Community. Arrange something through Brenda to have a tour or a training or whatever for yourself individually or for your group, because that is what we are here for at this point. We're blessed to be here. One of the last conversations I had with Reverend Jay a few months ago before he passed on was we knew that he was moving on, and that was difficult. But I kept reminding him, and he agreed. The blessing that we've had of seeing so many beautiful outgrowths of the little work that we did, and to be able to see it before we moved on was a blessing. So we are confident because we're seeing it right now, that road is rough and the going gets tough. The hills are hard to climb. But if you start out really prepared to build beloved community, you may not see it. And you've heard King and other people say that you may not physically see it, but you can see the elements of it emerging from the people. You saw it around this table today with others at Beloved Community, those of you out there in North Carolina and around the country doing the work. So hold on to that hope, but make your personal commitment. Find you a group, a community to be a part of, commit to that, and be confident that that arc for justice, for truth, is long, but it does all bend toward justice. That's what fuels us here at Beloved Community Center. We invite you to join with us in whatever way you can. Some of you can't do the marching and what have you right now, but you can march in your heart and you can touch another person. You can contribute financially or intellectually or however. Pray, do all kinds of things to help build this beloved community the world over. And we'll all be blessed for it. So, Bridget, I'm going to stop. I have no idea how the time's going, but if there's time for some questions or however we can interact with those online, I'm prepared to participate, and I'm sure that Lewis and others are as well.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Joyce. That was wonderful, wonderful segue into questions, if there are questions. But one of the things that I just want to reiterate, that Dr. King talked about why he was there, why he was given the speech, and that the organizers of that event that he was at, that they had put together kind of a reason or a purpose for the meeting. And they said that there comes a time when silence is betrayal. And this is such a time as that. There is so much suffering that what we deal with, as Dr. King reminded us, is not really what is said, what is verbalized, that it really is an attack on the moral fiber of our country. That really those who have values, regardless of if your values are faith-based or if your values are in family and belief, that if you are a person of value, you cannot stand still and not speak when others are suffering. And if we were to get in touch with those things that are dear and near to us, our values, then it would propel us to act in this moment. And that's what his speech was about reminding us, one, that we're not yet the America that we hope to be, but in fact, we are a nation seeking to become, and we only become that if we were to remember our values and to be motivated by our values and not by money, not by military might and strength or ego, but it is our values that will guide us to the America that was promised. DeMonte.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I think my AirPods might have died on me. First of all, let me say, Mama J, it is such an honor to see you and hear the wisdom and the lessons that you've brought to us today. I'm over here happy, cried tears of joy, saw you and Mr. Brandon and Bridget and the folks there at Beloved Community. You all are super close to my heart. That's the place I call second home. I'm from Eastern North Carolina through and through, but Greensboro and specifically the Beloved Community Center is home for me. So I do have just a couple of questions just for the folks watching at home, and they can hear your wisdom. How does, the effects of militarism abroad impact the domestic policies and specifically poverty in America?
Mm-hmm. I'll start off with DeMonte, and I don't know whether Mr. Brandon wants to come back and join at this table here or not. But it impacts us through and through, all around. One thing that comes to my mind the most is that, I said that I grew to understand that all people really are part of, my family. My immediate family is very dear to me. But human beings, and of course, the earth that sustains us, the natural animals, all that make a difference. North Carolina is suffering from bees dying. That's impacting the food chain. So that's part of it. The fact that militarism means that people are being killed, no matter who is declared as a winner. Ultimately, we're not winning. But concretely, in our communities of color, and I know you probably have some people those are our brothers and sisters going to those wars, often because they can't sustain themselves economically here in this country. So my brother went to the Navy when he finished high school, ended up then later on going to college and all that. Thank God did not get killed. But I know people who died during the Vietnam War, and then the wars have continued. So that's the other thing. And then the fact that the military budget is such a huge percentage, I think probably the largest part of our budget, that impacts people like me who are on Social Security. It impacts kids whose families feed them through the social network that people fought for that, by the way, not just Congress people, but it was folk in the street who made sure we had safety net for folks who are poor. So I'll just stop there and let Louis and Bridget chime in, but just the taking and this regard for life, which this country was founded on, that was the way Native American brothers and sisters were slaughtered and what have you, but people the world over. And then the fact that folk objectively, they volunteer, yes, for the military, but really their circumstances help volunteer them for the military because they didn't have a way of making a way economically. So they joined the military, and then those of us who need resources for education and social services don't get what we need because the money is going into war. So if either one of you wants to join in.
Yeah, I want to go back to the title of his speech because the key word there is beyond Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
So he really was not, even though people want to talk about the war and the militarism, King was talking about something beyond Vietnam. And for us, or for me, it was the part about materialism and racism, and how it impacts us and impact the communities in which we live in, and how it divides and conquers us and keep us from dealing with the social issues and the social injustices that take place in the community. Yeah. So while wars are a problem and people are constantly engaging in those kinds of activities, I think he said beyond Vietnam.
Right.
And so my focus has been on the economic injustices and the racism that exists and the policies and programs that are put in place that devalue human beings.
Okay. And I would just add, I think Reverend or Dr. King in his speech talked about, as Ms. Johnson said, diverting of resources from social justice programs and helping people here. But I would also, I also picked out of his speech that he really talked about the contradiction of us talking about democracy. One of the things as a nonprofit executive director that we often hear in talking to funders, they say they can tell you what your work is based on your budget, where you put your resources. And as a country, if we put the majority of our resources towards war and towards violence, and the violent overthrow and overtaking of other countries, then there is a consequence to that. And so when we look in streets as people are settling their differences, turning against each other, that's a product, that's a result of our policies as it relates to militarism. So if we want to speak of democracy and speak of peace and a better way, we have to, as a country, as a nation, we have to put our resources where our mouths are, where our mouth is. So we can't just talk about these things. We have to demonstrate and show them in how we prioritize how we spend our money.
Thanks, DeMonte.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I think I don't know if there's any questions in the chat. Does anybody in the chat have any questions? I'm not seeing any questions. Yeah, but thank you so much for joining me and coming on with us and really gracing us with this history and lesson for me, for younger organizers, for folks around the state of North Carolina that need to hear this message while they're feeling this bit of despair. Thank you all for being that light at the end of the tunnel, that hope. I always think about Reverend Johnson's words of walk together, children, and don't get weary. There's a great camp meeting on the other side. So we understand that there's the other side that we got to get there, but we all have to be walking together to get to the other side. So thank you so much again for everything that you've done for me and for what you've done for young organizers throughout the state of North Carolina, and the seeds that you all have been planting over the years are definitely going to keep budding and continue to keep reproducing. Future fingers won't fail the torch.
Yes.
Thank
you.
Man.
Take care.
Take care.
So this is really special. This is a special day to me. Joined by all the folks that I loved on stream. The next person that I would like to bring up is a person that is I consider a mama figure to me. This person has wrapped their arms around me with love and care from me being a young organizer, showing me the way that you have to be intently a part of your community. You have to be a part of the broader community. And also you have to be able to put the front foot forward to talk it, but you have to do it. And if I had to describe this person that's coming up next, Mama Erin, it would be a doer. Definitely a person that you can look at by the fruit of their labor, and you will see that it is a person that has been committed to fighting for the liberation and justice for people for many years out here. So I'm going to turn over the floor to Mama Erin.
Hey, thank you, dear. Can you hear me well?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
All right. Well, first, just to give thanks for the opportunity to be with you today. What a stellar lineup you have had. Well done. Giving honor to Mama Joyce and Reverend Nelson and Bridget from the Beloved that went right before me, as well as CJ, laying the foundation. I want to also give thanks to the Most High, the mysterious, the great mystery, and to my own ancestors. I'm the daughter of Sylvester McClellan and Linda McClellan, the granddaughter of Virginia McClellan and Sebastian McClellan, and the granddaughter of Zora Webb and Lonnie, Zora Webb and Bobby Joe Webb, and also giving thanks to Shani Warren, giving thanks to Annabelle Amos, giving thanks to Oteria Bird. It's really important that giving thanks to Annie and Bob Young and Carl Young, just really important to name those whose shoulders that we stand on and who guide us. I thought that I would share some reflections on fascism and the pillars of fascism, and tie that back to Martin Luther King's speech on the three evils, and then talk a little bit about some of the ways forward. How does that sound? Does that sound good? Okay. So I'm going to pull up a presentation first. Let me do that. You can see this, dear?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, perfect. So, you had rooted this live stream on the three evils, racism, militarism, and materialism. And so I thought I would just kind of build off of that. And I'm sure that you might have defined the terms already. I kind of tied materialism and capitalism together. I think it's important to tie them together. Capitalism being that economic system that eats endlessly. It's like the never-ending beast. And that the main thing that it's trying to do is extract as much profit as possible, particularly from the common resources, and put it into the hands of the corporate and elite and ruling class. And so just to name capitalism and materialism tied together. He also spoke about materialism specifically. I am the child of a military family. My entire family is military, and my sisters are veterans. And I do want to, first just thank every service member for their service, acknowledging that the military is a war machine and designed expressly to protect American interest. Also, though, by doing that protection work, advancing quote unquote democracy around the world, difficult to advance democracy around the world when I experience it in the United States. Don't seem to quite know what democracy is. The other thing is about the military industrial complex being really a business. People understanding that it is an $820 billion industry, and somebody makes money off of all the things that it produces, from the tanks down to the tailored arm cuffs. And so it is an entity that is making money, and making money for somebody. And then Sister Joy spoke so beautifully about folks deciding to go into the military to reduce, say, their student debt load, but not really having options and opportunities outside of that. And so important to know that 820 billion, likely more, is not going into social services, it's not going into housing, it's not going to feed the homeless, it's not going into take care of mothers, it's not going to reduce infant mortality, it's not going to preserve the democracy. In fact, in many ways, it's undermining some of those aims. The other thing I always find unique about the military is that it has provided a way to care for its soldiers, or it says it does, with housing subsidies and food subsidies and medical care and such, that, quite frankly, the entire population should be benefiting from. So the systems, the resources, and the ideas are there. The question is expanding who those resources are serving. And then, of course, race being real and not real at the same time. Race is not real, but it has real implications. And then the system of racism, power, and privilege being pressed down on people of color, and on Black and Brown people, and that system in institutions and cultural beliefs and norms, and showing up personally, showing up institutionally, or showing up culturally. So folks can look at that definition of racism. And I wanted to talk about the pillars of fascism. So Martin Luther King said those three evils he called those the three evils, but he talked about fascism as a reaction of those three evils. So I wanted to just spend some time naming components of fascism and then talking about how they're directly connected to what we're experiencing right now in this moment. So one pillar of fascism is the demonization of domestic enemies, and essentially it's crushing dissent. So when it says domestic enemies, what it's saying is that there are people inside the United States that are enemies. It's not talking about sort of other terrorists. It's talking about regular, everyday citizens who are resisting the fall into fascism. And so it creates this idea that there's us against them, that there's these crazy liberals over here and they're doing all of these things. But the reality is that the system is designed to crush any level of dissent, and in many ways use the military and the state police to support that crushing. One other pillar of fascism is just lies, just straight up lies, because it relies on disinformation. And it is, the more disinformation, the more confusion that it creates, the more powerful it becomes. And then there's also something about it also, to be able to create all the lies, it has to undermine the things that are true. So it has to undermine science, it has to undermine academia, it has to undermine logic in order to defend itself. So it does not make any sense. It is not going to make any sense. I want to raise up something Cynthia Brown would say, which is that racism makes the crazy seem sane and the sane seem crazy. And so it's a system to perpetuate confusion, to perpetuate lies, and to undermine basic norms in the society. And then a complete contempt for democratic organizations and for democracy overall, which is so powerful that we're having this conversation as we're watching them undermine our democratic practices across the country. Part of those voter suppression efforts can include the voter ID efforts, or can include things like what is going on with the Supreme Court race, while Griffin is trying to erase, 60,000 votes so that he can be named the winner. Emperor has no clothes, you did not win, but to steal the election. And all of this is a way of accumulating power, and leading into this ultimate rule of the elite, where you don't question the leader at all, complete loyal to the strong man. And so this fascist system is creating deep anxiety, deep unknowing, crashing of the stock market. Every day there's a new rule, all of this madness. And then the result of that, or the hope is that people will then just give up and say, well, you know what, it's too much, you handle it over there. Let the strong man handle it, and we'll follow the strong man, which is a way of undermining democracy and undermining shared leadership and creating anxiety and creating fear and creating more trauma in the body, and also encouraging division and isolation, as Sister Joyce said a few minutes ago, and then using the military to support those aims, and dismantling and using the system to privatize all of the resources, while doing while privatizing all of the resources and using the military to sort of support that, creating sort of almost like a military state. And we're experiencing, we're experiencing this right now. And so kind of just naming some of the components of fascism or some of the pillars of fascism, and that's just some of them, it's not all of them. Likely could go into a deep study of them. But to know its desire is to create division. So the antidote to division would then be unity, the desire to create isolation, the antidote to that being belonging, the desire to create more fear as they snatch people literally off the street, and to know the antidote is in our unity and belonging that creates safety in numbers. As well as this move towards a mass chaos, well, then we need to be sitting together, making meaning and understanding, bringing clarity, doing education, and working in unity. And then finally, just like leading to this economic turmoil that we're experiencing, and I want to offer one anecdote which I'm going to talk a little bit more about, which is cooperative economic development, UJAMA, this idea that we, the people, can come together and build out our own economic future. So I'm going to take a second right there and stop and see if there are any questions in the chat, DeMonte, or questions, period, or just keep going.
Oh, yeah, you're free to keep going.
All right. So I want to just talk about cooperatives for a few minutes before I break as an antidote, but also as a way forward. Say, building the world we want to live in, say, bridge to the new paradigm, saying the path forward. I personally have done resistance fighting for a long time. And while we continue to resist and fight all of the horrible things that are happening in the world, we also want to lean into building the new world that we want to arrive into. And for me, one of my paths to this new world is supporting co-ops and supporting cooperative economic development. Co-ops being organizations that are owned and controlled by the people and who use the services that they join together to have group purchasing, and then often co-ops having longer longevity than other types of businesses. And co-ops having a long tradition in the United States. This is a note from the book by Jessica Gordon Nimhard, which is called Collective Courage, The History of Black Cooperative Economic Thought and Practice, which we believe to be a sacred text. These are some of the cooperative principles: voluntary open membership, democratic member control, economic participation, member participation, autonomy, independence, education and training, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. Really noting that cooperatives are rooted in this value around democratic participation. And we believe that the more organizations that are governed cooperatively, the more that we actually are practicing shared leadership in our organizations, then we'll have a stronger practice and a stronger appreciation. It'll be harder for folks to come out and then turn our organizations, institutions, and countries into a fascist state because we're living in a democratic business, or living in a democratic community, or living where we're sharing these resources. So it'll be harder to turn us into folks that are okay with just being ruled by the strong man when we know how to do it together. That's the premise. And also just co-ops being a survival strategy. They arise when communities aren't getting their needs met in the current market. And I talked a little bit about, capitalist market and the capitalist system that we're living in right now. Another thing that's important about co-ops is that they come together to counter gentrification and other kinds of harms against the community. So they're a form of community self-defense and an alternative business model. And this kind of form, I want to go back, this form of community self-defense is important because we believe that power is organized by people coming together in an organization. And so while individuals can be powerful individually, the practice that the co-op and also the movement that we need to be leaning into is this sort of collective power where we come together to transform these conditions. And we believe that power is people coming together. So that self-defense is in numbers. Yeah, and we want to grow that community self-defense model, as addition to actually being tools for self-defense and safety. So we want to just lift up the reality that our communities also need actual physical self-defense, and think those organizations doing that work right now. All right, types of co-ops. All different types. Anything can be a cooperative: producers, consumers, workers, credit unions, electrical co-ops. And then the process, getting a business model, getting a location, building the team, and raising the capital. These are the steps to developing a multi-stakeholder cooperative as a food cooperative. But really, these are the steps for any kind of cooperative effort: your vision, building your model, your business model, your feasibility, figuring out your location, where you're going to do business, building a team to support you, and then raising the resources to build the store, the enterprise. Yeah, so that's I'm the president of Fertile Ground Food Cooperative, which is an effort in Raleigh, and I do want to invite folks to join our effort. If you live in Raleigh, if you live in the Triangle, there is Weaver Street is a grocery store co-op downtown. There is a Durham co-op. There is an effort in Wilmington, North Carolina, called Northside. So we're asking folks, if you're in that area, to take a look and support Northside. If you're in Charlotte, you can support Three Sisters Co-op or the West Boulevard Co-op. If you are in Warren County, you can lean into supporting Front Porch. And please let us know where you live, if you're trying to find someplace. But we encourage folks to join these cooperative efforts. Really joined the fourth wave of cooperative organization in the U.S. It's termed by Jessica Gordon Nimhard. We were started in 2013 as an effort to create a grocery store. We had this video here is the powerful Rukia Dillahunt talking about our story a little bit in this video. We are in Southeast Raleigh. We began selling shares in 2013. We have a site on Garner Road right now that we're working to raise money and build the store. These are our values: rooted in Southeast Raleigh, cultivate a system of food security in Southeast Raleigh by opening our grocery store and gathering space, nourish community, particularly the historic Black community in Southeast Raleigh, the shoppers, the farmers, and support folks by providing living wage jobs, affordable, healthy food, and being a wealth building opportunity and an anchor. And then finally, we believe in that these efforts, that we want to harvest these efforts and become a healthy, informed community. So this is our goal. We actually have a little more than 934 owners. I think it might be 38. And our goal is 2,000 owners. And we want that by the time we open. And we're working to raise, it's actually $11 million now for our store. And then ways you can support our capital campaign. Our website should be on here, but it's www, actually here. Let me see here. Yeah, so it's www.fertileground.coop. And my information here, 30 minutes. I'm ready to take questions and also have that discussion, DeMonte. So that's a little bit about, and just as a review, I talked about a little bit, broke down the three evils, and then I broke down pillars of fascism, talked about some of the challenges, and then how cooperative economic development and coming together, building unity and organization is the antidote.
Yes, I do have some questions for you.
All right.
In his speech, Dr. King challenged the U.S. government's involvement in the Vietnam War, and other conflicts around the world. How do you think his views on war resonate with the current global conflicts?
I think he saw into the future. Um, I think that we need to understand that the military industrial complex is a war machine and a business entity. And as the government creates more fear, terror, and isolation, it will then encourage more conflict with other nations as it's doing right now, which can ultimately lead to a third war. And so we're like seeing the beginning and the seeding of how they build the rationale to lie to us and go to war. And it's important that people know that when those decisions are made, the soldiers who are actually sent to war are not the ones making the decision to go to war. It's the people at the top, and that individuals like BlackRock and others, companies and corporations, create the tools, the guns, the tanks, the uniforms, the shoes, the shoestrings, so that we can send soldiers to war, and then somebody must profit from that. And so the terror that it is ensuing when we began to lay the groundwork for war. I mean, honestly, we're in war all the time. We're in war at several places right now. And so it's I feel like he was like warning us to be paying attention to militarism as and as a as almost an indicator of some of the other harms that are happening, because the military is used as a tool to then combat, to protect the system as it's acting out all of these injuries on communities. And so one good example of that is right now there was a woman, she's in Boston, a student, and they took her and they snatched her off the street, and then she's been disappeared, likely and been found sick in a hospital. What it's important to understand is, as part of the military industrial complex, these prisons and concentration camps with which they are taking our sisters and brothers undocumented and others, actually real citizens, they're snatching people straight off the street and putting them into these facilities. Somebody's also profiting off of that. So it's like a terror machine that is making money and trying to control and create terror and fear in the people, so that then we start to fight each other and then not pay attention to what the system is doing above. And I think that he saw that, and that he knew that. Brother King, Martin Luther King, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King saw that and knew that, and was making a clarion call to us to be paying attention and to be watchful and to be standing against those forces. And that's kind of terrorizing. I think it's scary in some ways because, it's not like I can pull a tank out of my backyard. So, but important to be really paying attention to and challenging at every front, and then also watching the money.
Hmm. So for a young organizer out there, what is a good first step for them to take in order to organize against these three evils that they may be experiencing as a young person? And some of them may feel helpless, and in despair. What's a good first step for them to take?
I think a good first step for them to take, I almost say that there's two kind of steps. So one is to what I want to say is, one, it's by design. So this sense of helplessness, of fatalism, everything is so bad and nothing can be done, is a design and a programming that those that are in opposition to freedom, justice, and equality are constantly have on play through all of the systems and mechanisms with which they communicate to us. And they do so many different things. A good example is I always think about with voting, we tell people to vote every year, but material conditions aren't changing for a lot of our folks, but we're still telling them to vote, which then encourages fatalism, this idea that I go vote, but nothing is going to change when it's a much bigger picture and a much broader system and needs a lot of a lot of additional tactics to build out and make that tactic of voting actually work. So there's a broader strategy that needs to be at play. So I'd say one, it's by design and it's a trick because young people are some of the most powerful people on the planet. And when you all come together with your creativity, with your thoughtfulness, with your rigor, you transform conditions. So it's a lie. The second thing I would say, and I think I heard Mother Joyce say this, which is like looking around for local organizations. I would encourage study groups. There is, I would encourage even pulling down the materials from Left Roots, which is an organization you can find online that has done, they have something called the General Baker's Training Manual. There are these tools that have been already put together to help young organizers or even newer leaders, even if you're old and you're not familiar with some of the terms or the history of social movements, et cetera, in the US, that there are resources out there. So I would encourage study. I would encourage research on other organizations, and I would encourage collective study, even if it's with one or two or three people that that you're in relationship with. I think sometimes there are organizations that are already doing what you care about. So that's why it's important to do that research and add capacity to things that already exist and also understand what's come before. And then there are times when a new way's got to be built and it doesn't already exist. And I would again support like just doing some study before moving so that you can have the most informed strategy possible for whatever you're trying to achieve and to be clear on what you're trying to achieve. I think the other thing that I want to offer, Demonte, is I think a lot about building organizations as a way of strengthening the people's movement. And those organizations have to have a vision, but they also have to have culture and structures and ways of working together that encourage people to stay together. And I know that requires high level of emotional intelligence at times because we as human beings are imperfect, trying to come together to make something more perfect. And so I lean into trying to build organizations and working on what does it mean to build sort of beloved alignment and care together and how to do that. I think it's very challenging and hard, but necessary to hold something together. Because I've supported building things that have fallen apart. And then I've supported building things that are still holding together. And the difference was in the care I took or the care that we took in the things that tied and knitted us and the ways that we work together.
So in 1967, King famously in Riverside said that we should have a radical revolution of morals, right? Where things were treated as people, and that people were constantly being put basically to the back of the line. Can you speak to sort of do you think America has had that revolution of values since 1967 in any ways, or are we still, trudging in the same path?
That is a great question. Do I think that America has had it? I think that it's important that the people distinguish themselves from the elite ruling class in answering your question. Because I'm seeing the elite ruling class and what I feel like is the country is moving to these values right now that are more aligned with the elite ruling class and with neo-Nazi white supremacist ideology. And I think that that's our governing and ruling class that are moving into that. I don't believe that the masses of everyday people agree with this. And you might say, well, Aaron, that don't make no sense. Well, gerrymandered lines, have allowed, and to explain to people, gerrymandered lines. So when they draw your voting districts, there are rules with how they draw those districts. And they've drawn them in North Carolina so that Republicans will win. They have rigged the lines. They have rigged the voting process, which has allowed for a majority, a majority in North Carolina, many of them elected by these legal lines. And in some ways, Reverend Barber used to say illegitimate legislature. And so because of that, because of the way that they have drawn the lines, people go and vote and they're not seeing what they want to see as it relates to the changes, but it's a structural issue. So I would just, should I lost your question, bro?
You're fine. That answered the question.
What was the question though? Remind your sister, what was it?
The second part, well, the first question was, in the organizing, since Dr. King has, made the speech in 67, do we believe
Radical revolution of values, right? So the point that I was just making is that I feel like that the ruling class has changed systems and structures to be able to put themselves permanently in power. And that their mechanisms are moral and illegal to put themselves in power. So when we are seeing this national move towards neo-fascism, I question, is it the everyday people that are doing that, or is it the ruling class that have usurped all of this power and then being able to present themselves as all of us when they don't represent the beliefs of everyday people. And so I just wanted to distinguish those two. So I believe that I do actually believe that many, many, many Americans at the heart of it care about community and care about their families and want a better place for their children. And I also believe they want clean water and they want clean air and they don't want to be poisoned and they don't want to be lied to. I believe that. I do. I also believe that disinformation and the three people that control our media are controlling the way that people are making meaning and understanding in the world. And so, and having a great impact on that. And so while I think the heart of the people hasn't dramatically changed, I think that we're not controlling the media, so we don't actually see the truth. So yeah, at the top levels, yeah, I think there has been a revolution of values towards neo-fascism. Trump has proven that he is a neo-fascist. His administration is full of of people that share that value, and that value is that white people should run the United States because they were born and they're better suited for it, and every other person of color. That we're not as smart, that we're not as intelligent, et cetera, et cetera. This is like part of that understanding of the world. And so I do think that has radically changed, especially the Republican Party and probably in some sets of the Democratic Party. And that to me is disconcerting. I think that there are so many everyday people that are mortified about what is happening. And that's why the militarism is important. That's why crushing dissent is important, because they got to keep us terrified of opening our mouths, which is why, you know, your title around not being silent is so important right now.
So to young organizers out there, can you talk about barriers they may face and how to overcome those particular barriers while organizing, while starting out?
Ooh.
You could talk about some barriers that you might have faced. For instance,
Yeah.
I'll talk about myself for a second. I'm from Scotland County, North Carolina, country town, Laurinburg. There is about 30,000 people in the county. That is a neighborhood in Charlotte. So when people were doing justice work and social justice work and organizing around the state, typically, big organizations and folks don't come to my county to do work. is barren land to them. You know, folks are typically afraid to get on the dance floor first, right? You have to warm the dance floor up sometimes for people before they're able to go out there and dance. You know, one of the barriers that I faced was being isolated from communities of this type of work. You know, being isolated from folks that grew up you know, organizing and going to school board meetings and NAACP stuff, and you know, being in like really robust historically connected neighborhoods in the rural communities out here. You know, one of the barriers I faced was just being out in the sticks. So that was a major barrier, and how I overcame it was I reached out to everybody that I possibly could and made relationships and kept relationships with every single person that I've come in contact with over the years. You know, I've laughed, I've cried, we've danced, we've screamed, and we've yelled. And I've kept these relationships and I've hold and cherished these relationships over the years. So the barriers that I faced of feeling isolated and being isolated were really alleviated once I got on the dance floor and danced first.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would say some of the barriers I have placed, I have had. So a little history. I moved to North Carolina in 2000, and I'm from a military family, and my people live in Virginia, Virginia, Tennessee, and Texas. And so one of the barriers that I faced early on was just trying to survive. So not having enough money to get my car fixed or pay my bills and stuff like that, while then out here fighting for higher wages for other people. And I would say just trying to survive as an organizer, really looking for, I would encourage trying to find other ways of resourcing your work outside of just the organizing itself, which is something that I didn't do for a long time. So I think that just trying to survive this economy right now and back then was really challenging. Another, because I'm stressed out about not paying my bills and then trying to be generative with other folks. And I think that that's just gonna be hard. Another thing was working with folks that didn't have a strategy. So as a young organizer, to ask these questions about like how is it all adding up? So I might work with somebody and their goal was to, you know, can you call this 100 people or whatever it is? And I'm like, well, why am I calling them and what's going to happen afterwards? And when I was young, I would just do what I was asked to do. But as I've gotten older, I started to really ask questions, because every single amount of time you're spending doing this work, you're not going to get back. So if you're in meetings and organizing with folks and you notice that it feels like it's always you're spinning, you know, and you're not making actual progress, to, you know, press around how you can get to progress, but acknowledge that some people, they don't have a strategy for what they're actually trying to do. They're just staying busy, and to be able to make some way of distinguishing that, because if you stay with the busy people, you get really frustrated. And it can lead to, you know, just wanting to give up altogether. So having a sense of like, where is this going, and asking really hard questions. If it doesn't make sense to you, ask questions. If they're unwilling to answer the questions, take that as information about the organization, and you might need to try to find a place where the strategy is adding up. That's just a thought. Another thing is, another thing I had, one of the other things was my ego, you know. So, feeling, I think when I was younger, I wanted, if I did the work, I wanted my name on it. Like I didn't want to be made invisible. And as I've gotten older, I've realized that none of those things really matter. I don't need to be at the press conference in the front. I don't need to do all of these things that I did when I was younger. And I need for folks who know who I am and to work with me and to know I have an impact in my work, and to build the deepest and strongest and hardest, you know, camaraderie in my relationships as I can. And and give space for other people as well. And so I feel like some of the things that I did as a younger organizer, just trying to build visibility, the visibility is in actually doing the organizing with folks and building a base of members and owners and supporters and community. That's where the power is. It's not in all these other things. So those other things are fleeting and disappear, but the relationships are the things that matter. And so I would say that those are some of my lessons. There's also a lesson on when to quit. And when to stop, or when to realize you kind of hit a wall in something. And also like, so when to compromise and when not to compromise, I think. So I also had to learn when was time to compromise and when was time to fight. Because some battles I didn't need to fight. So I'm fighting some kind of battle. It's actually extracting energy and time from me and momentum towards something else. I'm doing this thing over here in this battle over here, and it's just sucking the life out of me when actually all of that energy needs to be directed towards my commitment. And that's where I'm going to end on. And that is being really clear. What are you committed to? So for me in 2012, I decided, okay, I am a commitment to building a cooperative economy where my people own their own labor and live in their purpose. And I took on that commitment as part of BOLD, and I have stayed with that commitment now for I'm going on 13 years. And out of that commitment has come the Collective Courage Fund, has come the work with Fertile Ground that I'm so in love with, has come with supporting other cooperatives across the country, and has given me a lot of joy. But the biggest thing about that commitment is growing membership, growing the capacity and scale of our movement and the actual human beings that are knitted together. Like, this is the biggest goal of my life. So I want to be really clear on what am I organizing towards and who am I organizing with, so that I don't have leakage in my energy, time, and resources. Going towards things that actually aren't going to get to that cooperative economy where my people own their own labor and live in their purpose. And essentially that's what freedom is to me. Yeah.
That's beautiful, Mama Erin. Do you have any closing remarks that you'd like to give?
Mama Naya Watkins out of Durham would say you have everything you need in your bones. I feel like it's important to say that. We have so much that we need inside of us and nearby us. And I also want to encourage people not to fall for the confusion, the chaos, and the horror, and not to fall for that, to lean into relationship and into each other, to find an organization and to find belonging and to build with other people. This is the moment to do that. If you are not connected, we need you more now than ever before. And then I want to thank you, brother, for your hard work on this great job on this live stream. We thank you, for your diligence and your care, and your love for the people.
Oh, thank you, Mama Erin. It was good seeing you. Love you so much.
I love you too, comrade. Now you have a great afternoon. We really appreciate and thanks for all you're doing.
I will. Thank you. Let's see. Next, we're gonna have another panel coming up. While they're loading, I guess. Herb, are you ready to come on up, man? You can come up early. If not, I got some stuff I can play. Actually, I think this is a perfect time to play this.
What's going on?
Oh, there he is. How you doing, man?
Oh man, I am doing well, doing well. I'm gonna be able to be more present with you in just a second. I'm always in the car.
Life of an organizer.
For sure, for sure. I was really glad I got to catch Aaron and you and Aaron's conversation. I love Aaron. Met them when they were when I was coming into work, and was always somebody that I looked up to. And so hearing Aaron talk about some of the things that brought her into organizing was really helpful for me. Like knowing her all this time and still not knowing, like, she was going through the same stuff that we was going through. When she was talking about struggling and paying bills, you know what I'm saying? Like me and DeMonte was on some couches together, so that was that was good to hear. It's always good to hear and make those connections with folks and get and feel a little bit more connected to them in those ways.
Yeah, and for the folks watching that don't know, me and Irvin we go back years. This is like one of my best friends in the work. One of the people that I'm closest to and connected to in the work.
For sure.
Like his children are like my nieces. Consider them my nieces. Watched them being little kids to, now they're in college. So just a testament of like how long we've been in community together. And we have some folks coming up. I think one of the next people that's going to come up on this panel too is Marcus Bass.
Oh man.
We're bringing all the groups together, all the people. There's JP. See if we can go and get JP on. JP works in our policy department. He's with our policy department for Democracy North Carolina. JP is, I think, out of Durham currently, but if I'm not mistaken, originally from Asheville. I'll let him introduce himself when he gets here, but I think correct there.
Yeah, I'm in Durham now, but originally from Charlotte. And yeah, Irvin, good to see you again. I think you came by the office once. Good to see you.
I did. You got me what I needed.
Yeah, I'll be on camera in just a minute.
For sure.
Yeah. Just following up with the conversation what Aaron was talking about, Mama Aaron was saying, about just sometimes in this work, we've struggled, with paying bills or, understanding, where or knowing where, how we're going to pay for car payments or any of that stuff, right? Just the economic insecurity of it. I think sometimes that is a burden or a barrier for folks to get into organizing. So it's good to hear an experienced person like Mama Aaron share that story. We can't really put into words what it feels like when you're out here trying to give and give and give, but you're always on zero, right? Where you're not always on zero, but you feel as if you're on zero. Sometimes it'll burn you out quicker than the actual work will.
Absolutely. I think it's important to note as well that that's by design. That's something that Reverend Johnson and Mama J used to talk to me about all the time. Just about how we exist in the work, how the work got to us, because the work has already existed. But how it got to us in the form that it got to us in is definitely by design. I think that there's always ebbs and flows of the movement, as Mama J always says, and in those movements, you're not the only one that's working. Like the folks on the opposition are working as well, and they're learning and adapting. And so I think that it's important to say that and to keep that in people's minds so that you can be aware that the work isn't going to stop, because it's always going to be opposition. It's always going to be folks that are learning and adapting as well. And so I think we've got to continue and look at it as like a lifelong process of how we can stay in the work, regardless of where some of our actual work may take us. we've got to be able to stay committed. And I think what Aaron was talking about around commitment was super important as well. And asking yourself, like, what are you committed to, and what can you stay committed to, so that you can actually reach your goals. Because I think that, you know, a lot of times we try and reach goals without even setting them. We follow other people's goals. And so I think it's important for us to set goals for what we want to do, to identify like what we can do, set our goals to that, and try and reach our goals, and not fulfill too much of like other people's shoes, but just stand in your own shoes.
JP, you got anything you want to add to that? I got some questions lined up for the panel. I was just trying to give everybody a chance to get in. We're a little early.
Oh, I didn't know we was paneling yet. Yeah, I thought we was just talking.
Yeah, we just talking. We just talking.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to step away. What was the prompt?
It wasn't a prompt. We was just talking.
Yeah. Just talking about just sometimes in the work, you know, young folks are more driven by finding economic stability, and that pushes them away from doing this particular work for the greater good. And yeah, we were just saying, like, you know, you just got to have that commitment.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think about that a lot, about if I were alive in 1968, where I would be working, because there weren't a lot of nonprofits in 1968. There wasn't a whole industry of nonprofit organizations, ostensibly doing movement work. It was just people after their 9 to 5, or if they even had a 9 to 5, getting together and just off of will and passion and morality, doing the kind of organizing work that we are fortunate enough to be paid for today. And it gets more complicated in 2025 because we are, as you know, the pejorative social justice warriors, we are keenly aware that, like, if you have a job, it should provide a living wage. It should sustain you economically. And so it can be tough to balance on an emotional level the economic reality that we face as young people starting a career, and the movement reality that all of the people before us just did it on strength. They just did it off of pure commitment and will. So that can be tough for me.
I've heard elders and SNCC talk about how sometimes that their check that they would get as part of the like field staff when they're in like certain parts of Mississippi, you know, they often didn't get a chance to even spend themselves because they would end up buying groceries or certain things and supplies for people in the community that they were staying or embedded with. So like they were paid $2, maybe $3 a month for their work. And majority of that went to buying groceries for the person that was feeding them while they were there. You know, the amount of commitment that you had to have to one, like risk your life every single time that you walk out the door. Well, not even just, you know, walk out the door. You were getting your house firebombed back then.
Yeah.
You know,
getting your house, your church, your school.
Yeah. So to risk that, on top of, you know, it not being guaranteed that you'd be able to sustain yourself. Times, you know, if you spoke out a little bit too much and you pushed the lines, you were typically the ones to get you know, picked out and starved, right? There are some folks that wanted to be a part of the movement that, you know, may have had like a restaurant, all right, and then you speak up in your community and now nobody comes to eat, right? You know, so the barrier of like being able to have to feed yourself while fighting for other people is generational, is longstanding. Like my dream is for folks to be able to it's a terrible time to say my dream, But a dream that I do have is like for folks to be able to sustain themselves, materially, so that like more work for the greater good can be done.
Absolutely.
Whether it's like teaching art in classes, whether it's, folks being able to go into education and teach, right? There are a lot of educators that were chased out of the classroom because the rightward turn of philosophy of certain school boards and the hijacking of certain school boards and districts.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something that comes through very strong in the Beyond Vietnam speech, right? Is one of the triplets that he names is materialism and our orientation as an American society, and I would argue just like Western society, of a thing-oriented community to a person-oriented community. And we're still very much thing-oriented, right? And I think to your point, as long as we are thing-oriented and we make the primary concern in our society the ability to purchase a home, the ability to purchase a car, or just the ability to purchase groceries, then you're not even allowing yourself to consider what person-oriented might be. Something I think about a lot in those terms is how the federal government became I think the number one employer of people of color across the country. I think it's something like 26, 27% of people of color who are fully employed work for the federal government. And the reason I bring that up is because I can imagine many of those folks probably grew up in a sort of movement orientation, and it just sort of made sense that working in government would continue a lot of that movement work, would fortify that movement work, and combine the economic security with the sort of justice mission. And the fact that, 2 days ago, the Trump administration announced that they are making it illegal for federal employees to bargain collectively and form a union, that is trying to return essentially 25% of the people of color full-time employees to a place of being thing-oriented. Like you're going to lose your economic security. We're going to make you insecure again so that you stop thinking about the social good. You stop thinking about your role as a federal employee and start once again worrying about, will I make it to the end of the week? Will I be able to purchase groceries or keep the lights on in my house for my family? So I still see a lot of those connections to the speech manifesting today. I might be getting ahead of the script here, but
Nah,
that was great.
Yeah, go ahead, Irv.
I mean, I think way to bring us back to the speech, but I think that that is it's really eerie, like what's with like listening to the speech again, even though I've heard it like a lot of times, but like intentfully listening to it, even for this exercise is really created like some eerie feelings of like what we're experiencing. And I really, really enjoy like how King is really, really patient with his audience and kind of slow and deliberate. And that's one of his gifts is walking you kind of through everything that you need to kind of get an understanding from like the historical context, talking about Vietnam in the speech and how he ramps up like how they even got here and the role that America played in the oppression that led to them like their liberation and them fighting for their revolution and freedom, and then the role that we played after that in the oppression and the role that we played in Vietnam and how it impacted the work that King, the hard work that King was attached to here at home. And I think making those connections really spoke to me about how intertwined things are. and how, you know, you can't just pick an issue and kind of like align with that, because all of these things impact each other. And hearing, you know, how vulnerable King gets as to like speaking to the role that not only America but like Americans played, and then opposing that with kind of the thoughts and experiences from folks in Vietnam, and that's just to open the speech. Like a big, it's a lot of thoughtfulness, and I think that thoughtfulness and the intention of not diminishing the gains while kind of speaking to the work that needs to be done, I think was always a talent of King, and acknowledging like all of the progress that was important in getting us here, while condemning like the work that hasn't been done. And I think that's like a very intricate dance that he plays like throughout a lot of speeches, but particularly in this one, where it highlights the intersectionality that goes on between like the issues that he was facing, and he weaves in between those like kind of masterfully.
It is masterful, because I don't know how you can hear that in those first few passages. I don't know how you can be listening to him and not see how hypocritical war is on its face. Because what does he say? He says something along the lines of, it's wild that you are asking brown people in the United States to travel across the country, across the world, to kill brown people in South Asia. And to ask that without even supplying your material needs, without even keeping us safe here in the United States, is the height of hypocrisy. It would be one thing if we were all taken care of here, right? And then you were asking me, like, hey, we took care of you. Can you go to Vietnam and do our war? But y'all are killing us here and then asking us to go kill other people who are more like us around the world than actually taking care of us with that same money here in the United States. So I think you're absolutely right that his ability, because right there I tried to do it and I couldn't even do it. I could listen to the speech. His ability to just crystallize the connections between somebody in the south of the United States and somebody in the north of Vietnam, and show how their struggles are so closely intertwined. I think it's just masterful, and it's something that people need to hear more often, because it's not like it has stopped since then. It's continued.
So we got some new folks joining us. If they want to hop on and introduce themselves, feel free.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is not East Carolina County specifically.
Okay, Lucas.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Lucas Sajo. I'm the Eastern Regional Managing Organizer with Democracy North Carolina. Thanks for having me up here, DeMonte.
Appreciate y'all for being here. So we're talking about King's speech, 1967, over at the Riverside Church in Harlem, New York. In fact, a couple of minutes ago, when JP actually spoke about, am I going too fast for the panel? That was at the actual time where King stood to give the speech. And sadly, would be like literally a year later, to the exact minute almost, in which he would be assassinated. So this is like that historical hour in which this particular like transformative work that he talked about, I'm not fearing any man, the night before, and this particular accident happened in 1968. So just going back to the speech, we were talking about the foreign policy of the United States and how it affects the poverty and the domestic policies here in America.
Yeah, I think it's also really important because I think the way that we learn about like this time in history is so segmented that you forget that all of these things are happening at the exact same time. Like there is a crisis internationally and nationally going on every time these people wake up, like in the day during these times. And so you've got uh, so many pressures and external pressures going on around the time. And the way that we learn about these things historically kind of separates them. But all of these things were happening at once. And King is not like the popular guy that folks are presenting him to be like now and historically. Like he's catching flack from Black folks, from the administration that he has worked with to get all of these gains for folks, while still taking shots at the conservative South. And so it's really no like friendly fronts that he's talking to, and him speaking to this specific issue is kind of like furthering him into that enemy territory. and I think that's important, real context for folks to have when you think about like what's going on at the time, because all of these things are stacking on top of each other. And he's really like siding against like his allies and speaking against his allies that he's got all of these gains on the back of, and really holding true to his principles and his values when he's like delivering all of this, all of this information to folks, connecting the dots. And so he's really not doing himself any favors, which speaks to the courage. And I think that, the King that we look back and remember on is really like a distorted view of like the person that we know at the time. And so I think that revisiting those things and adding the context and all of these things that were going on is really important to like speaking to what we need to do now. And like I said, it echoes a lot of the things that we're seeing, but also speak to what you and Aaron were talking to about is just like the fear and the courage in folks, and the silence that we've been seeing from our organizations that we have allied with, and individuals that have been like allies in powerful places to speak to like the fear of the moment. And I think that folks need to really understand like that there is like danger in doing this work at this time. And that's real, but the fear is not real. And so we've got to like take advantage of the time that we have now and the opportunities that we're having now, because the experiences that people are having are opening people's eyes in a new way. And we can either be cynical or we can take advantage of like the moments that people are having every day to try and advance the movement and to grow the work that we're trying to do. And I think that's kind of what I would want folks to know in the moment that we're in, is that it does take courage. There is danger. But a lot of the fear that folks are talking about and that folks are feeling is not even real. Like it's something that we can overcome and continue to like move forward in the work. And it's really a moment where we can gain more just by leaning into people's experiences and connecting with them like on that level.
What you're saying, Irving, has reminded me of the title of the book that is basically the book version of King's last speech here. That book is Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community? And what you're speaking to is essentially chaos is a lot scarier, right? When you're talking about fear, that sounds chaotic to me. The antidote and the alternative to chaos is one and the same. It's community. If we can be in community together, that at once addresses the fear of being isolated, but it also prevents that chaos from gaining any sort of strength. And while you were speaking, I pulled up the speech to pull back up this precise line because I just couldn't let what I had said earlier be the last time we heard about it because it's connected to what you're saying. King says, "We were taking the Black young men who had been crippled by our society and sending them 8,000 miles away to guarantee liberties, quote unquote, in Southeast Asia, which they had not found in Georgia and East Harlem." And I think that just sets into stone what you're talking about the fear of being isolated and using that fear to manipulate folks into accepting that war is somehow not a radical idea. War is somehow not too difficult for a government to achieve. But the poverty program that King references prior in this speech as the sort of program that could have been used or could have been funded instead of the war, somehow that's too much. That's going too far. That would be too radical and too difficult for the government to do. But it's because, in my opinion, like Irving, you're talking about, there's no fear to sort of scare people into that direction. It's too comforting to say we're going to take care of all poor people, to sort of perpetuate the economic separation that King started his career trying to address. That took place along racial lines, but once you bring war into it, suddenly any poor person is fair game. Whether if you're poor, you're going over there. You're going over there. Suddenly, the wealth gap is what separates you. So, yeah, I don't want to ramble on too much, but yeah.
Lucas or Rodolfo, you want to chime in?
Well, I was just thinking, when we talk about foreign policy and how it affects back home, right now, the past 2 days, we're talking about the foreign economic policies with the tariffs that are happening at the moment. And especially in Eastern North Carolina, where we're looking at how destructive this is going to be to the lifestyle of many people out here, especially looking at like the agriculture industry and a lot of the things that are produced within the agriculture industry that are exported to China, and just just the, like you were just saying, like the complete disregard for lower class, more impoverished communities, for the wants and the gains of whatever this higher class, this oligarchy is. This pissing contest between people with power, and just a complete disregard for the human life, the human aspect of this entire thing. And it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. And there's not a more timely time to have this conversation and reevaluate the speech than right now, with just all this mess happening, and just the continuation of doing these things at the sacrifice of the poor and the impoverished in America.
And to add on to all of that, which is honestly amazing, there's so much going on abroad and within the states. There's there's a lot of negativity, a lot of bad legislation, just affecting all our communities around, but they all may be different, but they all create the same result of hurting the same communities, the same marginalized communities. And it becomes difficult for communities, especially out here in rural Eastern North Carolina, where it's hard for our communities to really stay on top of everything, especially being able to focus on what truly is impacting them the most, especially just like Lucas mentioned, when it comes to related to agriculture.
So much of what we're hearing and seeing, and what Irv was even talking about, is fear. and chaos, going to JP's comment. What are some tangible ways in your work and your organizing that you have overcome this fear personally?
Yeah, I think one of the big things is just trying to build community in these times. You know, when we were going into this year, I was a little bit cynical, but it was right to be cynical and saying that a lot of this fear that people are having is going to drive people to come out and join organizations like Democracy NC, like the NAACP, like any of these organizations that are doing this type of work. And it's been happening. We've seen like increased growth and increased signups for a lot of organizations for people to get involved and to volunteer, which is great. But but they come in still with this fear. But yeah, just trying to build community, trying to build a sense that, especially we're talking about Eastern North Carolina, we're so spread out. There's so much distance between us out here. We don't really have like one central focal point like you may have in other parts of the state. And so just trying your best to connect with people and let them know that like, hey, like we're also out here dealing with the same stuff. It's no good, but at least you're not alone. And at least you know that like we're working together. So really just like reaffirming that there is strength in numbers there because, we can, fear is a motivator. I feel like fear and hope are both motivators, but fear, you're really going to just burn yourself out if you're using that as your motivator because you're going to just continuously be scared and anxious of what's coming next. But if we do have some hope that there is, good, and especially looking at like the fact that we're standing on the shoulders of giants like Dr. King, like, that he has done this work before. So there's hope moving forward that we can overcome the evils that we're facing right now. We just have to keep banding together and finding those spaces where we're able to be together in order to do that type of work.
And adding on to Lucas, now more than ever, especially after late January, Maxine has been collaborating with an array of different organizations that we haven't even collaborated with since 2016. And it's just that notice that this is really just not impacting Latinos. This is not really just impacting like Black and Brown communities. This is impacting women, children of all age and races. So just being able to band together and create events like no other time that we have done in the past has been really it's been really great, and it's just also allow us to feel more in community, be more in fellowship, and be able to reach out to a way broader audience than when we were just solely focusing on Latinx issues. So it's definitely saddening times, but we're grateful for the community that we're being able to build off of this.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the really unfortunate things about where we are right now is that a lot of us knew that this was if the that depending on what happened in 2024, this is what we would be in. I mean, there was plenty of proof that this is where we were going to be right now. It's not a surprise to people that were paying attention. But there just wasn't that motivator there. And so, I'm yeah, so just trying to find the area where we can turn that fear into some type of hope. But at the same time, it's not new. This whole thing we're seeing right now isn't new, especially when we're talking about a speech that was given over 50 years ago. That's just as prescient, now, because this thing is so cyclical. All this, we get complacent with where we are. We're like, oh, things are feeling a little bit better. They're not as scary in 2021 as they were in 2020. And we get a little bit secure and then we kind of just fall off and we quit caring as much. And now we're back in the same place where we're facing such constant mess, and such constant corruption. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that we're in a place where 65,000 votes can just be thrown away because of the decision of two people. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely asinine. So but those are really large conversations to have and very large truths to swallow. So if we are able to just kind of break things down, and just have more basic conversations about what we can actually contain, what we can actually do as individuals, as groups coming together, things will look a lot more attainable than what we're talking about, especially when we're talking about foreign policy and things that are just so out of our hands and so far away from us. But we really can start having those conversations about what everyday actions look like, that we can have some little wins, have some attainable wins. Therefore, we'll start moving, hopefully start building that hope and moving in the right direction.
Yeah, it's what Lucas said there, for me. It's that, we're faced with a lot of difficult circumstances today. But when you read or listen to this speech, or when you read Where Do We Go From Here, so many of those problems are the exact same. They're the exact same. And so in some ways, that can be depressing, right? It's like, damn, 1968, we haven't made much progress. But in other ways, it should be very comforting. It's like, wait, here's the playbook. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to come up with everything on our own. We are actually on the shoulders of giants here. And something that at Demency we've been shifting to over the past couple of years, and I'm going to try to make this point as concisely as possible, is the idea of going local. And our viewers right now, you might hear this, whether it's from the political party you're a part of, or from your elected representatives. But when we say that you can make the biggest difference locally, and that local politics affect you the most, that is not just a trite saying, and that's not just a marketing scheme to get you to participate in the municipal election. At the end of Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community by Martin Luther King. Actually, let me back up. When I graduated college, I had no idea what I wanted to do. And so I went to one of my professors, Dr. Dwight Mullen, who was professor of Black Studies, whatever the anti-woke word for it is these days. But I took many courses on Black history with Dr. Dwight Mullen. And I was like, dude, I don't know what to do. And he gave me that book, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community? And he was like, I remember you saying you thought Malcolm X was more radical, so I want you to read this, and I think it might answer some of your questions too. So I read that, and at the end of the book, it says, King says, if you want to make the biggest impact, you need to go back home. You need to go back home and reunite with your community, reunite with the people who raised you, reunite with the people who are going to the same school that you did back then, and continue nurturing the community that nurtured you. And I took that to heart. I came back to North Carolina, and I started just whatever I could do, whatever sort of organizing social justice work I could do. And then working here at Demency, I have been so heartened to see that mentality manifest in the fact that Lucas is not just taking a job in Eastern North Carolina. He's from there. He's from there. DeMonte did not just say, oh, I like the Southeast. I like that area. I'm just going to go there. Never been there. It sounds fun. He's from there. Kamaria, our organizer in Charlotte, did not just say, I want to move to the big city because that's like the Atlanta of North Carolina. That's where she is from there. As a matter of fact, she's from down the street from where I grew up. And so it might sound trite. It might sound like the same old thing. Get involved in local politics. Get involved in your local community. But this is literally what the King said to do. So don't take it from me. Don't take it from Lucas. Take it from the King. Get involved in your local community. And that's where you're going to start finding connections. And you're going to start seeing the people who will keep you safe and keep you secure on a daily basis. So that would be my 2 cents there. It was more like 3 cents, but yeah, I'll pass it to Irving.
Yeah, I think to echo that, I think I saw Kamaria last week, so that's big fan. That's the homie. But I think that place-based work, my homie Wesley Morris always told me when I would ask him about like organizing, and I was trying to do a bunch of national stuff, and and big stuff. And he was like, well, that's all good, brother, but look down at your 2 feet and notice where they are, and that's where you can do the work and be most effective. And so I've kept that to heart. And I do think that part of staying in the work is building those connections with folks. I've been building with Demonte for what we about to go almost 15 years, going back and forth. And I think like we've learned and pushed each other so much in the work. And it's folks, April Parker, Holden Session, Femi Shatu, like a whole gang of folks that like-minded folks that I found in the work, Marcus Bass, like really just everybody that I've worked with, I've been able to learn from and just lean into like the love and the care that they've presented and been able to kind of do my best to return that. And that's what was created like the safe spaces that we needed to be able to do the work in. And we've all come from so many different places, but those are the folks that have kind of given me the heart to do the work. Because I've learned from them. I've seen the struggles, and we've learned together. We studied together, like Aaron said, to do in the work. We've read together, and I've. I mean, one of my favorite things to do with my friends is to argue, and Demonte knows that. Like from April's porch, 3 a.m, we'd be up talking about some revolution, and so I think that those are the type of things that need to be done. But we also have to kind of remember to kind of, I guess, less of lack of a better term, I guess, kind of like demystify the work. Because folks are organizing every day in every aspect of their life. And so the most impactful things that I've been able to do is just connect the things that they're already doing with the professional organizing work that we get paid to do, because folks are building community every day. That's how we survive. And so I think that bearing witness to that, and you can see a lot of that not only in like the speech of King bearing witness, but also like even before that in his life and the work that we've been able to read about and learn about from the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, and the work that those folks from Mississippi were able to do in organizing and replacing their state Democratic delegation because of the work that they were able to do. So I think that uplifting like those folks that have done that place-based work is our best way to like actualizing and visualizing the wins that we want to see. And that's, from the scope of whatever level you're looking from, the national organizations, the statewide organizations, county to local. You have to uplift that local work and learn from that local work. And if that's not like at the forefront of what you're doing, then you're probably not doing too much.
No, that's it. That's it. And it's like the whole thing is, if your house is on fire, you can't go and, throw water on your neighbor's house if your mess is still going on. That's the whole thing. It's like on planes, you got to put your own mask on before you can help the people next to you. And if your home's got to be good before you can go out. And I think that was something like when I was starting organizing and getting into this, I felt spurned by like my home area, my home county, because I felt like there was a lot of people there that were actively working against me, or there was just a lot of things happening that, didn't sit well with me. And I felt that I couldn't control them. But then I started thinking, and I get into this work and I realized that there's so many people that feel that same way as me, back home. And so I got to go back there and be that person that can help them and help them feel like they have community and help them feel like we have that space that we can actually overcome what we're feeling and what's happening there with it. And so, yeah, it's right there. It's right there going back to where, And I love what you were saying, Irvin, about people organize every day. People, it's so funny to me when people are like, how can I start doing that? And I'm like, you just went to a board of education meeting and you brought another person along with you. Like you're an organizer, like you're doing it. You know, you're gonna go and speak and you're getting other people to speak. You're doing it. It's, you know, it's that easy. And we do it every day because we know what issues are affecting us. And so we're going out there and we're making sure that we're having our voices heard and we're doing this mess. Yeah, it's so powerful and just building community along the way because that's the only way we're going to get things done is if we have community, we have people backing us and we're backing other people at the same exact time because this is not a one-man show in the least bit. Even Dr. King was not the only was not no. He had a whole army behind him that was doing it every single day. And I know Demonte can rattle everybody off right now alphabetically on top of his head that was there and tell you exactly what they were doing down to the, you know, somebody who was helping Dr. King tie his shoe or something like that. Like everybody down to it that was helping him out. But yeah, you know, but yeah, demystifying it that you're not some superhero if you're organizing. You're just out here helping your community, and it's that simple.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing.
And Lucas, you touched on something that I think creates or can bring up some tension for people when we're thinking about, you know, working locally. I have it easy, I guess, working locally in Durham. Most people think like me. You're in Eastern North Carolina. Rodolfo, you're in Eastern North Carolina. And that brings me to another piece of the speech that I thought was so important. And I think this is part of the reason that King ends on this message is unconditional love for all mankind. So that's not to say we're not going to have enemies. We're not going to have people that we're fighting against. But if you're leading with that intention, like, all right, I don't know anything about this person, I'm going to try to love them first and foremost. That's something that my partner, for much of her career, worked with undocumented migrants in Eastern North Carolina from a sort of research angle. And the thing that she uncovered in her qualitative research, and I love when this happens, when research just confirms something that organizers always knew, but that these folks are from all different parts of South America, but have an unconditional love for one another, and have created community in a space that maybe it wasn't their first choice. Maybe this wasn't where they ideally wanted to be, but leading with that intention that I'm going to love and care for my neighbor first and foremost before I know anything about them, I think is something that I see come through in your organizing, Lucas, and with your statement there, because I felt that too. Like, I don't know, I don't want to go back to Charlotte, South Charlotte. I definitely feel spurned by my community there. But that when you remove that barrier, when you let that guard down and allow yourself to lead with love, it makes the organizing and the community building that much easier.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to, you have to just, one of the big things is assuming that people are really acting with the best of intentions. And so people may be coming from different backgrounds and different mindsets and everything. But, you know, sometimes when we're out here, somebody may be thinking a certain way, but they may think that certain way because no one's ever challenged them or they've never had a conversation with the person that's had a different viewpoint from them. And so it's kind of like Irvin was just saying, like, I love arguing with people more than I love agreeing with people, because if we're arguing, that means there's space for us to come together and to understand something and to build a relationship. And so that's really one of the most rewarding things about organizing out in East North Carolina, is that there's so many different viewpoints because there's so many different walks of life out here. And, you know, we are all connected. You know, people, I was just talking to a friend earlier, and if you're in the 252 out here, even down to the 910 in East North Carolina, like, we're connected. Like, things are just, they're just that close, that tight knit out here. And so we have each other. But yeah, just having, going into it with an open mind. And I've had conversations with people that start off, they're saying some crazy mess. But by the end of it, we're agreeing, we're shaking hands, and they walk away with some literature, and they're kind of on it. They're kind of on to like what's going on now. So you never know where that conversation is going to end once you start having it, and you just walk into it with the best of intentions that, at the end of the day, this is my neighbor. We got to live next to each other. We're all going, out here, we're all going through the same stuff. We're all facing, like, everything that's happening every single day right now, it's hurting all of us equally. Like, it's wild, it's awful, but we're all going through it. And so we just have to, try to do what's best for one another. Toward the end of the day, we can continue living next to each other and doing what's best for one another.
I couldn't agree more. I think at the end of the day, we're all comunidad, we're all community. And as our title is a little misleading, the Association of Mexicans in North Carolina, right? It just happened to be so because our founders were Mexican. They thought that was that name. They liked that name. And a fun fact that I always share with people is that Mexicans are like the third largest population we serve. Like the number one gets taken by like Venezuelan by those of Venezuelan origin or Honduran origin, which is you may not think that just even by our name. So it's true. And then adding on to what you guys all talked about a little earlier about like, going back home and everything. Growing up, my parents brought me here at a very young age into the States, and growing up without a status was really terrifying. And then once I got into higher education, finally got my status, it's still like it feels like I don't even have it because a lot of people in my community still don't. And it's just I would growing up, I'd always be like, man, why is there no one else in that looks like me? That's my teacher, that's my counselor, that's my like wow, why doesn't nobody look like me? And they get it into college, I'm like, okay, there's a little more people that look like me. And then it wasn't up until last year where I finally met like like a Latinx bilingual like guidance counselor. And it was interesting through our work here at a Mexican. And that just comes to show that like and what I was getting at, sorry, is that growing up I always wanted someone to be there. I was like, who's gonna make this change? Like who's gonna fight for in-state tuition equity for students across the board? Who's gonna do all this? It's like, man, I really hope somebody comes across and does that. I realized nobody was doing it. And then before like going out to another city, I just go back home and I'm like, wait, I can do this. I have that lived experience. And now I'm connected through the power of this amazing organization that has been advocating in the East for over 2 decades. I can amplify my voice and I can make this change and I can be that person my little version always wanted to be there. And I just wanted to briefly touch on that because I thought that was honestly beautiful and it resonated with me a lot, So it just goes back to if you don't see that change being made, go out and do it yourself. That's what King did, and that's how we got to his goal, to everybody's goal, and we're kind of like going back in time but it's just you see something, do something about it if you can. And I just wanted to really hit on that.
That's so beautiful. Thank you for sharing that, man.
That's a great. I was speaking with some ECU students. Shout out ECU, Demonte's alma mater. Yeah, Pirate. No, we're going. We're Wolfpack Nation. We're Wolfpack Nation. Don't even throw that up. Don't even start with that. Oh my God. We're still not happy with, the NCAA just throwing them in there for, whatever. Whatever. That's a whole other conversation. We're trying to build community right now, not tear it down.
There we go.
But I was talking with some ECU students about organizing, about civic engagement. And I was, they were like, but we see these issues, and I was telling them, you got to just go and do it. And then I was, I was talking to them about John Lewis and how, he was seeing the issues that were going on there. And he reached out to Dr. King. He was, trying to get that mentorship from Dr. King. And so that's what it is. That's what we're, if you see something, you got to go out there and you got to get it done, especially when we're talking about these smaller communities, because Rodolfo and Martin County, who's going to go out there and be that voice, when we're talking about such a small area? And, I think that's something, especially DeMonte does a beautiful job of talking, in the Southeast, and then everything, all of the work that you've done across the state, DeMonte, is just doing it because who else is, even being on this live cast right now is we're doing it, you did it because who else was going to do it? And so it's just, it's beautiful that it comes together like that, like that you see this issue that's happening here, and it's just having the courage to jump in head first and say, all right, I see it. I'll raise you one, and I'll go out there and I'll do it. I'll take care of it.
That's a fact, and it's so important to emphasize, like, connecting with your people and connecting with organizations, because that's going to make you feel powerful, and that's going to give you the encouragement that you need to move forward. I remember I first what was we doing, DeMonte, when we got our first little contract with BYP 100 to knock on some doors.
Yeah, this was 2014. This is General Election 2014.
Yeah, but we connected, and this was the first time that I had connected with folks that were my age that were running organizations. Like, these were executive directors, and I didn't have a concept. Like, every executive director I had met before then was like 70 and 60 years old. And so these folks, some of the folks that I met were younger than me, and I think that really gave me like the energy to say, like, oh, I can do this, and there's more than what I've seen to this, and that like really encouraged me to grow. And then, like, historically, if you look back at like Freedom Summer and the things that happened, the kids that were from Freedom Summer are the same kids that started the Black Power movement. And so, like, the movement isn't going to stop, and win or lose, folks are going to take those lessons that they learned and continue to grow. And so you can look back at like, I'm thinking of what's old buddy's name that was chastising King, or Stokely Carmichael back in Mississippi, getting on King's nerves but challenging like nonviolence. And I think I know King tells a story of like a young man that they both knew that got killed in Vietnam, which was one of the impetus for like him and them putting this speech together with when the young man got killed, and Stokely was like, boy, he must have went and go to try that nonviolent stuff over there.
Yeah, can I come through with the quote real quick?
Please do, yeah.
I have tried to offer them my deepest compassion while maintaining my conviction that social change comes most meaningfully through nonviolent action. But they ask, they being angry, young, rejected men, but they ask, and rightly so, what about Vietnam? What about Vietnam? So just to add the detail for what you're saying, which is
thank you for that. Needed that, because it's the exercise of young impatient organizers who are learning, but also pushing the experienced big leaders and stuff like that to move and to take action. And I think we see that through every movement that we've ever seen, is young folks who are not willing to be patient, not willing to listen to the system, pushing the folks who have that power to be able to make the leap in courage or whatever they need. That is important, and we lose that if we don't have people constantly coming into the movement with fresh eyes and fresh experiences of how they experience the oppression that we see, to be able to say, forget that straight line. We need to, we just need to get there. Like, we can't go single file, because the folks that I know back here don't have time to wait for that line. And I think that that's super important, and it all comes from connecting with folks and building and studying the history so that you can know like these folks learn from each other, took from each other, whether you're diametrically opposed, King and Malcolm, even though they weren't really, but uh, the way that they were able to push each other. I know DeMonte always loves to remind you about the Deacons for Defense and how they defended the nonviolent protesters. So I think it all works as in coalition with each other if you have the vision to make it do so. And I think that's important. Those different perspectives from people coming from different places in the movement and in life are what gives us that clarity of vision to realize what we're not seeing.
Yeah, so we're coming up on the 7 o'clock hour. It'll be coming up on the end of the stream. We did it, y'all. I will give everybody opportunity for last words. I don't feel tired, y'all. I feel like I can go another 12 hours.
I'm trying to be Corey up here.
I can do a little bit better than a milquetoast Democrat, you know. I got more fight in me. Yeah. Let's see Corey do that. He can run into a building to save a child. Let's see you do this, Corey. Yeah.
I knew that would tip you off.
But I'm gonna pass the mic to whoever wants to go ahead and cap off this day. Closing words.
I can go first. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for doing this. It was amazing to be able to view earlier and now be able to participate. It's been beautiful and honestly an amazing experience. I appreciate you all. Again, I encourage you all and I leave you with an action. You're not alone. We're here, whether it's in the east, the south, the north, the west, wherever the middle is, we're everywhere. You're not alone, and you can always reach out to us for anything wherever we are.
Yeah, I just want to. Oh, sorry. Were you gonna go?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Luke.
Okay. I just, I want to say thank you, DeMonte, and everyone that put this on. It's just, DeMonte, it's always a pleasure just getting to listen to you and learn from you. And just learn how I can be a better organizer and be a better advocate for my community from talking with you and everybody up here. Because that's the thing is we never stop learning, we never stop growing. So, I really appreciate that. And we're talking about Dr. King, but I just want to leave with the message that you don't compare yourself to Dr. King. Don't try to be Dr. King. Try to be, the best you can possibly be, because at the end of the day, that's what your community needs. And so if you sit there and you feel paralyzed with fear because you don't think you can do it as well as he did, don't think like that. Don't think like that. Just know that, if you have this urge, if you have this inkling to go and do all this, act on it. Be the best advocate you can be for your community. And just make sure we keep calling out these injustices, because we're 4 months into 2025 and it has been a hell of a year already. And we're definitely going to see more and more come over the next 4 years, 3 years. I don't even know I don't know. I'm barely knowing that it's 2025. So